history.
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando studios. Thank you so much for starting off your day with us. Hard to believe that we are closing out another month this weekend. Next week, it's going to be May. So just get ready for those Justin Timberlake memes that you are going to see on social media for sure this weekend. But as always, we are running you through all of the top stories, breaking news, and bringing you live events, not only here in the United States, but worldwide. And that is what we are going to do for you right now. We are going to bring you the latest on some major stories that we are keeping a close eye on here this morning. So it was major news that we first broke to you yesterday. The U.S. economy shrinking in the first 3 months of the year. And we now face threats from high inflation and rising interest rates. Yet through all of this, economists foresee a return to growth for the rest of 2022 based on the strength of the job market and consumer spending, but obviously some are fearing a recession. So we're going to touch base with some Fox Business contributors and bring you the latest from Washington, D.C. as the Biden administration reacted to this report that released those numbers just yesterday. So stay tuned for that information. Also big here in the United States, major health-related news that we broke to you. The FDA moving to ban the sales of menthol cigarettes. Now, they make up a third of all cigarettes sold in the United States, and the FDA is proposing to ban them entirely. It was the only cigarette flavor not banned under the 2009 law that gave the FDA regulation over tobacco. So this proposal could go into effect within a year, but the tobacco industry is expected to fight it. So actually be sure to stick with us because it's 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. We are going to be touching base with Dr. Mike Sirigliano about this exact story. Heartbreaking update when it comes to the war in Ukraine as we follow the fact that today marks day 65 of the invasion. As we mark day 65, we have learned that an American soldier has died in the fight. A 22-year-old American and former Marine Willie Joseph Cancel, these photos being provided by his wife, was killed fighting with Ukrainian forces this past Monday. His death comes as reports say heavier fighting continues in the Donbas region, where the UK says Russian gains are very limited. Meanwhile, Russian missiles struck buildings in Kiev, reportedly immediately after a meeting between Ukrainian President Zelensky and the UN Secretary General. He was in Kiev yesterday touring the damage, and they actually did hold a press conference following their meeting, and we have that for you. We'll play it for you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Now, this is all happening as we learned yesterday. We had an announcement from President Biden asking Congress for $33 billion to bolster Ukraine's fight against Russia. And we do know that the package has about $20 billion in defense spending for Ukraine and U.S. allies in the region, and $8.5 billion to keep Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's government providing services and paying salaries to people that are still out there. Meanwhile, there's $3 billion in global food and humanitarian programs, including money to help Ukrainian refugees who fled to the U.S. and to prod American farmers to grow wheat and other crops to replace the vast amounts of food that Ukraine normally produces for the world. So we're also getting the very latest today when it comes to that rare moment of cooperation between Russia and the United States, a prisoner swap. We've got former U.S. U.S. Marine vet Trevor Reed back in Texas this morning. This is some video of him boarding a plane back to the United States. He did land in North Texas just yesterday. So again, this is just some of what we've got going on here on Live Now from Fox, as well as other top stories. But I do want to start off by staying on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We're going to head out to the White House in our nation's capital. The sun officially starting to rise here. Let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera on everything you need to know about President Biden making that appeal to Congress for more than $30 billion in new aid for Ukraine.
With fears growing that the war in Ukraine could drag on longer than many had thought,
and we need to be prepared for the long term.
President Biden is asking Congress for more money to help Ukraine. $33 billion for military, economic, and humanitarian support, intended to last until September 30th.
The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen.
The massive request comes as the Biden administration unveils another proposal to strengthen the United States' ability to investigate, prosecute, and forfeit the assets of Russian oligarchs.
We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains.
The aid package has broad bipartisan support.
I will make sure the Senate prioritizes this important funding package so we can get help to the Ukrainian people fast. ASAP.
He needs to put a bill on the floor of the Senate that provides the Ukrainian people with the tools they need to win this war.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin is blaming the West for prolonging the conflict. It's an allegation the U.S. has denied, pointing to Russia as the aggressor, as President Putin ramps up his rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons.
We are, of course, will prepare for every scenario, and we will defend the United States and defend our allies and partners as is required.
The push to provide Ukraine with more funding could hit a snag in Congress if the proposal is tied to a stalled COVID relief package. GOP lawmakers are pushing for the two to remain separate. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Meanwhile, staying here in the United States for just a moment, we're going to bring you the latest from on the ground there in Ukraine in just a few minutes. But I do want to continue on with the latest developments in a story we've been following very closely since it first broke in the middle of the week. This morning, we're learning more about the dramatic prisoner exchange, which led to the release of former Marine Trevor Reed, who is now back on American soil in Texas. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman is bringing us the latest details today.
Trevor Reed is back home. He landed at a military base in San Antonio early Thursday morning after being held in a Russian prison for much of the past 3 years. The former Marine appeared frail as he was escorted to the plane that took him out of Moscow. A stark contrast to the man he was traded for, drug smuggler Konstantin Yaroshenko, who claimed he was mistreated while jailed in the U.S. The release came despite deteriorating relations between the U.S. and Russia as the war in Ukraine rages on.
I do believe that it's something positive to see that there is a line of communication between the United States and Russia.
Meantime, other Americans are still being held captive in Russia, including WNBA star Brittany Griner. The two-time Olympic gold medalist was taken into custody in February after Russian officials allegedly found marijuana oil in her luggage, and former Marine Paul Whelan is stuck in Russia serving a 16-year sentence after he was convicted for espionage.
Our objective is to bring all Americans who are detained, who are held, who are away from their families, home from overseas.
We spoke with Paul Whelan's twin brother, David, shortly after the release of Trevor Reed. He says he is happy the Russians released Reed, though he wishes State Department officials would communicate with his family much more.
We sort of have a sense that the U.S. government will act in certain cases. And so why didn't they act in ours?
Paul Whelan was taken into custody in December of 2018. The 52-year-old is currently being forced to work in a Russian labor camp. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Christina Coleman for that report. Meanwhile, as promised, we do want to head out on the ground there in Ukraine to bring you the very latest on the missile strikes that were reported in Kiev just yesterday. Viewer discretion is definitely advised when it comes to this video, but Ukrainian officials said at least 10 people were injured when Russian missiles struck a 25-story residential building in Kiev last night, causing fires and partially destroying at least 2 floors. This is some video there from the scene. You can see firefighters and first responders there. The strikes came as Secretary General of the United Nations Antonio Guterres and Bulgarian Prime Minister Kirill Petkov were making visits to Kyiv for talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said the decision to carry out strikes as international leaders were in the city was a, quote, heinous act of barbarism. That demonstrated Russia's attitude toward Ukraine, Europe, and the entire world. So we've had Fox News international correspondent Trey Yings on the ground over there in Ukraine before this invasion even happened. So he is bringing us the very latest on those strikes that were reported in Kyiv last night, as well as everything you need to know about how the U.S. is continuing to respond to the war over there.
Black smoke rises up from the skyline of the Ukrainian capital. Earlier tonight, 2 Russian missiles slammed into a weapons manufacturing plant. While Russia continues to target cities across Ukraine, the United States is stepping in to provide even more military support to the Eastern European country. If approved, President Biden's $33 billion aid request to Congress will give the Ukrainians $20 billion for things like drones, artillery, and other heavy systems.
Every day the Ukrainians pay for the price, and the price they pay is with their lives for this fight. So we need to contribute arms, funding, ammunition, and the economic support to make their courage and sacrifice have purpose so they can continue this fight.
Officials in Moscow continue to blame Kyiv for ongoing escalation, despite clear signs that Russia is pushing forward with an offensive.
The continued provocation of Ukraine to carry out strikes against Russian objects will invariably lead to a harsh response from Russia.
Those accusations come as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres visits Kyiv. He met today with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss a variety of topics, including a proposal to evacuate an estimated 2,000 Ukrainian soldiers and 1,000 civilians from a steel plant in the besieged city of Mariupol.
Ukraine is ready for immediate negotiations on the evacuation of people from Azovstal, as well as to ensure the implementation of any agreements reached.
The Ukrainian leader has seen firsthand what Russian forces can do to the civilian population. Innocent people like Vitaly, a blind Ukrainian man we met in March, losing everything. His home reduced to rubble after being hit by a Russian shell. Miraculously, Vitaly survived and had a simple but powerful plea. Sir, please help me. Ukraine's prosecutor general is investigating the treatment of civilians by Russian forces. She announced today that 10 Russian soldiers have been identified and accused of torture in a village next to Vitaly's. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
A truly heartwarming story out of a very tragic situation there from our very own Trey Yings, actually tracking down and finding a blind man who he spoke with at the beginning of the invasion. His home, as you saw, was destroyed, but he is still in good spirits. You saw him reuniting there with Trey Yings, certainly quite a sight. Meanwhile, we do want to take you out to some more video we've got from on the ground in Ukraine. More video coming in from the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres' visit, saying that the UN was pushing for a full-scale ceasefire and an evacuation of thousands of civilians surrounded by Russian forces at the Azovstal plant in Mariupol. Now, Guterres made the statements in a joint press conference with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. As you can see here, they're taking some photos. We do have some of that press conference that we'll certainly play for you in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. Prior to their meeting, The UN chief toured the war-battered Kiev suburbs of Bucha, Irpin, and Boryanka, where he said he observed the senseless loss of life, the massive destruction, and the unacceptable violations of human rights and the laws of war. Guterres also saying that civilians trapped in the Azovstal plant in Mariupol needed, quote, an escape route out of the apocalypse, and said Russian President Vladimir Putin, during a meeting with Guterres in Moscow a day earlier, had agreed in principle to allow the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross to coordinate evacuations. He also added that the UN Security Council had failed to do everything in its power to prevent and end this war, but said the organization was boosting its efforts and coordinating with the Ukrainian government when it came to financial assistance, food aid, medical care, and other issues. Now, Zelensky said Ukraine was counting on the UN support to facilitate these evacuations. The two leaders also discussed the food crisis provoked by Russia and how it increases in humanitarian aid and the repatriation of Ukrainian civilians forcibly deported to Russia. So again, we do have some of that press conference between the UN Secretary General Guterres and Zelensky. So we will play that for you in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, some more video coming from the ground out there in Ukraine. This is video of emergency crews working to extinguish fires and clear out the rubble after reports of deadly strikes in the Saltivka area of Kharkiv. Suspleen News released this footage showing these emergency crews putting out the fires and clearing all of the debris, as you could see smoke pluming and billowing from fires out there. And according to the head of the Kharkiv military administration, strikes hit buildings across Kharkiv on Wednesday, leaving at least 3 killed and 15 people injured. Heading out to Mariupol, which the UN Secretary General was pushing for evacuations out of. In this besieged port city, crews are working to clear debris from the drama theater left in ruins from an intense shelling. The Donetsk Regional Drama Theater was reduced to rubble last month after weeks of siege and bombing by Russian troops. Now, footage from the scene here shows the extensive damage to both the exterior and the interior of the theater. And Ukrainian authorities reported that around 300 people were killed, as many civilians were sheltering inside the theater during the strike. So again, every day we get new video from on the ground there in Ukraine, and as heart-wrenching and, you know, really tragic as it is, this just really brings you the true depiction of what war has done to some of these small neighborhoods, all of these innocent civilians, upending the lives of millions at this point. We also got an update right here for you on Live Now from Fox yesterday when it came to the Chernobyl plant, the nuclear power plant in Ukraine. The director of the International Atomic Energy Agency saying that radiation levels at the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear plant in Ukraine are within safe levels, despite how Russian troops dug up the site. So as you can see here, Rafael Grossi saying yesterday that radiation levels in the trenches that Russian troops created were well within safe levels, allowing plant workers to return to the site. He also reiterated that even though the radiation levels are within safe parameters, that they could still cause significant health risks, so to proceed with caution, certainly. And when it comes to the refugees and people fleeing Ukraine, we are heading out to this video. Prince Charles from the United Kingdom meeting with refugees in London yesterday, including some who fled the war in Ukraine. He visited 2 London charities and listened to the stories of refugees who settled in the UK or are still seeking asylum. The heir to the British throne is a patron of one of the charities, which is called the World Jewish Relief Charity. And that charity has sent money, food, and medicine as part of its humanitarian relief to Ukraine, actually since 2015. Prince Charles also met with the team helping to resettle refugees in the UK. And it's been a huge topic of discussion in UK's parliament with Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And they're not alone in wanting to make the visa process, getting sponsors out there and getting settled into the UK as easy as possible for some of these refugees. We do now have a similar program here in the United States announced by President Joe Biden called United Ukraine, because again, everybody wants to make the process of escaping the war-torn nation of Ukraine as easy as possible. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, 6:22 a.m. here on the East Coast. When you return, we are going to come back out here into the United States. This is a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. That is because it is one of our top stories today here on Live Now from Fox. President Biden trying to put a positive spin on some difficult numbers that we got yesterday from a new GDP report that basically showed the U.S. economy shrank for the first time in 2 years, and this has some economists fearing a recession. So we're going to get a look at the Biden administration's reaction to this news, as well as a more in-depth report from Fox Means Business. And then we're also going to talk about the fact that Biden is considering additional student loan debt forgiveness. So stay with us. We'll have all that business-related news when you come back from this quick. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29, 6:25 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios, continuing to bring you all of the top stories that we are following here to start your day. And as promised before that quick commercial break, I do want to head out live right now to a look that we have of the White House in our nation's capital. That is because it was news that we first broke to you yesterday. President Biden now trying to put a positive spin on some difficult news that we received from a GDP report showing that the U.S. economy shrank for the first time in 2 years. So Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich has more from our nation's capital this morning.
GDP declined at a 1.4% pace in the first quarter, surprising economists who were predicting 1% growth. A second quarter of negative growth would constitute a recession. President Biden tried to tamp down fears.
No one is predicting a recession now. Some are predicting there may be a recession in 2023.
The White House blamed the slowdown on a reduction in inventory growth, not inventory levels, and said because the economy is reopening, there have been more imports than exports. But Republicans are fearing conditions are ripe for a recession, warning government spending must be reined in or the trend won't be easily reversed, and slamming the president's plans to cancel student debt.
It will contribute to more inflation, which means economic growth will face even more headwinds, as we just saw this morning when we got the reports for the first quarter.
And the administration still hasn't overcome political headwinds to get its previous spending proposals through Congress.
Canceling student debt could make it hard for the Joe Manchins of Congress to sign on to bills that would pass elements of Build Back Better that you guys are still trying to get through, which he said he won't do because of inflation.
What we're talking about here is how to provide people with relief.
The president painting high gas prices as a chance to go green.
I look at this as a serious problem, but also an enormous opportunity,
While congressional Democrats stare down the midterms just months away.
Do you think that the public is blaming Democrats?
No, I don't think the public is blaming Democrats. I think they're blaming the oil companies. They will blame all of us if we don't do something about the fossil fuel industry.
More bad news for Democrats. A new Gallup poll shows nearly half of Americans think the rising prices in the U.S. is a crisis. 47% believe it's a problem but not a crisis. Only 3% believe it's not a problem at all. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Heinrich for that report. Diving a little bit deeper into this news, does this mean that our economy is headed into a recession? Well, our Fox Business contributor Jerry Willis has the latest on this and more economic-related stories here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
The U.S. economy is moving in the wrong direction. GDP shrinking 1.4% annually in the first quarter. This is the first time our economy contracted since the pandemic hit. And if it shrinks again for the current quarter, we will officially be in a recession. The stock market shrugging off the economic news and rising Thursday. Investors were focusing on good earnings from companies like Facebook's parent company, Meta. We'll see if stocks can continue the momentum on Friday because two big tech companies revealed their financial report card after the market closed on Thursday. On the good side, Apple had blowout earnings and revenue. This included more than $50 billion in iPhone sales for the quarter. But a different story for Amazon. It reported a surprise loss in the most recent quarter. The company also gave a weaker than expected sales forecast. We'll see which one investors focus on Friday morning. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, thank you to Jerry Willis for that report. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden says he's considering additional student loan debt forgiveness. The president said, well, he was not considering $50,000 in debt reduction. He was, quote, taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness. Now, the president says he'll make his decision within a couple of weeks. Other top Democrats have been urging the president to cancel $50,000 worth of debt or more per borrow. The country's outstanding student loan debt balance is more than $1.7 trillion. So we actually do want to continue our coverage of this topic out of Washington, D.C. Our very own Andrew Kraft touching base with a Washington Post reporter named Mariana Alfaro talking about the student loan debt forgiveness possibilities under the Biden administration. So let's listen into his full report here on Live Now from Fox.
Joining us now to discuss this even further is Post Politics Live anchor at the Washington Post, Mariana Alfaro. Mariana, good to see you right now. This is so interesting for those who followed the Biden presidential campaign, heard his campaign promise of possibly canceling up to $10,000 of student debt. That was kind of on the chopping block, kind of back when Build Back Better failed. And so now this policy idea has been resurrected. Why do you think that is?
A lot of it has to do with timing. Many in the party, not just liberal, not just progressive, a lot of members of the Democratic Party were very disappointed when student loan forgiveness was out of the conversation. And so right now, we're getting to the point where it's the summer. The moratorium that was placed during the pandemic is going to be over in August. So the president has to act quick, and we can't keep going with more moratoriums and pausing this. At some point, something has to be done to address this. And it's just coincidental that the midterms are coming up. It's like one of those things that you kind of wonder what the play is here, kind of where this is going. But it's one of the ideas that is very popular across the Democratic Party. It's not just progressives calling for this. It's been Chuck Schumer who's been calling for it for a long time. So you kind of think that this is a move that the party just sees would be good to play when we're so close to the election.
Yeah, that's right. There's my next question. What lawmakers, amongst the Democrats are in favor of this? Do we see any kind of split like we do on Title 42? And also, You know, the president said today he wouldn't do anything over essentially $50,000 of cancellation. So that is his cap. But from your sense, does it seem like President Biden, is this something he really wants to do, or are a lot of people around him kind of pushing him to do this, especially ahead of the midterms?
I do believe that he does want to do it. I just think that the people pushing him the most are the ones that are calling for $50,000, and I feel like he knows that he can't promise that. That's just like a very, very high amount. I mean, it's been talked like 10,000 maybe. That's what he threw in the campaign trail. 50,000 is what we're hearing from people like Schumer, but also Senator Elizabeth Warren. You know, that's like what the Congressional Progressive Caucus wants to see. But that's just kind of a number that would be very, very hard to compromise on. So I think they're going to definitely fall somewhere lower than that.
Yeah. You know, there was this poll out, I believe, last week. Biden is down among a key age group that this would impact, and that, of course, is young Americans age 18 to 30. Is this a play for them, you think, with the midterms so close?
Yes, I think that's kind of where we're headed towards. I mean, that is a population that I don't think the party was prepared to be not doing so great with. And it seems like such a reachable, doable goal to maybe not go for the 50,000, but say 10, 15. That's like already enough to get a lot of that base rallied for the Democratic Party. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I know many people would be very happy, you know, in that age group to see their loans maybe not fully canceled, but a good chunk forgiven, and that could, you know, take people to the polls in November.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you and I probably know a lot of people with student loan debt, and it kind of raises the question, you know, what will $10,000 do for someone who has, you know, a graduate degree worth, you know, $100,000, $120,000, but it is somewhat piecemeal. But we're learning that canceling $10,000 per borrower would essentially wipe out $321 billion of federal student loans. And some Republican critics say that will just raise inflation. Some people, some economists are saying that too. Do you think politically this will help the president in the long term?
Yes. I think in the long term, and also, you know, there's that argument that, yes, that could raise inflation, but also imagine all the money that people could be, you know, instead of paying the loans, they could go buy a house, pay a mortgage, you know, introduce that money into the economy. And that's what the progressives are kind of arguing. I was talking to Representative the other day, and that's exactly what she said. You know, we level the playing field so that Americans can use the money in something that they actually, you know, can use to move forward in their lives, in their careers, in their like lifestyle, and it just goes back into the economy is what they're arguing on that side.
Mariana, last question though, timing-wise, do we expect this, you know, tomorrow before the end of the week is over, or, you know, is this kind of down the road even further? It seems like the policy debate is still going on in the White House about this.
Yes, I mean, definitely the president came out today saying it's going to come in the next few weeks, which is honestly the best timeline we've gotten so far. You know, I could have sworn it would have gone all the way until like September, October. But he does have the August 31st deadline. That's where the moratorium ends. So it's going to happen this summer, I'm pretty sure.
Probably coinciding with the end of the moratorium. Would you want to bet on that? Yeah. Mariana Alfaro, thank you so much with the Washington Post. We always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Bye-bye.
Joining us now to discuss this even further is
All right, thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft for a more in-depth conversation on that story. Certainly would be some good news for students facing an immense amount of debt. So we're going to continue following any developments regarding the Biden administration's decision on extending student loan debt forgiveness here on our show. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in Washington, D.C. for another top story that we have been bringing you actually live and inside of the hearing. The Homeland Security Secretary facing a tense hearing in the House Judiciary Committee just yesterday and within the last couple of days. Immigration was the main focus, as there also appears to be a growing divide in the Democratic Party over immigration policies, specifically one titled Title 42, and whether that should be extended. So Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington, D.C. with the very latest on Secretary Mayorkas's testimony.
Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas says he has a plan to tackle the immigration problem at the southern border, but he also thinks Congress has dropped the ball.
We inherited a broken and dismantled system that is already under strain. Only Congress can fix this.
The House Judiciary Committee hearing at times turning into heated attacks.
Are you ashamed for what you've done to this country?
It is so profoundly offensive on so many different levels, in so many different regards. I won't ask you for an apology.
Multiple Republicans say they wanted Mayorkas removed from office.
All that the Republicans are doing now is basically acting and preparing not to solve problems if they take the majority, but to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. That's it.
Some Democrats have expressed concern over lifting Title 42, a COVID-era policy limiting immigration. It's set to expire on May 23rd with a surge of migration expected once it lifts. For now, a Louisiana judge has granted Republicans a temporary restraining order to stop Title 42 from lifting.
The court has said we can't so far, and what the court says we're going to do.
Other Democrats say the policy is racist.
Title 42 is a policy failure, plain and simple.
The latest Quinnipiac poll found Americans are worried about immigration heading into this year's midterm elections, second only to inflation. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. Meanwhile, we are going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, it was a major health-related news that we brought you right here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. And I should stay with us here because at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to touch base with Dr. Mike Sirigliano on the fact that the Food and Drug Administration is proposing a ban on menthol cigarettes, also flavored cigars, including cigarillos. We are also going to get the very latest on the FDA preparing to review Moderna's vaccine data for the world's youngest children. Could millions of more children soon become eligible for COVID-19 shots? We'll find out right after this break. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29th, 6:41 a.m. here on the East Coast. Only 5:41 out here in Nashville, Tennessee. This strip here definitely lit up to start the weekend here. I've only been to Nashville, I think, once. I was only there for work, so I didn't get to have fun. But I've heard that the bars and restaurants on this strip are certainly a good time. So wanted to bring you this shot as we got it here to our desk, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's the cool thing about our show, everybody. With the click of one button, we could really take you to anywhere you want to go around the country. This is a live now look we have over the sun rising on New York City this morning, the concrete jungle there. And we can also take you out to a look we have, I believe, this is Chicago, Illinois, the Windy City. So again, we are able to really take you anywhere you want to go. We also have a weather network of cameras that can take you to even smaller neighborhoods in states across our nation. But as promised, before that quick 2-minute commercial break, I do want to shift our focus to some health-related news here on Live Now from Fox, because it was a big news that we brought you just yesterday when it comes to the FDA proposing a ban on cigarettes. So what do we have going on here? This is actually something that we're going to speak live with Dr. Mike Sirigliano about at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. But basically, the FDA is proposing a ban on menthol cigarettes, also flavored cigars, which include cigarellos. Now, the proposed bans were announced by the FDA Commissioner Robert Califf during an appearance on Capitol Hill yesterday. He said the agency determined these actions were appropriate for the protection of public health. Assuming the ban is finalized, it would be the most aggressive action taken by the FDA against the industry since Congress gave them the authority to regulate tobacco products in 2009. Now, anti-smoking advocates predict the effective date of the ban is at least 2 years away, as the FDA will first accept public comments. They are expected to fight it, or I should say cigarette manufacturers are expected to fight it. The FDA will then write a final regulation that will include time for manufacturers to stop production. Now, court challenges could also cause a delay in the ban becoming effective, so we'll continue to keep you posted on any developments regarding this story and even some reaction here on Live Now from Fox throughout our show. We've got several of our owned and operated stations getting just that in cities and states across the nation. Meanwhile, some other major news that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Millions of more children could soon become eligible for COVID-19 shots. The FDA also preparing to review Moderna's vaccine data for children that are basically infants from the ages of 5 years old. So Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has the latest on this story here.
Moderna taking new action today to expand access to its COVID-19 vaccine, asking the FDA to authorize the shots for children 5 years old and younger.
The pinch is right here, and then she's going to give you a Band-Aid.
But the agency will face some tough questions when it reviews the data. In a clinical trial, the vaccine produced high levels of COVID-fighting antibodies, but it was only 40 to 50% effective at preventing symptomatic COVID. Moderna officials defended that efficacy data today.
The study was conducted really during a period of almost exclusive Omicron predominance that has a lot of vaccine escape.
The FDA is facing increasing pressure to approve COVID shots for younger Americans. In February, Pfizer postponed its application for kids under 5 after finding 2 doses were not as effective in that age group.
It's not a slam dunk at all, and we'll have to, in terms of whether we move forward with the 2 doses or hang on for a bit longer and wait for 3rd dose data, which is what Pfizer is doing currently.
Still, it's unclear whether parents will opt to get their youngest children the shots. According to the CDC, less than 30% of 5 through 11-year-olds are fully vaccinated. Health experts say while the virus typically isn't as dangerous for younger people, some can get severe COVID.
The evidence is overwhelming that the vaccines protect people of every age where it's been tested against serious illness and against death.
If the FDA greenlights Moderna's shots, the CDC still must give a stamp of approval before they can be given out. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mike Tobin for that report. Now, to weigh in on both the FDA taking a closer look at Moderna shots for the world's youngest children, as well as that news that we brought to you yesterday about their push to ban menthol cigarettes as well as some cigars, our very own Andrew Kraft, a Live Now from Fox host out of Phoenix, Arizona, caught up with a doctor who has joined us for years at this point on our show, weighing in on both topics. So I do want to bring you this full segment here this morning.
Live Now from Fox, we talked to our friend of the program, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, who is an infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Good to see you, doctor. It's been a while, but wanted to get your opinions on some of these top headlines in the health realm, especially regarding COVID-19. Moderna seeking to be the first to provide their vaccine for the littlest among us, children under the age of 6. They did this before Pfizer, which I thought was interesting. Why has it taken so long to get a vaccine for children under the age of 6?
Well, I think that Pfizer was the front runner. They might have undershot on the dose at 1/10 or 10% of the adult dose. So they had to go back to the drawing board because they didn't even meet the antibody outcome, which is like, can you get enough antibodies just like the 18 or 16 to 25-year-olds, and they didn't. So they, instead of going back and saying, let's just do a 2-shot with higher dose, they said, well, we'll try with 3 shots. So when you introduce an additional shot, you need more time. Moderna was kind of like behind Pfizer. They gambled on a higher dose for kids, proportionally speaking, 25% of the dose instead of 10% of the dose. Seems that they met their immunologic outcomes, so enough antibodies like the 18 to 25-year-olds. But again, people were a little bit disappointed that the symptomatic disease, didn't seem as effective, but actually is very comparable to 2 shots in many of the other vaccines. And I think what's lost in all this is the impact on severe disease, hospitalization, and death, even though the studies weren't powered to do that, looked really good for both Pfizer and Moderna. So why it took so long? I think going back to drawing board, Moderna never expected to be front runner, and now they're in the running. Probably either they will approve them both together or may do it in sequence. And I think a lot of parents are hoping that Moderna will be, evaluated as in time instead of waiting for Pfizer to submit their data.
Doctor, this also dovetails with Pfizer's request for emergency use last week, I believe, for their booster shot for children aged 5 to 11. So that remains interesting as well. Would you suggest young children like that, do they need to get a booster? Do they need to get the vaccine at all? We know how miraculously the virus has really, I don't want to say untouched children, but has not impacted children as much as other segments of the population.
Yeah, so I think that to really provide the best umbrella of protection, everybody should get a vaccine. And the reason why is that even though kids are not going to the hospital in droves, they're still increased by more than 4 times since Omicron compared to before, but still proportionally speaking lower. But they are the vectors of infection to members of the household, particularly immunocompromised elderly folks. So there are multiple reasons. Kids get sick as well. Kids get long COVID as well. Kids get this post-immunologic syndrome that we call MISC, which is like later on you can get sort of like heart, lung, other organ involvement, and we can't predict it. And then most importantly, I think they're also the conveyors or purveyors of infection to the household. At the end of the day, I think if you think at the minimum you want to keep kids in school and reduce their chances of just getting infected, getting vaccinated is just one of the many pieces of armor that we can equip kids with.
Yeah, of course, that was kind of one of the main arguments from critics after the federal public transit mask mandate was lifted due to that judge's ruling last week that, children under the age of 6 if they're traveling on an airplane, they would be at risk of contracting COVID because they are part of that vulnerable population. So we could talk about the lifting of that mask mandate by the TSA. We know it's working its way through the courts right now, so we'll see what happens. But at the time last week, what did you make of it? What was your first reaction? Do you think it was right, or did you think it was long overdue?
So I was actually on a plane from New York to San Francisco while the mandate was lifted. And I would say in my plane, everyone kind of kept the masks on just because I think people were kind of stunned. You know, in terms of the timing, I think when it happened, I was a little bit nervous because we didn't really know where BA2 was going to go yet. But so far, in retrospect, it seems that, you know, we're seeing this continued decoupling, lots of cases in the community, not a lot of hospitalizations. And I think that 2-week additional interval would have just given us a better picture. I think people are nervous if they have kids. And again, not only because kids may get sick, although at a lower probability, but because they may sort of bring it into the household. And there's good data from Toronto and other places showing that even though young adults can bring virus in, it's the kids that transmit it to other people because you're sort of doting on the kids and close contact with them. So do I think that it's, you know, a good idea to go from the population level to the individual level in terms of protection? I think, you know, unquestionably, the mask mandate wasn't something that should have been on indefinitely. But I think because it's was dynamic last week, it probably was a little premature, but at some point it had to end. And, you know, I think we have to settle into a new normal at some sort. I am worried about public transit and other settings because it does bring people from vulnerable populations together who may not be able to afford good masks, etc. So that's another dimension that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow night on a red-eye back east, Daytona. My colleague, she flew last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see. I haven't flown in some time, so it'll be interesting to see just the number of people who have masks on or who don't. Doctor, one last COVID thing I want to get your opinion on, and Fox 11 touched on it a little bit, but we know Vice President Harris, she tested positive for COVID just a couple of days ago, but she was given Paxlovid. And so we know that she was, you know, not really symptomatic, that she was experiencing mild symptoms, but giving someone an antiviral medication if they're experiencing very low symptoms led some people to believe that it could possibly be more serious. Is that true? Are we looking too much into this?
So in contrast to when President Trump got Regeneron, which is monoclonal antibodies, I think that really was a lifesaver for him. For Kamala Harris, she doesn't have the demographic that I would worry about in terms of being hospitalized or getting seriously ill. So, you know, I think that getting Paxlovid was sort of, you know, it was a risk benefit probably from the administration. Doesn't have much downside. It's really well tolerated. I think right now it's probably the biggest bang for the buck, like the commentator said, is people who are have comorbidities, immunocompromised, older, etc., where you can prevent hospitalization by as much as 89% if taken within the first 3 days. However, there's a lot of other benefits that haven't really been explored fully, which is it drops your viral load down very quickly, so potentially you can transmit less efficiently the sooner you take it. It probably will be eventually approved for people who have just even been exposed like we do for oseltamivir or Tamiflu. Like, for example, if somebody's in a nursing home, they had influenza, the other nursing home members in close contact will get Tamiflu, even if they weren't positive for influenza. And that's because it prevents the onset of infection. So I think lots of interesting uses potentially in the future for Paxlovid. For right now, biggest priority, somebody who's probably older, sicker, and at risk for getting hospitalized, rather than Kamala Harris, although, you know, has potentially other benefits as well.
Doctor, I want to get your opinion on something not COVID related, but still that is percolating right now in places around the globe. Health officials are expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak impacting kids in nearly a dozen countries and several U.S. states. According to the WHO, there have been 169 cases of severe acute hepatitis in 11 countries, including the U.S. So far, one child has died, and 17 others have required liver transplants as a result of the disease. The CDC is closely monitoring this. This is scary. What should we make of it, and what should parents need to know?
I think parents need to know warning signs for if their kid might be at risk for getting hepatitis, which is inflammation of the liver. We usually think about hepatitis as caused by hepatitis viruses like hepatitis B or hepatitis C. But in this case, this inflammation of the liver is not caused by those viruses, but rather it's suspected that it's caused by a virus that causes a common cold called adenovirus, and a specific type called type 41. They found that in, not everyone, but quite a few number of these cases around the world with this inflammation of the liver. What parents need to know: watch out for the warning signs: nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine.
Moderna taking new.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry, that was our mistake there. Yep.
No, that's all right. So, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine. But the kickoff is really sort of yellow eyes, so jaundice. That will be a kickoff or a tip-off. You can definitely need to go get medical attention in that case.
Okay, and then one last thing that we want to get to, because we learned today the FDA is proposing a ban on menthol cigarettes and also flavored cigars, including cigarillos. This has been kind of working its way through the public health bureaucracy as well, but the FDA wants to make this official. The agency's director, Robert Califf, said to Capitol Hill today he determined these actions were appropriate for the protection of public health. Why this specific insistence on this type of menthol cigarette as opposed to, other types of tobacco products? Why is the FDA particularly concerned about this one?
So there's several reasons, Andrew. The first is that it's one of equity. So 85% of African Americans smoke menthols compared to the general population, which is about 30%. It's the 50% of people who start smoking use menthol products, and it's harder to quit once you're on menthol. Above all, the big point is that cigarettes still cause about 500,000 deaths every year, which is huge, and it is preventable. So it's actually the #1 preventable cause of deaths in the United States right now. So I think for all those reasons, and interestingly, Canada did this a while ago, so we can have estimates as to the impact on people quitting. And it's estimated that if you pass this law in the United States, more than 1 million people would quit off the bat within the first year to a year and a half. So, not small potatoes here, and probably an easy intervention to implement to do this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was reading about this. I guess I didn't realize the FDA has not always regulated tobacco products. They started, I think, back in 2009. But this ban wouldn't take effect for some time, about 2 years from now, possibly. The FDA is still accepting public comments. It'd be interesting to see what we hear from menthol cigarette smokers who essentially, if this is not open and available to them in the marketplace, you would just have to imagine that it would kind of go underground.
Yes, but I think from the Canadian experience, at least so far, it doesn't seem, there will always be underground stuff, but I think that it's always a risk benefit, and it's the juice with the squeeze kind of issue. And I think based on the data so far, the juice is expected to be worth the squeeze just because of the numbers of people. Cigarette usage has actually been declining for the last 10 years, but it got an uptick during the pandemic, interestingly, and we could even accelerate that decline further by this simple action.
All right, I know we covered a lot of topics, Doctor, but we always appreciate your insight into all of them, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, a huge thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft and Dr. Peter Chin Hong for that very in-depth health segment there. Be sure to tune in to Live Now from Fox here this morning at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be touching base with Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Penn Medicine. He'll be joining us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for a similar conversation on all of the top health-related news that we have been following for you here on Live Now from Fox. But we are officially a little bit past the top of the 7 o'clock Eastern Time hour, and if you are just tuning into our stream, good morning. Thank you for starting off your day with us. Hard to believe that we are about to close out another month in 2022. So to start your Friday off with some positive vibes, some good energy, here's a Live Now look at the shoreline in Daytona Beach, Florida. I bet all of us wish we could be taking a stroll on the beach at sunrise. I certainly wish I do, or I wish I could. Maybe this weekend, but wanted to start you off there with this look at Daytona Beach, Florida, and that is because I am right down the road joining you live from Orlando, Florida. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'll be with you for the next several hours, continuing to bring you all of the top stories, breaking news, and some live events that we are expected to get into our desk within the next several hours. Focusing on a number of major top stories that we have our attention on, I do want to give you a closer look at some of what we're following. So also a major headline that we are bringing to you here this morning, the fact that today marks day 65 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We know that shellings were reported on buildings in the capital of Kiev. We also learned that an American soldier died in the fight alongside of Ukrainian soldiers. We can confirm that a 22-year-old American and former Marine named Willie Joseph Cancel was killed fighting with Ukrainian forces this past Monday. Now, his death comes as reports say heavier fighting continues in the Donbas region, where Russian gains are very limited. Meanwhile, Russian missiles struck buildings in Kiev, reportedly immediately after a meeting between Ukrainian President Zelensky and the UN Secretary General there. He was in Kiev yesterday touring the damage and did hold a press conference with the Ukrainian president. So we will be sure to play that for you in full here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Now, this is all coming as President Biden is asking Congress for billions of dollars in additional aid to Ukraine. So when it comes to what Biden is proposing here, he's basically asking Congress, and he made this announcement yesterday, asking them for $33 billion to bolster Ukraine's fight against Russia. We do know that the package has about $20 billion in defense spending for Ukraine, $8.5 billion to keep Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's government providing services and paying salaries. There's also an additional $3 billion in global food and humanitarian programs, which include money to help Ukrainian refugees who fled to the U.S. and to pro-American farmers to grow wheat and other crops to replace the vast amounts of food that Ukraine normally produces. So we're going to be following the very latest developments from out there on the ground in Ukraine, as well as how the United States is continuing to respond and commemorate what has happened thus far. In just a little bit, too, we're going to bring you a full press conference from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she unveiled an exhibit in our nation's capital with pictures from the war in Ukraine, as it has already been 65 days since Russia first invaded. So we'll get to some more coverage on that in just a moment. Meanwhile, another major story that we're following here this morning, what is going on with our economy? Well, the U.S. economy shrank in the first 3 months of the year, according to a new report that came out yesterday. And some economists are foreseeing a return to growth, but others are fearing a recession. So I do want to bring you a little more context to this story and how the Biden administration is reacting here with our very own Fox's Doug Lazater.
The Biden administration was hoping that it had enough time left before the midterm elections to usher in new social spending plans, maybe even cancel student loan debt. Now all of that may be in doubt. It's not just rising prices. It's an economy now that is in retreat, shrinking in size last quarter.
We're joined today by 5 small business owners.
And that news came on the same day the president was supposed to be talking up the economy with a group of small business owners at the White House.
I'm not concerned about a recession. And I mean, you're always concerned about a recession.
You're probably on the front end of a recession.
Pundits were quick to point out what could now be a dangerous cycle of negative economic growth fueled by rising prices.
Wages and salaries are falling behind inflation. Output is falling behind inflation. The stock market's falling behind inflation. And that means people's paychecks are shrinking.
And for the administration, getting new spending plans through Congress is going to be even more difficult now, with moderate Democrats more likely to cite the impact on inflation. And that comes as the president is facing more pressure from the left to cancel student loan debt.
And the Biden administration can take the first step toward dealing with this by canceling $50,000 in student loan debt.
But that risks alienating many Americans who chose not to go to college to avoid that debt, and those who paid off their loans or diligently saved to avoid them.
You know, here's my student loan plan. You took out the loan. Pay it back.
Now, President Biden says he is open to the idea, but there is now more than $1.5 trillion in outstanding federal student loan debt, and forgiving that could fuel even more inflation. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Meanwhile, as promised, it's one of the major top stories that we are following here on this Friday morning, day 65 of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We did learn just yesterday that missile strikes were reported in the capital of Kiev, and this is some video that we've got coming in this morning here from the scene where Ukrainian officials said at least 10 people were injured when missiles struck a 25-story residential building in Kiev last night, causing fires and partially destroying at least 2 floors. You could see several firefighters, first responders, and police on scene here. Now, these strikes actually came as Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, and the Bulgarian Prime Minister were making visits to Kyiv for talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said the decision to carry out strikes while international leaders were in the city was, quote, a heinous act of barbarism and demonstrated Russia's, quote, attitude towards Ukraine, Europe, and the world. So ever since even before Russia officially invaded Ukraine, we've had Fox News international correspondent Trey Yinks out there bringing us the very latest from on the ground. So he is giving us some more information this morning about these strikes that were reported in Kyiv and how civilians out there are continuing to hold up amid this invasion. Let's listen in.
Black smoke rises up from the skyline of the Ukrainian capital. Earlier tonight, 2 Russian missiles slammed into a weapons manufacturing plant. While Russia continues to target cities across Ukraine, the United States is stepping in to provide even more military support to the Eastern European country. If approved, President Biden's $33 billion aid request to Congress will give the Ukrainians $20 billion for things like drones, artillery, and other heavy systems.
Every day the Ukrainians pay for the price, and the price they pay is with their lives for this fight. So we need to contribute arms, funding, ammunition, and the economic support to make their courage and sacrifice have purpose so they can continue this fight.
Officials in Moscow continue to blame Kyiv for ongoing escalation, despite clear signs that Russia is pushing forward with an offensive.
The continued provocation of Ukraine to carry out strikes against Russian objects will invariably lead to a harsh response from Russia.
Those accusations come as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres visits Kyiv. He met today with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss a variety of topics, including a proposal to evacuate an estimated 2,000 Ukrainian soldiers and 1,000 civilians from a steel plant in the besieged city of Mariupol.
Ukraine is ready for immediate negotiations on the evacuation of people from Azovstal, as well as to ensure the implementation of any agreements reached.
The Ukrainian leader has seen firsthand what Russian forces can do to the civilian population. Innocent people like Vitaly, a blind Ukrainian man we met in March, losing everything. His home reduced to rubble after being hit by a Russian shell. Miraculously, Vitaly survived and had a simple but powerful plea. Sir, please help me. Ukraine's prosecutor general is investigating the treatment of civilians by Russian forces. She announced today that 10 Russian soldiers have been identified and accused of torture in the village next to Vitaly's. In Kiev, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Trey Yingst for that report. And as promised, we do have that press conference between the UN Secretary General and President Volodymyr Zelensky. We're going to play that for you in just a few minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, if you remember, this was a situation that we first brought to you months ago when it unfolded. Well, now when we come back, we're going to bring you the latest details on the fact that a documentary is coming out today in several theaters across the state of Texas about rapper Travis Scott's deadly Astroworld music festival. Dozens of people were injured, multiple people killed, and this is all happening while a lawsuit is going on there in the state of Texas from all of the victims and their families. So we'll bring you the latest information on that. Plus, we are also taking you back inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. All week long, we have brought you the testimony from experts and other people related to the $50 million defamation trial between Pirates of the Caribbean star Johnny Depp against his ex-wife Amber Heard. We're going to have an in-depth conversation from our very own Daytona Everett with Live Now from Fox. She spoke with a legal expert about everything we saw just yesterday. So stay tuned. All that coming up after. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29th. My name is Regina Gonzalez, continuing to bring you all of the latest developments on top stories that we are following, not only here in the United States, but worldwide. However, I do want to stay here in the U.S., actually head out to the state of Texas for an update on a story we have been following since the very beginning. So if you remember this scene, this is that deadly Astroworld music festival by rapper Travis Scott. This whole all unfolded really at the end of last year. Well, now a movie surrounding this deadly concert is set to be released today. The documentary is called Concert Crush, the Travis Scott Festival Tragedy. It's going to feature the experiences of survivors of the 2021 Astroworld Festival accident. About 500 lawsuits have been filed following the November concert, which left 10 people dead and hundreds injured. Now, Live Nation, who was the festival's promoter, is being sued. They are concerned that publicity from the documentary could taint the jury pool. Now, the documentary is opening in 11 Texas cities, including Austin, Dallas, and Houston, and they will include interviews with several people who survived the crowd surge. It's also expected to feature cell phone video shot by concert goers in which people can be heard repeatedly screaming for help. And really overall, this documentary is set to really set the scene that Travis Scott and his team and all of the personnel on site that day could have done more to prevent such a tragedy from happening. So wanted to bring you this update for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, something that we have also brought you live and raw and unfiltered, certainly that is the word here on Live Now from Fox throughout the last couple of weeks, the defamation trial between actor Johnny Depp against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He is suing her for $50 million after she published an opinion piece in the Washington Post years ago alleging that he abused her. So we heard testimony from Depp last week up until Monday, and then for the last several days we've heard from experts that have worked with Amber Heard, have interviewed Amber Heard. We also got testimony from police officers that were on scene from domestic dispute calls in Los Angeles years ago, back when they were dating. So to kind of break down everything that we saw thus far, we're not going to be taking you live inside of the courtroom today. They have not been doing the trial on Fridays. So our very own Daytona Everett actually spoke with a legal analyst talking about the audio that we heard recently, and also how this trial is really defamatory for both of the people involved, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Either one of them thought that this trial would put them back on top, would restore their credibility, would give them their reputation back, they were horribly wrong. Because I don't care who the jury finds for, and whether it's $1 or $100 million. What has come out in this trial, the evidence that has been splashed across the media for the world to see, as far as I'm concerned, has humiliated both of them, has destroyed what little credibility they hope to have again, whether the jury comes back with $1 or $1 billion. Their reputations, other than doing CD or W-rated movies that go right to wherever, no, their reputations are done.
Well, we are taking a look at Johnny Depp inside of the courtroom today. Some saying they saw him eating gummy bears, and many of them seeing him burst out into laughter over some of the testimony, not only today, but from yesterday as well. What are your thoughts in watching this? We knew that this was going to be theatrical with two actors, and we haven't even heard from Amber Heard yet, but Johnny Depp taking the stand himself. What have been your thoughts of the theater inside of the courtroom in Virginia?
From a human standpoint, having lived through a pandemic, living through a war, the uncertainty of the health of our country, both physically, emotionally, and financially, this trial is a welcome respite. And it allows us to look inside the lives of the rich and famous and say, wow, my life may not be so bad. From a lawyering standpoint, from being an officer of the court and depending upon the credibility and the vitality and the respect and the decorum for our system of justice, this is horrifying. I am mortified to see how, again, the rich and the famous and the entitled can use our system and use taxpayers' dollars to walk into a courtroom in an effort to beat the crap out of one another. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The money would have been much better spent on therapy, because a courtroom is not a substitute for therapy. And to watch witnesses vaping and testifying from a car and the laughing and watching Ms. Heard suddenly change her demeanor from one of, this isn't so bad, to ready to burst out in tears, apparently at the direction of her lawyers. To me, it is everything that is wrong with just allowing anyone to walk into a courtroom and use the courtroom for his or her own devices when there are people who really, really need and are denied access to our system of justice. The two of them ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they have allowed to happen in that courtroom.
Well, we're going to get into kind of courtroom strategy, and because you have fought cases like this before, what you would coach your clients to do in this scenario. But I want to kind of get your thoughts on how Johnny Depp's legal team is doing, because they're probably nearing the end of their side here. They've called forth several different experts and witnesses. And as we outlined in the beginning, social media is blowing up, and a lot of people saying that they're in favor of Johnny Depp. If you stand outside of the courthouse, it's mostly supporters of Johnny Depp on this front. So from a legal standpoint, how do you think they're doing?
Well, if I had to say who's winning, and I use that term relatively because I think they're both losing, and I think they're both losers, and I don't mean that like you're a loser. I just mean that if their hope was to come out of this cleansed, as I said earlier, or their credibility at least somewhat restored. See, I was defamed. I think they both lost. But if I had to pick a winner right now, I think certainly Ms. Heard is appearing to have been a manipulative, somewhat conniving person. I think to the extent that her accusations are holding up to the light of day, I don't think so. Whether it is admissible evidence of her being controlling and manipulative and perhaps the instigator, or perhaps overblowing what's going on here, or something which may not be admissible, which is the fact that she's claiming that she used a makeup cover-up for her injuries, and the company has gone public to say, that's really interesting, since we didn't have that line of cosmetics out for a year after all of this allegedly happened. That certainly isn't helpful as far as her credibility goes, to the extent that the jury sees the way she's being coached by her lawyers, where she changes her demeanor. I think in that respect, I think Johnny Depp is probably coming out to be perhaps more sympathetic than Ms. Heard is being portrayed. How she does on the stand, we don't know yet. But right now, I would say, yeah, to the extent that you want to call someone doing better than the other, it's probably Mr. Depp.
Well, this is very interesting, because that is part of the preparation process in going into a trial, is how you're going to react, facial expressions, what you're going to wear. You know, if you were the legal team, if you were representing Amber Heard, how would you kind of adjust that midway through this trial?
Well, the problem is, in a case like this, and let's take a step back. In a case like this, where both of them are saying, you have destroyed me, you have ruined my life, you have ruined my career. I was a successful actor before you came along, before you wrote this op-ed piece, before you sent your lawyers out to make sure I could never work in this town again. I don't think you need very much coaching beforehand to look upset, to look distraught. My God, that's your ex on the stand, somebody you once pledged your eternal loyalty and love to. I don't really think anyone needs to whisper in your ear to say, hey, listen, you gotta look upset. So from that standpoint, the whole thing is a travesty. The theater lawyers, we are trained. We are the actors. We are the ones who are the directors and the producers. But that all gets done beforehand, not midway in the trial. If you're doing it midway, it's too late.
All right. Well, with that being said, I want to get into just a couple of the specifics from the day. We were just listening into an ACLU representative. They say that they reached out to Amber Heard in 2019 about pledged annual installments that she said she was going to hand over, and they say that she was unable to do that due to financial hardships. which brings a different element, I feel like, into Amber Heard's case here, that maybe she was having some financial troubles. And then they ended up going on to say that Elon Musk went forward and made a $1 million donation here, bringing Elon Musk, who was allegedly dating Amber Heard at the time, into the storyline, which we just learned yesterday he will no longer be testifying in defense of Amber Heard here. But what does this do for Amber Heard's case?
The whole ACLU piece adds another layer, in my humble opinion, of the theater of the absurd. Because certainly the ACLU stood to benefit from someone as public as Amber Heard speaking out as a victim of domestic violence. Having said that, if in fact Mr. Depp may have made a contribution towards that, then it's almost as if Mr. Depp has paid for his own demise. Then you have the ACLU. Was the ACLU an unknowing dupe towards this fiasco, this lie perpetrated by Amber Heard? Or was the ACLU a willing participant, since they stood to reap the benefits both financially from Ms. Heard and certainly as far as public relations is concerned? So what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, there's a lot to consume and a lot to watch every day, in which everyone is watching. We are waiting for Amber Heard because she will be testifying, and there's two sides to every story. What are your expectations going into her testimony, her side, her strategy?
I would guess that she will put on a theatrical performance, much like Johnny Depp did. I could have sworn that when Mr. Depp was testifying, he was auditioning, and I was waiting for someone to go, cut, that's a wrap, thank you, good job, we'll be in touch. I expect the same from Ms. Heard. This is the two of them. As I said, if they thought they were trying to come out of this alive and for the better, they are killing each other. They are killing their careers, their reputations. They are killing their families. I for the life of me, how someone did not sit down with them and say, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Do you really want to do this? If we've ever seen an example of an operation being a success, but the patient died, because maybe one of them will get something out of this jury, but it's not going to restore them. It's not going to put them back to the place that they were before the two of them met each other.
All right, legal analyst Randy Zellin joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll be waiting for the next testimony, and especially Amber Heard to take the stand.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to Daytona Everett for that in-depth segment on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. As I mentioned earlier, they do not head into the courtroom on Fridays, but be sure to stick with us on Live Now from Fox next week. It usually starts around 10 a.m. Eastern time, and all week long for the last couple of weeks since it began, we have been bringing you inside of the courtroom. And when we haven't been able to stream it right here live on our show, we've also had a separate YouTube stream on our Live Now from Fox channel. So be sure to head to our page and see any major clips, any major testimony that you may have missed as this trial continues. It is expected to go into about mid-May. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to be in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here's a Live Now look at the sun rising over the city right now. Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine is going to be joining us live to talk all about the major health headlines that we've gotten to our desk within the last 24 hours. Those include Moderna seeking emergency use authorization for its COVID-19 vaccine for the world's littlest children, ages 6 months to 5 years old. Also, the FDA proposing to rule a ban against menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29th, a little after 7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. But regardless of where you're joining us from, thanks so much for starting off your day with us. We are taking a live now look over Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That is because, as promised before that quick break, we're going to stay in Philadelphia live to talk about all of the major health headlines that we've gotten to our desk within the last 24 hours and what we've kind of been following throughout the week. In order to do that, we are going to welcome on Dr. Mike Sirigliano. He is joining us live from Philly to do just that. Dr. Mike, so good to see you. How have you been?
I've been fine, busy with COVID and everything else, but hanging in there, doing okay.
Well, that's good to hear, Dr. Mike. We always appreciate you breaking down all of the very extensive information when it comes to not just COVID news, but we've got other topics to talk about too. But I do want to start with some COVID-19 related news. We first broke it to our audience on Thursday. Moderna seeking emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine for the world's youngest children. So when you talk about youngest children, what age group are we looking at? And so far, what do we know that the data has shown?
Well, they're looking at 6 months old up to 5. And that's the one group. It includes about 18 million children. And these folks have not had an opportunity to get vaccinated. And the Moderna vaccine, which, by the way, is a quarter of the dose, about 25 micrograms, 2 doses, showed a fairly robust response to protecting kids from symptomatic COVID and severe COVID. Now, the FDA has a benchmark of about 50%. The numbers are a little lower than that, but I expect that this will get emergency use authorization along with the Pfizer vaccine, which they're looking at more data. That may require 3 doses. So the timing of all of this is yet to be seen, but I feel confident it'll be available.
And, you know, Dr. Mike, we've had COVID-19 vaccines since early last year at this point. So why has it taken so long to get a specific vaccine for such young children?
Well, it comes down to data, and is it safe, and is it effective? And the safety part of this, I got to tell you, as a parent, no occurrence of myocarditis. That may reflect the fact that it's only a quarter of the dose, a very low dose. And the children tolerated it very well. The only side effect that they saw was a sore arm, which you get from many, many different vaccines. And I think it's the right thing to do. My 2 children, although they are 10 and 13, have been fully vaccinated.
And, you know, my next question to you, kind of going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, is, you know, obviously when a baby is that little, I feel like maybe they don't really leave the house that much. You know, is their exposure to COVID-19 still greater than usual? Really, the question is, should kids that age even get the vaccine? What advice do you have for parents right now with small children?
Well, the way you need to look at this is that many schools, including my own children's schools, have lifted mask mandates, and that's a whole nother topic. And I think it's we're in a better place right now, much better than we were 2 years ago. So bottom line is this: it's a good thing. We're going in the right direction, but kids are susceptible. Kids can get very sick. These young children can end up in the hospital. If you're a parent out there deciding on what to do, in my humble opinion, based on the science, that it is a risk-benefit ratio and the benefit outweighs any risk. You don't want long COVID. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19, especially in very young people. And so you want to protect yourself and your family. Get vaccinated. I've been saying that since day one that they were available.
Yeah, and Dr. Mike, I actually do want to get your take, obviously, in your profession, on the status of America in this pandemic, because it was a huge story that we followed yesterday. Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that we are kind of moving out of the pandemic phase as a nation, but then he really retracted that statement. So where do you feel that we are at this point in time?
Well, I've had about 4 or 5 cases a day of COVID-19. And so we're not out of it. What I said and where I think we are, we're in a better place. And unlike China, where they have a zero COVID tolerance policy, I think they're mistaken in doing that, because COVID's never going to go away. It's going to be around forever. We just need to learn to live with it. Now, what is the big difference compared to 2 years ago? We have vaccines. They work. And to this day, since this whole BA2 variant has been rearing its ugly head, I've had at least 3 or 4 patients every day come down with COVID, but they were vaccinated and they're doing fine. They have a bad cold. They stay home. They're not on a ventilator. They're not getting any kind of treatments unless they are at high risk. And then I give them a drug called Paxlovid, which is an antiviral, and they get over the virus even quicker. So are we out of the pandemic? No. Are we getting into a post-pandemic era? Yes. Do we have better treatments? Yes. Are people ending up dying? Those who are not vaccinated, I'd worry. But get vaccinated, it's all good.
Yeah, and this is all happening as we had that judge last week lift mask mandates on public transportation. The Biden administration and the DOJ planning to appeal that. So when it comes to travel, Dr. Mike, we've seen on airlines that it's basically optional at this point. You've got some wearing masks, some not. So what is your advice as we do enter this phase of being at a better point in the pandemic?
Well, Regina, my advice is wear a mask. But if you don't wear a mask, okay. Again, I've quoted this since day one. America is the land of the free and home of the brave. Again, now that we have vaccinations, we know the game better. We know the virus much better. If you want to get on a plane, not wear a mask, you're not vaccinated, God bless you. If you are vaccinated and you get on a plane, I'd wear a mask. Why not? It's simple, and it'll protect you. I can't afford to get COVID. I have not gotten COVID, knock on wood, since the beginning of this whole thing. It's because I am not paranoid, I'm cautious. And that's how you deal with it. I don't do crazy things. I don't go in large crowds of people. I don't do that without wearing a mask.
Yeah, well, I've had COVID, and I'm proud of you for not getting it. I don't recommend getting it. It's not fun. So glad to hear that you haven't had. You've been keeping safe. So definitely wanted to get your insight on all of the latest when it came to the pandemic. But Dr. Mike, we actually do have more news to talk about on the health front, and I do want to show our viewers some video here because it was a major announcement that we got just yesterday. The FDA proposing a rule to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. So, Dr. Mike, my question to you is why specifically these products as opposed to all of the other tobacco products that are out there?
Well, I think they tend to market these products, and for many people, they have a taste, they have a flavor. Young people, African Americans, a lot of folks are consumers of these products. And there's some debate about, if they ban menthol cigarettes, is that focusing on certain groups? My take on this whole thing is that whatever your race, whatever your ethnic background, smoking will kill you. So I don't care whether it's a bad thing. And if it is being modified with putting flavorings like these cigars and these blunts or whatever you call them, and cigarettes with menthol, forget about it. I don't want that. And if we're going to get people to stop smoking, you need to get rid of it. So I'm all in favor of this.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, kind of going off of that, as far as a timeline, what we're looking here, if this were to get finalized, we're seeing that it may not be for a couple of years, and then obviously we anticipate that some of these tobacco companies are going to fight this.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, they have a lot to lose. They have a lot of money to lose. And my agenda is to keep people alive and not need oxygen. Think about it. If you're out there and you're listening to this and you're a smoker, do you want to be at your grandchildren's wedding where you have an oxygen tank? And believe me, I've been invited to a lot of my patients' weddings. I'm very proud of that. And some of them, I think they invited me to the wedding because they were afraid they might not make it, because they're on oxygen, because they smoked all those years and they have emphysema. It's just a bad, bad thing. You want to invest, Regina, in your health, 401k, so that, Regina, when you get older, you can reap the harvest of your labors and you can go like hiking up a mountain when you're retired someday and not be restricted to sitting playing bingo. Not that I have anything against bingo. I love bingo.
I love that for you. Well, yeah, definitely eager to see how this is going to play out in the next couple of years and as this case kind of moves forward with the FDA. So we'll definitely touch base with you about that as it kind of goes on. Another story to get to here on the health front, Dr. Mike. We are talking about bird flu. Now, this has been a story that's kind of been around for a couple of weeks now. And just yesterday, we found out that this highly contagious strain of avian flu, it's called, that likely killed hundreds of birds and spread across more than 24 states, I'm seeing, has been detected in a human for the first time in the United States. So what is this disease and should we be worried? Can you kind of elaborate here?
Well, it's kind of a fascinating scientific story if you like scary stories. So there's another case in a human in China. And in that particular case, they worked on a poultry farm and they raised crows. How do you like that? We have tons of crows in Philly. They're wild. We don't have to raise them. But I guess some people do. So this young child contracted, I believe it's the H3N8 virus. Now, what is that? It is kind of a subclass of influenza A. And what's fascinating about this, back in 1889, there was a pandemic. We all talked about 1918 with the Spanish flu. This was called the Russian flu, and it originated in Russia, and it killed about 1 million people. Now, before people start thinking, oh my God, again, so far, the virus is not able really to readily transmit from one human to the other. It's got to be more of a perfect storm like COVID-19. It's the right virus at the right time with the right mutations in an area where then it gets spread from one human to another. And then you have a problem. But I don't think we're there yet. But I got to tell you, Regina, hopefully when we're long and gone, there will be another pandemic. We'll be better at handling it, I hope. But viruses are out there, and they're all trying to eke out a living, every one of them.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, when you talk about humans contracting this bird flu, what type of symptoms does that initiate? Or are we talking mild symptoms or going to the hospital? What can this do to a human being?
Well, it does cause flu-like symptoms, and for the young boy in China, they were hospitalized a couple of days, and then they got discharged, so they're fine. Again, as we've so always have learned, you know, if it had been a really old person, maybe a 90-year-old, who knows? But the bottom line is, so far, not to worry. Okay? Not to worry. But in the very beginning, when we saw the hospital going up in Wuhan, China, I also said, don't worry. But we'll see. Again, in all my heart and soul, I don't think this is a problem.
All right, well, that is definitely good to know. We'll definitely keep monitoring this situation for our viewers here. Another medical headline that I want to get to here, Dr. Mike, is the World Health Organization actually monitoring and expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak that's impacting small kids. So what do we know about this right now?
Well, there's a lot of intrigue and interest in this. They are young children. Some of them have needed liver transplants. It causes hepatitis. It can be very, very dangerous. These are in young children, and it's been seen in Europe, around the country, around the world. Not a lot of numbers, but concerning. Now, there's a lot of theories as to what is going on here. They think it might be an adenovirus, which is another kind of virus, that because kids were in lockdown and weren't in daycare, not getting these viruses as an earlier age, it might be now getting to them a little bit later. I don't know. There might be some mutation with that virus. I would just, what I would do at this point as a parent, just keep an eye on your children. If they should develop abdominal pain or jaundice where their eyes look yellow, seek medical attention.
And yeah, and Dr. Mike, I'm seeing that, despite this concern here, that actually hepatitis is often mild in children. Am I right?
Sure. And hepatitis is very prevalent, and there's a variety of different kinds. There's hepatitis A that you can get from a food if it's prepared by someone that has hepatitis A. There's hepatitis B. You can get that from IV drugs and things like that. Hep C, and there's a variety of viruses out there that can cause hepatitis. Cytomegalovirus. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But the bottom line is this, that if you have elevated liver tests, you warrant a workup. And so if you go to your healthcare provider and they do lab tests and your liver tests are up, they have to work it up. Now, if you have jaundice and you don't feel well and you have nausea and vomiting, and you're going to seek attention right away. And that's very important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for elaborating on that, Dr. Mike. One more topic that I want to get to before we send you off. The United States Preventative Services Task Force officially updated its guidelines for, or to recommend against initiating daily low doses of aspirin in people 60 and older. So what are the important details regarding this? Why is this important?
Well, basically, that organization is echoing the American Heart Association and basically saying, look, no one should just take a baby aspirin because they think it's good for them or because it's the right thing to do to prevent a heart attack. You have to take a baby aspirin when there is a reason. Now, if you have known heart disease, you have coronary artery disease, you had a stroke, you had a heart attack, you have stents, you have a lot, then you need to talk to your healthcare provider because it may be very, very important that you are on a baby aspirin. What this is targeting, this data, is that, well, everybody should just be on a baby aspirin. It won't hurt you. It's good for you. But that's not the case. The risk of bleeding from your intestinal tract, your stomach, or bleeding into your head does go up significantly. And so you have to have a reason to take it.
Got you. Well, a lot of headlines to get to here, Dr. Mike. We really thank you for joining us and elaborating on all of them. We will certainly be touching base with you again next week, and we thank you for your time. Have a great weekend.
Regina, you are the best. You rock. I love you.
We love you too, Dr. Mike. We'll see you soon. Have a good day. All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. If you have a question for Dr. Mike Sirigliano, as you see, we talk about all sorts of medical topics. Be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox, and we'll be sure to get that answered for you here. We usually talk to him once or twice a week. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for starting off your day with us. If you were joining us before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we were talking to Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Penn Medicine. He was joining us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to really elaborate on all of the major medical headlines that we've been following throughout this week and within the last 24 hours. Well, one of the topics that we discussed was related to the World Health Organization having a growing concern for a hepatitis outbreak among young children, healthy children, to say also. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Molly Line. She's also bringing us some more information on this story here this morning. Let's take a listen.
Health officials are on high alert following an unexplainable rise in hepatitis and adenovirus cases in children around the globe. Outbreaks of the two illnesses first began last October in Alabama. Since then, cluster infections of rare acute hepatitis have been detected in the U.S., Europe, and Asia. Health experts say many of the children who contracted the illness were previously healthy, and none had COVID-19 in the past.
So far, at least 169 cases of acute hepatitis have been reported from 11 countries in Europe and in the United States in children aged from 1 month to 16 years.
The outbreak has prompted the CDC to issue a national health alert. Doctors are asking parents to keep a close watch for symptoms for both illnesses, which include abdominal pain, diarrhea, and vomiting, among others. Hepatitis is often mild in children and can go undetected, but doctors warn that severe cases can require hospitalization and in some cases lead to liver failure.
There's always concern when we see that there's a cluster of some type of infection occurring, because we don't know if that means.
The rise in cases comes as another disease, measles, has surged 79% worldwide in children due to vaccination disruptions caused by COVID-19.
These illnesses are real and they can come back and we can have outbreaks.
The cause of the spike in hepatitis cases worldwide is not known at this time, but officials have ruled out any connection to COVID-19 and the COVID-19 vaccine, as most of the children who got ill were not eligible for the vaccine at that time. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Molly Line for that report. Meanwhile, in other health-related news, the number of teenagers in the United States dying from drug overdoses is increasing, and more than half of them are related to one specific drug. So we do have our Fox News multimedia reporter Joy Addison covering the latest on this story this morning. Let's listen in.
Researchers say there are several reasons for this unfortunate increase. It includes the solitude and isolation of the pandemic and drugs being laced with fentanyl, which makes them stronger, cheaper, and more deadly.
Beautiful, vibrant, passionate, incredible. On July 24th, 2020, my daughter Lydia, who's 23, was found deceased in her room.
Lydia's cause of death was an accidental overdose. Renee Crest says her daughter struggled with addiction, but had been sober and in recovery for over a year.
We were in the pandemic, and isolation, I think, had a big factor.
According to a study published by the Journal of the American Medical Association, deadly overdoses among adolescents nearly doubled from 492 in 2019 to 954 in 2020. There was an additional rise of 20% in 2021.
The more we isolated our kids, the more they had, just a two-dimensional world rather than actually being out with all the social emotional learning that they need to do. I think that the mental health crisis became so acute. Anxiety, depression.
George Youngblood works with Teen and Family Services in Houston. He says kids in their outreach program alone have doubled.
In the fall semester, just in one of our school districts, we saw almost 600 kids in crisis, which was an increase from pre-pandemic numbers in that school district of about 350.
The National Institute on Drug Abuse says a lot of the drugs are a lot more deadly.
There has been a huge rise in illicitly manufactured prescription pills that contain fentanyl, at least 30% of which can have doses that can kill someone.
So what are we doing now? What are we doing now?
Last year, the El Paso sector of Customs and Border Protection seized 6 times the amount of fentanyl seized in 2018. Last week, President Biden released the first ever national drug control strategy. It addresses untreated drug addiction and drug trafficking. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Joy Addison for that report. Some of you are going to see one more 2-minute commercial break before the top of the hour, and when we officially do reach the top of the hour and come back, we'll get you all up to speed on the top stories that Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29th. We are officially a little past the 8 o'clock Eastern time hour, and you are taking a live now look over New York City. You can see traffic just bunched up out there as people begin that morning commute to work. Regardless of where you are joining us from, thank you so much for starting off your day with us. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. For the last several hours, I've been bringing you all the latest developments on the top stories that we're following, not only here in the United States, but around the globe as well. So I do want to give you a closer, in-depth look at some of what we've got going on here and what we can expect later today. So we're monitoring the fact that yesterday we got some tough news when it came to the status of our nation's economy. We found out that the U.S. economy shrank in the first 3 months of the year and faces threats from high inflation and rising interest rates. So some economists are foreseeing that we can return to some sort of growth, but other economists are predicting that this could be leading us into another recession. So we're going to get you some more in-depth conversations regarding this from Fox Business contributors, as well as our own Fox News correspondents. We're also following the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, officially entering day 65. And unfortunately, as we mark day 65, we learned that this 22-year-old American and a former Marine, his name is Willie Joseph Cancel. These photos were provided to us by his wife. He was killed fighting with Ukrainian forces this past Monday. Now, his death is coming as reports say heavier fighting is continuing in the Donbas region, where the UK says Russian gains are very limited. Meanwhile, Russian missiles struck buildings in Kiev, which is Ukraine's capital, just last night, and that happened immediately after a meeting between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the UN Secretary General. This all coming as President Biden is asking Congress for $33 billion to bolster Ukraine's fight against Russia. Some of this going to defense spending for their military, additional money going towards keeping Ukrainian President Zelensky's government, providing services and paying salaries to people who are still out there. And then you've also got additional money expected to go towards global food and humanitarian programs. So we're following the very latest with the Russian invasion of Ukraine here on Live Now from Fox. So I actually do want to start off the top of this hour by doing just that. Here's a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. And it was a live announcement that we brought you right here on our show just yesterday. Like I mentioned, President Biden asking Congress for more than $30 billion in new aid for Ukraine. Our very own Madeline Rivera is bringing us the latest on what that aid entails and what is going on out there in Ukraine as we speak.
With fears growing that the war in Ukraine could drag on longer than many had thought,
we need to be prepared for the long term.
President Biden is asking Congress for more money to help Ukraine. $33 billion for military, economic, and humanitarian support, intended to last until September 30th.
The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen.
The massive request comes as the Biden administration unveils another proposal to strengthen the United States' ability to investigate, prosecute, and forfeit the assets of Russian oligarchs.
We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains.
The aid package has broad bipartisan support.
I will make sure the Senate prioritizes this important funding package so we can get help to the Ukrainian people fast. ASAP.
He needs to put a bill on the floor of the Senate that provides the Ukrainian people with the tools they need to win this war.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin is blaming the West for prolonging the conflict. It's an allegation the U.S. has denied, pointing to Russia as the aggressor, as President Putin ramps up his rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons.
We are, of course, will prepare for every scenario, and we will defend the United States and defend our allies and partners as is required.
The push to provide Ukraine with more funding could hit a snag in Congress if the proposal is tied to a stalled COVID relief package. GOP lawmakers are pushing for the two to remain separate. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. We're going to continue our coverage on that story, the latest surrounding what's going on the ground there in Ukraine. A little bit later in our show, we did have the UN Secretary General visiting President Zelensky and holding a press conference. So we'll bring you that full update, those remarks from both of them here in just a little bit. However, I do want to stay here in the United States for the next few minutes of our show. That is because 30 years ago, 4 white Los Angeles Police Department officers were exonerated for the beating of Rodney King, and the verdict sparked riots from April 29th through May 4th, 1992 across Los Angeles, setting the city on fire, quite literally. After the verdict was announced, the Los Angeles mayor, Tom Bradley, held a news conference during which he stated, today, this jury told the world that what we all saw with our own eyes wasn't a crime. Well, hours after the verdict, protests turned to violence as the LA riots began. Across several days of rioting, a total of 64 people were killed, more than 2,300 were injured, thousands were arrested, and estimates of property damage were around $1 billion. So we are just minutes away from speaking live with one of our Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters. He's going to be bringing us a live interview from an officer who's recalling those moments 30 years ago. But in the meantime, we actually do have some exclusive interviews from our Los Angeles team that they've also provided for us as they mark 30 years since this happened right in their area. They actually spoke with Rodney King's daughter about that moment in history and the point when she realized all of the unrest was due to an incident involving her father. So I want to bring you this segment here on Live Now from Fox this morning, again, as we mark 30 years since the first day of the LA riots.
An important anniversary coming up this week. Some of the darkest days in LA history, the 1992 LA riots. It's been 30 years since the social upheaval following the Rodney King verdicts. One person has a unique perspective from everyone else, Rodney King's daughter. Our Laura Diaz spoke with her one-on-one in this revealing report.
They are known as the Rodney King riots. But Rodney King had nothing to do with the violence of those 3 nights. Yet his daughter Laura, only 8 years old at the time, and watching the riots on TV, quickly realized her father was at the center.
Did you realize the connection of the verdict over your father's beating to what was taking place here in 1992?
Initially, I didn't, because I didn't know what was going on. And then once I heard people chanting his name, then I realized what was going on.
We meet at the infamous corner of Florence and Normandy, flashpoint of the riots. Laura tells me that in 1992, she had just moved into this neighborhood. Now it was on fire.
Do you feel a connection to it or not?
You know, it's weird, I do. I get really emotional every time I come here. For some reason, I naturally have a reaction, an emotional reaction that's unexplainable, to where it's like, oh. My sister and myself were going to the liquor store, and then we realized it was like smoke. And once we got there, our liquor store was literally on fire.
Later, in a more formal setting, Laura says that she and her dad were very close. They talked about a lot of things, except the beating.
We never talked about it much. I purposely didn't, because we never had intimate moments with our dad out in public. And in the house, we did, but I just tried to steer away from, you know, those topics, because everyone else always talked to him about it. So I wanted to bring something, you know, light to his life.
Laura had good reason to avoid certain topics.
He would have nightmares. It was very scary. And it was scary because there was nothing I could do to, you know, only to wake him up, because it was scaring me.
Laura has a life of her own now, with 2 children. In fact, just this month, her teenage daughter made a video project. The subject, racism. And her teacher didn't know about her famous grandfather until that very moment.
She did her own research, she read the book, and then she used her interpretation, her own interpretation, and her own perspective of what racism is and what it's done to America, and her, you know, what she received from those words that my dad spoke, and it was pretty profound. I was pretty honored.
And about those words spoken on the third day of the riots, many wonder about the origin of that statement.
Can we all get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
He was actually given something to write. They wrote, say. Yeah, and he didn't. He literally threw it away and spoke from his heart.
Please, we can get along here. We all can get along.
In South LA, Laura Diaz, Fox 11 News.
A reminder of that very important date that we're all reflecting on throughout the week here at Fox 11. And you and I have both interviewed Laura as well, and I remember she told me whenever they'd go in public, people would always be staring at her father. What that was like for everybody to, look at him.
For the rest of his life,
yes.
Right? Doing that, and you talked to him several times before as well.
We did, and he also did tell me as well that he came up with those words himself, can we all get along?
Yeah.
So amazing job there from Laura Diaz, and like I said, we're going to have stories every day this week, so join us here on Fox 11.
All right, thank you to our Fox 11 team for that in-depth interview with Rodney King's daughter. We are going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to head out to Los Angeles live to touch base with our Fox 11 reporters live to bring you an interview from a former LAPD detective who is recalling his memories from that very traumatic moment in history. So stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, April 29th, officially a little past 8:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, only about 5:16 a.m. out there on the West Coast. And that is where we are staying right now, because later today, leaders in the Black and Korean American communities will call for unity among all Angelenos as the city recognizes the 30-year anniversary of the 1992 LA riots. So we've got Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. He's in South LA at actually one of the flashpoints of the riots with a look at how the unrest shaped what's happening there today. And he is joining us live right now with the very latest. Mario, thank you so much for joining us. Certainly a time in history to remember now 3 decades ago. What can you tell us this morning?
Good morning, Regina. A pivotal moment here in Los Angeles for sure. Now, we are at one of the main focal points of that unrest. We're at the corner of Vermont and Manchester, and you'll notice this chain link fence here behind me. There's a 4-acre lot that has been sitting vacant here in this neighborhood for decades since the unrest, since the uprising here in South LA. Now, I can tell you, we got some images and we'll show you what it looked like back then. 63 people were killed, over 1,000 businesses were destroyed by fire following the acquittal of 4 white officers in the beating of Rodney King. The National Guard was called in. The unrest lasted 6 days. Now, I actually have Moses Castillo. He's a former LAPD detective. You were a recruit at the time when this was all happening. Walk me through how you're remembering this 30 years later.
Yeah, I was actually finishing up my academy time when we were on our ride-along program, and I remember like it was just yesterday. We were in roll call. We were just finishing roll call, and the verdicts came down of not guilty, and there was a loud cheer amongst the officers. And then within minutes, we started to hear all the radio calls coming out, dispatching officers to respond to the South End for looting and rioting and fires, arson. It was just chaos. And on the way over here, that's what I saw. I saw fires burning all over the place. The fire department trying to do the best to put out fires, but many of them, they couldn't respond because it was just too dangerous for them to go out there. And yeah, it was crazy, crazy times.
And you mentioned the cheering from police officers, but there was a lot of frustration from people in the community who felt like justice wasn't served here. This was a generational precursor to the George Floyd case. How do you feel the police department here in Los Angeles has come in the last 30 years? How far?
Well, LAPD has taken steps to create programs like citizen academies where they allow people from the community to attend their academies to have a more intimate feel and knowledge of what the department does on a daily basis. And I think that has done great to create relationships, partnerships amongst the community, and that's a great start.
And I know the events that happened here 30 years ago, they pitted the Black and Korean American community against each other. More than half of the businesses were owned by Korean Americans. And you had mentioned that during that time, there were no cell phones, no social media. So it was a lot different back then how things were unfolding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if we had social media back then, this probably would have been a little more planned better by these protesters. Or, actually, these are not really protesting. Now you're committing crimes of looting, arson, robbing. It was awful. But yeah, so back then, I was getting paged like crazy from my family to 911, call me. I had to find a payphone to call them and tell them, hey, I'm okay, but stop paging me because we're busy. It's crazy. But hopefully now we could actually learn from this and never happen again.
All right, thank you, Moses. Now, here in Los Angeles, Regina, there are several events happening today. Community leaders hosting these events, from prayer breakfasts to symposiums, calling on unity from the community here as we remember 30 years later since the LA riots sparked here on the streets of South LA. Regina?
Yeah, sir. Mario, certainly really chilling to hear from a former detective who was right in the middle of the chaos as it unfolded for weeks. So we really thank you for providing us that segment here. And we also thank your team for providing us certain excerpts and interviews from a special that you guys are putting on related to the 30-year mark from the riots. So we really appreciate you joining us, and we'll definitely be touching base with your team throughout the day. Thanks so much.
All right, take care, Regina. Thank you.
All right, and everybody, we are actually flying over Los Angeles, California right now, courtesy of our Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper. It actually does look like the camera kind of turned away from the city, so we'll get out of that for you here. But as I mentioned, Fox 11 Los Angeles, Mario's colleagues here, they have actually been providing us segments all week long leading up to this day, that first day marking the LA riots out there. So I do want to continue on with some coverage. They actually spoke with a reverend named Cecil Murray. He is actually a legendary voice who proved to be a voice of composure and healing in a time of such pain and chaos back in time in history. So I do want to bring for you that segment here on Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage.
Friday marks a major anniversary in SoCal's history, the 1992 LA riots. Our next interviewee calls it civil unrest expressed by so many in so many other ways than this. 30 years ago, on the night of the not guilty verdict for 4 LAPD officers in the beating of Rodney King, a voice of healing emerged. Reverend Cecil Murray of First AME Church launched to national recognition. Well into his 90s, he's no longer giving interviews, but see how his legacy and lessons thrive today.
God is within the walls to be worshiped. God is beyond the walls to be worked.
Reverend Cecil L. Chip Murray of First AME Church. His teachings are now part of USC at the Cecil Murray Center.
It means what to be here at the Murray Center?
It's a huge deal because you don't have, I can't say exactly that there's none anywhere else, but there aren't many centers in academic spaces that are named after faith leaders or pastors.
Reverend Dr. Najuma Smith-Pollard works here.
Our Faith Leaders Institute.
The center, part of Dornsife College and under the USC Center for Religion and Civic Culture.
What is Reverend Murray's legacy?
The great work that blooms out of the smokes, the blooming smokes. Now I've got this bloom of activists, leaders, people who have made a commitment to not go back to a time like that.
In 1992, after the verdict in the case of 4 LAPD officers in the beating of Rodney King was not guilty, this is part of his sermon.
This good verdict that's good for nothing except creating chaos, keeping us against each other, causing us to hate one another.
Pastor Murray had prepared the church weeks in advance.
Smith-Pollard calls herself the spiritual daughter of Reverend Murray. In 1992, she was a member of First AME's choir in her early 20s.
The day of the verdict, whether it goes one way or the other, we're going to meet here. Either we're going to be celebrating or we're going to be mourning. The not guilty verdict comes down and people are devastated. Devastated. He was really the pastor that was really out front.
She says there's more to what's widely called the 92 riots, the people who looted, set fires.
Those fires were started when some men of influence decided that this nation can indeed exist, half slave and half free.
Smith-Pollard says there was an overall feeling of civil unrest.
LA County, the city, California, and the nation woke up to the reality of what is really happening in our communities as it relates to police brutality, economics, immigration.
With the civil unrest, First AME Church became a go-to place for the mayor, celebrities, the community. I was a young reporter and went live from here.
Always be on. Now here's a little hint for you. You're gonna be extra. Don't be on time, come early.
And after that, Fox 11 wanted to know more about his teachings.
It's a program called Man-Child.
As a young anchor reporter, we took note of Murray's youth leadership programs.
To be a leader, which is what you're being brought up to be, there are 3 things you have to have in your bag.
Happy birthday to you.
Reverend Cecil Murray celebrated his 91st birthday in 2020. He's no longer practicing or giving interviews, but offered words of healing.
Put God first.
Yes.
And as you put God first, God will elevate you to help you help others.
I got to attend this COVID Times drive-through birthday. It was just months after the murder of George Floyd. At the birthday, police officers, firefighters, and I witnessed him tell this deputy, "We'll get through this." Today at First AME, First African Methodist Church in LA's Adams District, Reverend Murray is revered. He was pastor here for 27 years, a street circle named in his honor.
Some would say there's still so much work to do.
Which is why faith leaders are still needed, activists are still needed, community leaders are still needed, and we have to still continue to get out there and do the work.
For more on Reverend Cecil Murray, see the video archives of his teachings online at the USC Center for Religion and Civic Culture.
Such a giant in the history of Los Angeles.
Indeed.
Can you expand a little bit about that riots versus civil unrest?
Well, not everybody was out there looting and burning, but a lot of people had a great concern about what was happening to the black community, and they expressed it in many different ways. You know, coming together at the church, for example. I was there the night of the riots, and it was packed, and they stayed open nonstop for days to come after that.
So many different perspectives and different ways to view that experience as well. All right, great story there. Coming up.
A huge thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. As you heard their anchors say, so many different perspectives, so many ways to look back at that crucial moment in history there on the West Coast. So be sure to stick with us throughout the day and throughout the weekend. We are going to be touching base with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team throughout the day about the events that are taking place to mark 30 years, as well as all of these segments provided to us by our Fox 11 Los Angeles team out there. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch our focus back to the war in Ukraine. Here is a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. It was just yesterday that we brought you an announcement from President Biden, live, raw, and unfiltered. He's making a big request to Congress for additional aid to be provided to the Ukrainian government and their military forces out there as the invasion officially grows and enters day 65. So when we come back, we're going to kind of bring you the nuts and bolts of President Biden's announcement, where this funding is specifically going, and then we'll play for you that full announcement in case you missed it just yesterday.
New developments tonight in the war in Ukraine from President Biden. He made an appeal to Congress urging lawmakers to approve another $33 billion in aid for Ukraine. President Biden also says he plans to seize and sell Russian assets to help cover the costs.
Now, that request to Congress is a big one, but it does make one thing clear. The United States intends to support Ukraine for the long haul of this war. Here to explain the plan now is Fox 13's political editor, Craig Patrick. But first, Craig, before you get to that, we're also hearing about some battles escalating in Ukraine today. What can you tell us?
Well, with those escalations, not just in Donbass, we have escalations in the form of attacks appearing to spread beyond the confines of Ukraine proper into Russian territory to the east and to Moldova to the west. And as attacks appear to spill across the borders, while at the same time Russia is escalating these nuclear threats, certainly they're becoming more frequent, the war, by all assessments, foreign intelligence services, among our allies in the United States, it's all becoming increasingly difficult to predict and volatile as such. And so the president says at this point the U.S. has to step up now with much more support to be able to carry Ukraine through the long haul of this war, given the way that it's already escalating, because Russia is not bending to economic pressure from the EU, and it is certainly not bending to diplomatic pressure from the United Nations.
When the UN Secretary General traveled to Russia and tried to persuade Vladimir Putin to stop his invasion, he described the war as a complex situation that comes down to a matter of differing interpretations.
I know that we have today facing
the complex situation in Ukraine, different interpretations about what's happening in Ukraine.
And then after failing to get anywhere with the verbal gymnastics, he traveled to Ukraine and called the war an absurd kind of evil.
The war is an absurdity in the 21st century. The war is evil.
And with the UN failing to talk Putin out of his war and unable to take action to stop Russia, given Russia's veto power in the Security Council, Ukraine's odds largely depend on how much help it gets from the United States. And the Biden administration now has a problem in giving Ukraine what it needs.
Basically, we're out of money.
Congress already approved billions, but the Pentagon's already used it to send a fortune in weapons that have helped Ukraine fight off Russia for the past 64 days. Now the president's asking Congress for another $33 billion to help Ukraine keep up the fight and to deliver more food and relief.
It's going to keep weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption to the brave Ukrainian fighters and continue delivering economic and humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people.
By rough estimates, the Russian invaders have already caused more than $60 billion to Ukraine. And with the explosions in Moldova, assessments have determined the war has just spilled beyond the borders of Ukraine. They describe the explosions in an area controlled by pro-Russian separatists as a false flag operation to justify a new Russian offensive in Moldova.
And keep in mind, the president's request for $33 billion also is calling for new financial powers that would give the administration, give the U.S. government power not just to freeze or seize Russian assets, those of oligarchs in particular, but also to liquidate them and then be able to use the proceeds, the money from selling a yacht or a home, for example, to then give to Ukraine in economic assistance or then use to purchase additional military or humanitarian relief for it. That's going to require changes in the law, too, if Congress moves in that direction. But there appears to be strong bipartisan support for doing exactly that. So it appears to be in the works.
Craig, what are the latest battle assessments showing us in terms of momentum and movement in the war?
Well, momentum basically stalled, but slight gains once again from Russia in the Donbass region. But when we say slight gains, it's not toward the population centers. There appear to be movements to try to link the Russian forces, the invaders, with the pro-Russian separatists to link and merge their forces. With that, that's going to be a long, slow grind. And with that, the latest assessments are showing this could be, you said long haul, conceivably months or even more than a year or years for this to play out. So with the volatile developments we're already seeing, attacks now spreading across the borders, and the possibility or likelihood we're in the long haul for this, that's why the president says we have to step up now with this $33 billion.
Yeah. All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Thank you, Craig.
All right, thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that in-depth look of President Biden's announcement. Here's a live now look outside of the White House. As promised, in case you missed it, we do want to bring you that full announcement from the president. Now, as you heard Craig say, he is asking Congress for $33 billion to bolster Ukraine's fight against Russia. To break this down a little bit, just like Craig did, we do know the package has about $20 billion in defense spending for Ukraine's military, $8.5 billion to keep Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky's government funding to provide services and really pay salaries to people who are still out there fighting. And an additional $3 billion will go towards global food and humanitarian programs. So this update is about a half hour long. We're going to bring you a majority of it because there's a lot of insightful information from Biden in here. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I just signed a request to Congress for critical security, economic, and humanitarian assistance to help Ukraine continue to counter Putin's aggression and at a very pivotal moment. We need this bill to support Ukraine in this fight for freedom, and our NATO allies, our EU partners, they're going to pay their fair share of the cost as well, but we have to do this. We have to do our part as well, leading the alliance. The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen. We either back Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or we stand by as the Russians continue their atrocities and aggression in Ukraine. Every day, Every day the Ukrainians pay for the price, and the price they pay is with their lives for this fight. So we need to contribute arms, funding, ammunition, and the economic support to make their courage and sacrifice have purpose so they can continue this fight and do what they're doing. It's critical this funding gets approved and approved as quickly as possible. You know, long before Russia launched its brutal invasion, I made clear how the United States would respond. Predicted they would invade, and they surely did. We said we'd not send U.S. troops to fight Russian troops in Ukraine, but we would provide robust military assistance and try to unify the Western world against Russia's aggression. I said I would impose powerful sanctions on Russia and that we'd destroy this myth that somehow they could continue to move without the rest of the world acting. That we deploy additional forces to defend NATO territories, particularly in the east along the Russian and Belarus borders. That's exactly what we said we would do, and we did. But despite the disturbing rhetoric coming out of the Kremlin, the facts are plain for everybody to see. We're not attacking Russia. We're helping Ukraine defend itself against Russian aggression. And just as Putin chose to launch this brutal invasion, he could make the choice to end this brutal invasion. Russia is the aggressor. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Russia is the aggressor, and the world must and will hold Russia accountable. Russia's continued assault is yielding immense human cost. We've seen them leave behind horrifying evidence of their atrocities and war crimes in the areas they try to control. And as long as the assaults and atrocities continue, we're going to continue to supply military assistance. And I might note parenthetically, you know, there's a dinner this weekend, Celebrate the Press. Think of what the American press has done. The courage it's taken to stay in these war zones. The courage it's taken to report every single day. I've always had respect for the press, but I can't tell you how much respect I have watching them in these zones where they're under fire, risking their own lives to make sure the world hears the truth. Imagine if we weren't getting that information. It'd be a different world. It'd be a different circumstance. In the past 2 months, Russia launched its brutal attack and has moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine. We've moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine in record speed. Thanks to the aid we provided, Russian forces have been forced to retreat from Kiev. Doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, but they've retreated thus far. We've sent thousands of anti-armor, anti-missiles, helicopters, drones, grenade launchers, machine guns, rifles, radar systems, more than 50 million rounds of ammunition. The United States alone has provided 10 anti-armor systems for every Russian tank that is in Ukraine, 10 to 1. We're providing Ukraine significant, timely intelligence to help them defend themselves against the Russian onslaught. And we're facilitating a significant flow of weapons and systems to Ukraine from our allies and partners around the world, including tanks, artillery, and other weapons. That support is moving with unprecedented speed. Much of the new equipment we've announced in the past 2 weeks has already gotten to Ukraine, where it can be put to direct use on the battlefield. However, we have almost exhausted what we call, the fancy phrase, the drawdown authority that Congress authorized for Ukraine in a bipartisan spending bill last month. Basically, we're out of money. And so that's why today, in order to sustain Ukraine as it continues to fight, I'm sending Congress a supplemental budget request. It's going to keep weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption to the brave Ukrainian fighters and continue delivering economic and humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people. This so-called supplemental funding addresses the needs of the Ukrainian military during the critical weeks and months ahead. And it begins the transition to longer-term security assistance that's going to help Ukraine deter and continue to defend against Russian aggression. This assistance would provide even more artillery, armored vehicles, anti-armored systems, anti-air capabilities that have been used so effectively thus far in the battlefield by the Ukrainian warriors. You know, and it's going to deliver much-needed humanitarian assistance as well as food, water, medicine, shelter, and other aid to Ukrainians displaced by Russia's war, and provide aid for those seeking refuge in other countries from Ukraine. It's also going to help schools and hospitals open. It's going to allow pensions and social support to be paid to the Ukrainian people so they have something in their pocket. It's also going to provide critical resources to address food shortages around the globe. Ukraine was one of the world's largest agricultural producers. It typically grows 10% of all the wheat that's shipped around the world. Putin has asserted sanctions are blocking food from Ukraine and Russia getting on the market, the sanctions we've imposed on Russia. Simply not true. Putin's war, not sanctions, are impacting the harvest of food and disrupting the movement of that food by land and sea to nations around the globe that need it. This funding is going to help ease rising food prices at home as well and abroad caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. It's going to help support American farmers produce more crops like wheat and oilseed, which is good for rural America, good for the American consumer, and good for the world. And this supplemental request will use the Defense Production Act to expand domestic production and the reserve of critical materials like nickel and lithium that have been disrupted by Putin's war in Ukraine and that are necessary to make everything from defense systems to automobiles. And I hope Congress will move on this funding quickly. I believe they will. I want to thank Congress, Democrats and Republicans, for their support of the people of Ukraine. And next week, I will be in Alabama to visit Lockheed Martin plant that manufactures the Javelin anti-tank missile we've been sending to Ukraine, and to thank the American workers, thank them for producing the weapons that help stop Russia's advances in Ukrainian cities like Kiev. Their hard work has played a critical role in ensuring Putin's strategic failure in Ukraine, and they should know that we know it. In addition to this supplemental funding, I'm also sending to Congress a comprehensive package that will enhance our underlying effort to accommodate the Russian oligarchs and make sure we take their ill-begotten gains. We're going to accommodate them. We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys. This legislative package strengthens our law enforcement capabilities to seize property linked to Russia's kleptocracy. It's going to create new expedited procedures for forfeiture and seizure of these properties. And it's going to ensure that when the oligarchs' assets are sold off, funds can be used directly to remedy the harm Russia caused in their help build Ukraine. Additionally, yesterday, Russia threatened two of our allies with a cutoff of energy supplies. While America has ended all Russian fossil fuel imports because we're able to use our vast supply of power in our country, some European countries have faced more challenges in reducing their reliance on Russian fuel. Russia has long claimed to be, quote, the reliable source of energy for the world. No matter what the differences are, their customers are always going to be in good shape. But these actions prove that energy is not just a commodity that Russia sells to help meet other countries' needs, but a weapon we use to deploy against those who stand against their aggression. So let me be clear. We will not let Russia intimidate or blackmail their way out of these sanctions. We will not allow them to use their oil and gas to avoid consequences for their aggression. We're working with other nations like Korea, Japan, Qatar, and others to support our effort to help the European allies threatened by Russia with gas, blackmail, and their energy needs in other ways. Aggression will not win. Threats will not win. This is just another reminder of the imperative for Europe and the world to move more and more of our power needs to clean energy. In the United States, we're doing that right now. Last year, we developed more solar, wind, and battery storage than any year in our history, enough to power 56 million American homes. Earlier this month, we acted to bolster the reliance on our nuclear energy facilities, which generates more than half of our carbon-free power. And we're just getting started. I look at this as a serious problem, but also an enormous opportunity, Bottom line, all these actions we've been taking are about the truth, this truth. Investing in Ukraine's freedom and security is a small price to pay to punish Russian aggression to lessen the risk for future conflicts. You know, throughout our history, we've learned that when dictators do not pay the price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and engage in more aggression. They keep moving. And the cost, the threats to America and the world keep rising. We can't let this happen. Our unity at home, our unity with our allies and partners, and our unity with the Ukrainian people is sending an unmistakable message to Putin. You will never succeed in dominating Ukraine. Finally, we're going to continue to deliver critical support to Ukraine. We must also not let our guard down in our fight against COVID-19 at home and abroad. That's why I'm again urging Congress to act on my request for $22.5 billion in emergency resources so the American people can continue to protect themselves from COVID-19. The reason we were so successful in the past is because I was able to work with drug manufacturers to order significant quantities of material we needed ahead of time to get in the front of the line. Without additional funding, we can't pre-order the amount of vaccines we need, and we risk losing our spot in line for vaccines that target multiple variants. We're running out of supply for therapeutics, like antiviral pills that we desperately need. Without additional funding, we're unable to purchase a life-saving treatment for the American people. We've donated more vaccines and treatments to the world than all other nations in the world combined. If the U.S. won't do it, no one else is really going to step up and do it. Without additional funding, the United States won't be able to help stop the spread around the world and close off ongoing sources of the supply chain disruptions. Look, let's get both of these critical tasks done. No delays, no excuses, just action, now, now. Thank you all, thank you.
Mr. President, what's your message to refugees on the...
Go ahead. No, you go.
Okay. Mr.
Watch your head, man, you're gonna get hurt. Just turn that camera on.
He's a gentleman. Mr. President, I wanted to ask what your message is to Ukrainian refugees on the southwest border and those that are trying to flee Ukraine from the violence.
We have made a direct means by which they can get from Europe, from Ukraine, directly to the United States without going to the southern border. In the meantime, in the southern border, we're trying to work through and make sure it's an orderly process they're able to get in. But just so you know, we have said there's no need to go to the southern border. Fly directly to the United States. We set up a mechanism whereby they can come directly with a visa.
Mr. President, thank you. How worried are you by a growing number of Russian comments in the media and among some of their officials painting this conflict as actually already a conflict between NATO, the US, and Russia? And they're painting in very alarmist terms, talking of nuclear weapons, saying it's a life or death struggle, etc. And just separately, or connected to that, Lavrov himself says it's already a proxy war, not a direct war, but a proxy war. So are either of those two things true, and do they worry you, those statements?
They're not true. They do concern me because it shows the desperation that Russia is feeling about their abject failure in being able to do what they set out to do in the first instance. And so I think it's more of a reflection, not of the truth, but of their failure. And so instead of saying that the Ukrainians equipped with some capability to resist Russian forces are doing this, they've got to tell their people the United States and all of NATO is engaged in taking out Russian troops and tanks, etc. So it's number one, it's an excuse for their failure. But number two, it's also, if they really mean it, no one should be making idle comments about the use of nuclear weapons or the possibility of the need to use that. It's irresponsible.
Mr. President, on that, Mr. President, Russia...
Mr. President, back on the border, Title 42, a number of your Democratic friends are pressuring the White House to maintain that policy. Can you give us a straight answer whether you're going to heed that request or you're going to get rid of it?
I can give you a straight answer. We had proposed to eliminate that policy by the end of May. The court has said we can't so far, and what the court says we're going to do. The court could come along and say we cannot do that, and that's it.
Mr. President, you say that this is not a proxy war, but Russia clearly disagrees. They say that war means war. So how concerned are you that they may start to act accordingly, even if you disagree?
We are prepared for whatever they do.
What options do you have to ensure Poland and Bulgaria have sufficient supplies of gas?
First of all, as you know, Poland has indicated they have significant reserves of gas that they have planned for, as does, not as much, but as does Bulgaria. And we have worked with our allies from Japan on to say that we may divert our sale of the natural gas that we're sending to those countries and divert it directly to Poland and Bulgaria. So that's as much as I can tell you right now.
Sir, how concerned are you about a recession, given the GDP report today showed a contraction of 1.4% in the fourth quarter?
Well, I'm not concerned about a recession. And, I mean, you're always concerned about a recession, but the GDP, fell to 1.4%. But here's the deal. We also had last quarter consumer spending and business investment and residential investment increased at significant rates, both for leisure as well as hard products, number one. Number two, unemployment is the lowest rate since 1970. A record 4.5 million businesses were created last year. We're in a situation where we have a very different view than Senator Scott of Republicans who want to raise taxes on the middle-class families and want to include half the small business owners in that. So I think what you're seeing is enormous growth in the country that was affected by everything from COVID and the COVID blockages that occurred along the way. Now, you always have to take a look, and no one is predicting a recession now. Some are predicting there may be a recession in 2023. I'm concerned about it, but I know one thing, that if our Republican friends are really interested in doing something about dealing with the economic growth, and they should help us continue to lower the deficit, which we've done last year over $350 billion. They should be willing to work with us to have a tax code that is actually one that works and everybody pays their fair share. And they should be in a position where you shouldn't be raising taxes on middle-class folks. You should be raising taxes on people who everyone acknowledges that the vast majority of Republicans aren't paying their fair share. I've said it 100 times. You have, 50 major corporations of the Fortune 500 companies made $40 billion last year, didn't pay a single penny. No one under our proposal, making their $400,000 a year, will see a penny in their taxes go up, not one penny.
Mr. President, about tying COVID aid to Ukraine aid. Do you think COVID aid and Ukraine aid should be tied together in legislation?
Well, I don't care how they do it. I'm sending them both up. I mean, they can do it separately or together, but we need them both.
Mr. President, Majority Leader Schumer said yesterday that you're, quote, getting closer to using executive authority to cancel up to $50,000 in student loan debt. Can you confirm that? What exactly are you looking to plan to do here in the coming
You mean my
months?
spokesman said that?
Majority Leader Schumer.
Look, number one, first thing we did was reform the system that was in place that didn't work for anybody, that allowed people to write off debt if they engaged in public service. We have almost 1,785,000, don't hold me the exact number, I'll get the number, 700 and some thousand have had debt forgiven, their whole debt forgiven because of their working in either as teachers or other means by which they qualify. And we continue to make that easier. Secondly, I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness, and I'll have an answer on that in the next couple weeks.
How high are you looking
Thank
at?
you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
guys. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
An important anniversary coming up this week. Some of the darkest days in LA history, the 1992 LA riots. It's been 30 years since the social upheaval following the Rodney King verdicts. One person has a unique perspective from everyone else, Rodney King's daughter. Our Laura Diaz spoke with her one-on-one in this revealing report.
They are known as the Rodney King riots. But Rodney King had nothing to do with the violence of those 3 nights. Yet his daughter Laura, only 8 years old at the time, and watching the riots on TV, quickly realized her father was at the center.
Did you realize the connection of the verdict over your father's beating to what was taking place here in 1992?
Initially, I didn't, because I didn't know what was going on. And then once I heard people chanting his name, then I realized what was going on.
We meet at the infamous corner of Florence and Normandy, flashpoint of the riots. Laura tells me that in 1992, she had just moved into this neighborhood. Now it was on fire.
Do you feel a connection to it or not?
You know, it's weird, I do. I get really emotional every time I come here. For some reason, I naturally have a reaction, an emotional reaction that's unexplainable, to where it's like, oh. My sister and myself were going to the liquor store, and then we realized it was like smoke. And once we got there, our liquor store was literally on fire.
Later, in a more formal setting, Laura says that she and her dad were very close. They talked about a lot of things, except the beating.
We never talked about it much. I purposely didn't, because we never had intimate moments with our dad out in public. And in the house, we did, but I just tried to steer away from, you know, those topics, because everyone else always talked to him about it. So I wanted to bring something, you know, light to his life.
Laura had good reason to avoid certain topics.
He would have nightmares. It was very scary. And it was scary because there was nothing I could do to, you know, only to wake him up, because it was scaring me.
Laura has a life of her own now, with 2 children. In fact, just this month, her teenage daughter made a video project. The subject, racism. And her teacher didn't know about her famous grandfather until that very moment.
She did her own research, she read the book, and then she used her interpretation, her own interpretation, and her own perspective of what racism is and what it's done to America, and her, you know, what she received from those words that my dad spoke. And it was pretty profound. I was pretty honored.
And about those words spoken on the 3rd day of the riots, many wonder about the origin of that statement.
Can we all get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
He was actually given something to write, they wrote,
say.
Yeah, and he didn't. He literally threw it away and spoke from his heart.
Please, we can get along here. We all can get along.
In South LA, Laura Diaz, Fox 11 News.
A reminder of that very important date that we're all reflecting on throughout the week here at Fox 11. You and I have both interviewed Laura as well, and I remember she told me whenever they'd go in public, people would always be staring at her father. What that was like for everybody to, you know, look at him.
For the rest of his life,
yes.
Right? Doing that, and you talked to him several times before as well.
We did, and he also did tell me as well that he came up with those words himself, can we all get along?
Yeah.
So amazing job there from Laura Diaz, and like I said, we're going to have stories every day this week, so join us here on Fox 11.
And of course, a big thanks to our Fox 11 LA team for that in-depth coverage. And later today, leaders in the Black and Korean American communities will be calling for unity among all Angelenos as the city again recognizes the 30th anniversary of the 1992 LA riots. We do have our Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez, who is joining us live in South LA at one of the flashpoints of these riots with a look at how the unrest shaped what's happening there today. Mario, good morning.
Good morning, Mackenzie. As you mentioned, several events here planned throughout Los Angeles commemorating 30 years to the day that verdict was read in the Rodney King beating case, acquitting 4 white police officers. Now, behind me, we're at a notorious intersection. This is Normandy and Florence here in South Central, and you wouldn't be able to tell now, but this was considered ground zero for the unrest. We want to show you some images from that traumatic time. These riots lasted 6 days. By the time they ended, over 60 people had been killed, hundreds more injured, more than 1,000 buildings were destroyed by fire. And the violence started here in South Central, but it quickly spread to Koreatown, where shop owners fired guns, and estimates of property damage were around $1 billion over the 6 days. Over 3,500 fires were set. So you can imagine the amount of activity out here on the streets and the amount of shock and fear. Racial tensions were high. The events also pitted the Black and Korean communities against each other. Nearly half of those businesses destroyed were Korean owned. So today, 30 years since the uprising, community leaders across Los Angeles calling for unity with several events, from prayer breakfasts to symposiums. Mayor Eric Garcetti, the mayor of Los Angeles, Mackenzie, is also going to be here at this intersection for a news conference later today. Back to you.
Yeah, Mario, we are looking at this video, very reminiscent of the George Floyd protests of 2020. I did want to ask, residents in South LA have complained that the area is neglected. Is there a sense that that is going to be changing or has changed over the years?
You know, there really is. I talked to a lot of community activists who, have commemorated 20 years after the riots, 25, now 30, and they say this feels a lot different. Believe it or not, there are around 3,000 empty lots in South LA that have been vacant since the uprising, and they're finally starting to see some development in those lots, from grocery stores to schools to affordable housing. They really are starting to transform South LA, and it's thanks to the hard work of city and county leaders as they continue to work on progress 30 years later. So there definitely is some change on the way.
Our Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez live for us in South Los Angeles, of course, reporting on that 30-year anniversary of those riots in Los Angeles following the beating of Rodney King. So Mario, thank you so much for that report. As always, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
All right, everybody, we do want to switch gears and take you out to the White House. If you didn't know, if you missed this news yesterday, President Joe Biden has asked Congress for $33 billion in supplemental aid as Russia continues its attacks in Ukraine. Time here on the East Coast is just past 9 o'clock in the morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with this and more top stories in just Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. The time here on the East Coast is just past 9 o'clock in the morning. And we, of course, as always, want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at the White House right now. Some news if you didn't know. President Joe Biden is asking Congress for $33 billion in supplemental aid as Russia continues to attack Ukraine. Now, that $33 billion would, of course, help Ukrainian forces with additional security, military, and humanitarian assistance. Some of that money would also be for U.S. efforts to strengthen European security in cooperation with NATO allies and partners. Also, the U.S. economy shrank by 1.4% in the first 3 months of 2022, marking the worst quarter in 2 years since before the pandemic started. And it is day 65 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Just yesterday, missiles hit a 25-foot residential building in Kiev, which is the capital city. Fighting there has died down since Russia withdrew from the area several weeks ago. Those strikes came as the Secretary General of the United Nations wrapped up a visit. He and Ukraine's president were discussing a plan to evacuate soldiers and civilians from the devastated port city of Mariupol. And also right there on your screen, a former U.S. Marine has died fighting for Ukraine. Again, he was fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. He's been identified as 22-year-old Willie Joseph Cancel. So we do want to get you some video of this here on Live Now from Fox of exactly who we are speaking about. So again, this is video of that former U.S. Marine who was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. His wife spoke to Fox News saying that he was working as a corrections officer in Kentucky when he signed up with a private contracting company to volunteer to again fight in Ukraine. So that is the latest news that we do have coming in from that war that is ongoing. Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials said at least 10 people were injured when Russian missiles struck again a 25-foot-story residential building in Kiev last night. You can see by this video it caused fires, partially destroyed at least 2 floors of that building. And those strikes, as we mentioned previously, came as Secretary General of the United Nations Antonio Guterres and Bulgarian Prime Minister Kirill Petkov were making visits to Kiev for talks with President Zelensky. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said that the decision to carry out strikes as international leaders were in the city was a, quote, heinous act of barbarism that demonstrated Russia's attitude toward Ukraine, Europe, and the rest of the world. And this is video of the UN Secretary General Guterres meeting with President Zelensky. As they spoke yesterday in Kiev, Guterres said that the UN was pushing for a full-scale ceasefire and, of course, an evacuation of thousands of civilians who are surrounded by Russian forces at the Azovstal plant in Mariupol. Guterres, during this meeting, made statements with Zelensky, but we do want to mention prior to the meeting, the UN chief did tour the war-battered Kiev suburbs of Bucha, Irpin, and Borodyanka, where he said that he observed the senseless loss of life, the massive destruction, and the unacceptable violations of human rights and the laws of wars. Guterres said that the civilians trapped in the Azovstal plant in Mariupol needed an escape route of, quote, out of the apocalypse, and said that Russian President Vladimir Putin, during a meeting with him in Moscow a day earlier, had actually agreed in principle to allow the United Nations and the International Committee of the Red Cross to try and coordinate evacuations from the city. He added that the UN Security Council had, quote, failed to do everything in its power to prevent and end this war, but went on to say that the organization was boosting its efforts and coordinating with the Ukrainian government on financial assistance, food aid, medical care, and other issues. And as we mentioned, President Joe Biden making an appeal to our Congress yesterday for more than $30 billion to assist Ukraine. That proposal making it clear that the United States intends to support Ukraine for the long haul. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
With fears growing that the war in Ukraine could drag on longer than many had thought,
and we need to be prepared for the long term.
President Biden is asking Congress for more money to help Ukraine, $33 billion for military, economic, and humanitarian support, intended to last until September 30th.
The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen.
The massive request comes as the Biden administration unveils another proposal to strengthen the United States' ability to investigate, prosecute, and forfeit the assets of Russian oligarchs.
We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains.
The aid package has broad bipartisan support.
I will make sure the Senate prioritizes this important funding package so we can get help to the Ukrainian people fast. ASAP.
He needs to put a bill on the floor of the Senate that provides the Ukrainian people with the tools they need to win this war.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin is blaming the West for prolonging the conflict. It's an allegation the U.S. has denied, pointing to Russia as the aggressor, as President Putin ramps up his rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons.
We are, of course, will prepare for every scenario, and we will defend the United States and defend our allies and partners as is required.
The push to provide Ukraine with more funding could hit a snag in Congress if the proposal is tied to a stalled COVID relief package. GOP lawmakers are pushing for the two to remain separate. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. And our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft spoke with Hal Kemper about President Biden's $33 billion aid request for Ukraine and also the message behind those targeted strikes in Kiev while the UN Secretary General was meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
The Biden administration is asking for $33 billion more to assist the Ukrainian war effort. And of course, we'll be following all of that on Capitol Hill as well. But let's get into some of these other headlines Craig Patrick was just talking about. I'm going to put up this tweet right now from a member of the Ukrainian parliament, and we're going to bring in national security expert Hal Kemper to discuss it. But of course, she says today 2 Russian cruise missiles hit apartment buildings in the center of Kiev. At that time, President Zelensky was receiving the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres just a few kilometers away. Hal Kemper, as always, good to see you. We're going to talk about that and so much more. But, you know, you and I have spoken so often about what these targeted strikes mean from Putin. Do you think this is one, and do you think it was symbolic, kind of signaling to the West to stop with the aid?
Andrew, I think it was very symbolic. It was, and really signaling to the West with the aid, but also a direct message to Secretary General Guterres. You know, when I looked today, that was basically that strike, the timing of everything else was simply aimed at him in the same way that the strikes on the railroad stations when Secretaries Austin and Blinken were taking around that time, taking a train from Kiev back to Poland. These are very selective strikes. They have a strong political message. Secretary Austin was asked about that, and he kind of avoided directly saying they were targeting us, but he didn't rule it out either. The problem they have is targeting. I'm sure that he would have hit closer to where President Zelensky and Secretary General Guterres was if they had the capability to do so. But I don't think they have the precision guided munitions. And one of the big problems they have is they don't have a lot of precision guided munitions left. What they have, they've largely used. The production line in Russia to produce these munitions is literally running out of parts. That's one of the effects of the sanctions. So they don't have a way to ramp this up. So whereas they're doing these punitive strikes, and they get a lot of attention right now, every missile they shoot is one less missile they have later on. And that'll be against targets that actually might make a difference for the Russians. These are just punitive showboat targets, if you will. I mean, they're deadly, they're horrible, but militarily speaking, they're really not achieving anything for the Russians other than a propaganda value.
Yeah, of course, Russian President Vladimir Putin responding to this announcement by Biden today about more aid. $33 billion is the largest and a hefty price tag since the war began. Putin says that there would be, quote, lightning fast retaliation against any countries that interfere in Ukraine. Hal, he has made these threats since the very beginning. When Western supplies, Western aid has been pumped through into Ukraine. From your kind of background and understanding, do you think the West is just not listening anymore? That's just Putin being Putin.
Well, a little bit of Putin being Putin. I mean, we listen to everything he says. We listen to everything that senior officials say. So we don't discount it completely, but we also look at what they're doing compared to what they're saying. And we kind of build a matrix as far as what's more propaganda or hyperbole versus what's more substantive. I will say this, that the subtleties of diplomacy in terms of language is completely lost on the Russians anymore. They're not being subtle. There's no little nuanced statements that we have to interpret. They're being over the top, and then when they get over the top, they get over the top again, and they say it over and over again. So now I think the strongest message that we could have sent is what we just sent today. That's about as substantive as you want to talk about. That's a really big number. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of weapons and aid and ammunition rolling into Ukraine to fight Russia. And with that, it sends a signal. Nothing particularly nuanced about that either, but it sends a signal that we're in the long haul with the Ukrainians, and they're going to get the type of aid, the type of weapon systems that will push the Russians back. And if you hear the language coming from all parts of the U.S. government, and really language coming from our NATO partners right now, it's not just positive. It's not just, sort of a rah-rah, go Ukraine sort of thing. It really is saying, look, we're here. We're affirming our support for you. We believe you can win, and we're going to give you the tools and capabilities necessary to help you win. And the Ukrainians have also put out language where they're not asking for U.S. forces to come in. I think they've even toned down any discussion of some sort of no-fly zone from what I've seen. And what they're really saying is just send the weapons. We will use them. We know how to use them. Just keep sending them. When you start talking $20 billion of that 33, $20 billion in military aid, that's an enormous amount. It will get used up fast. War is an expensive business, but it avoids this thing where we do 800 million one week and then 800 million or 300 million the next week. We're just saying, look, let's get this taken care of. And then in the fall, we'll worry about sending more. And we're hoping that over the summer and into the fall, that a lot of changes will happen on the ground, and maybe we won't have to ask for more money. So that would be the hope. But this is a nice big chunk of change, which will keep the Ukrainians going.
Yeah, Hal, you're talking about seasons and fighting seasons in Ukraine. U.S. officials are expecting worsening ground conditions in the Donbas in the cloudy and the rainy spring weather to slow the Russian advance. Senior U.S. defense officials say Russia could be slowed by the mud. That's something you have brought up time and time again. And we heard there from Craig Patrick essentially saying that, yes, there have been incremental territorial gains, village to village to village, but nothing substantial. And so many watchers of this have kind of chalked it up to a stalemate in the East.
It's interesting. I think I sent this out on a tweet or something today, but I said the Russian military really ought to study Russian military history. That area has always had that problem. In the spring, you got rains, you got the melt, it turns to mud. You can go back to World War II and you can see what happened there. They had tremendous tank battles out there, but they also had huge problems with mud, with wheeled vehicles and even track vehicles. And this is really slowing the Russians down. Of course, their operational art, if you will, their ability to coordinate multiple units isn't really too good on a good day. I would say they've lost quite a few steps since the days of the Soviet Union, and they just don't seem to be able to coordinate these big movements. I kind of go back to that phrase that was thrown around over a month ago, the Potemkin Army. It really does remind me of that. Now, they have overwhelming forces on the ground in terms of armor. They still don't have enough infantry, but they have a lot of armor. One thing they do have is they have a lot of artillery, and they're using that artillery. Donbass is not just tank country, and of course with all the rains, it's tough to move those around. It's also artillery country. But the problem with artillery is a lot of that artillery is towed, which means wheeled vehicles, which means their ability to move those batteries and those battalions around as the battle changes is very limited. If the Ukrainians get the forces that they need, and that is coming in, if you look at not just what we're sending, but if you look at what the Germans are sending, if you look at what the Netherlands sending in armored propelled artillery, if you're looking at across the board throughout NATO, they will have the ability to start pushing the offensive. And when they do that, they're going to be pushing the offensive into those artillery batteries and into those artillery battalions who may not be able to retrograde fast enough, who may get literally stuck in the mud. And then we have artillery that we have provided to Ukraine, the M77 155 millimeter howitzers with the counter battery radars that will enable them to target those batteries more effectively. All of this could have a cumulative effect and could be a catastrophic blow to the Russians and how they're doing things. And it goes back to mud. If you can't move stuff, you're stuck. And if you're stuck and they're coming at you, you're in trouble.
Hal, let's talk about what's happening in Moldova. And I don't mean to, disparage Moldova, but this is not a country I would imagine most Americans know where it is or know anything about it for that matter. It's very, very small. It borders Ukraine. Well, they seem to be quite concerned, spooked even, I would say. But this region in Moldova, it's called Transnistria. It has reportedly ordered a general mobilization of men 18 to 55. And that was dated April the 21st. But now, Moldova itself has a very small military. They could probably not withstand some type of Russian assault. Why does Putin care about Moldova?
Well, I think he's trying to offset everywhere else. He's just not making gains. One thing he's looking at is where they are around Kherson. It's been a real fight just to gain the city center of Kherson. And if you go west of there, they've been held up over and over again. So their ability to move to Odessa over land has been held back. And of course, as we talked about last night, with those Neptune anti-ship missiles, like the two that hit the Moskva cruiser with the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Navy, the ability to do some sort of amphibious operation in Odessa is also hamstrung. Some would say it's forever taken off the board, that they're not going to be able to pull that off. So they're looking at what they can do in that area. They have this small military footprint, these peacekeepers, as they call them, these two motorized rifle battalions, regimental minus staff and headquarters. And they have this area which kind of is in the same category on a Moldovan standard as they would say with the Luhansk and Donetsk in Ukraine, where they have this strong ethnic Russian presence. And so now they have this, they're trying to literally draft or conscript the local ethnic Russians into some sort of a larger homegrown militia that could potentially pose a threat to Moldova or potentially do something that could move across the border. Obviously, the Ukrainians are watching this very closely. The Moldovans are watching this very closely. I'm kind of curious, though, even though Moldova is very much not a NATO country, I'm kind of curious if you might see some sort of bilateral military support to Moldova. I would not rule that out. I would not rule out another country going in and saying, hey, we will help you out. Not a NATO thing under NATO auspices, but maybe something more bilateral. They're not technically at war with Russia. Russia has not technically, even though they have those peacekeepers there, technically invaded them yet. I'm just wondering where that will go. And I'm also, as Moldova has really seen the handwriting on the wall as far as what Russian intent is, I'm kind of wondering if Moldova may move away from its current position to being much more pro-EU and more pro-NATO. I don't know if I said this last night, but when I break out my very, very fuzzy, difficult to perceive crystal ball and try to look into the future, I do not rule out that Moldova, along with Ukraine and some other places, could end up in the NATO orbit in the next several years. I would say Moldova before Ukraine in that regard. And that's if what Secretary Austin has said is its policy, which is to weaken Russia so they can't pose a threat to its neighbors. Well, that's literally saying destroy or decimate the forces that are there so they can never do that again, which changes the math on everything. Changes the math on Georgia, changes the math on Belarus, changes the math on Transnistria and Moldova. By the way, it changes the math in the Far East as well. So there's potentially huge implications depending on what happens in Ukraine.
Yeah, and of course, can't fail to mention as well the fast-tracked status that's seemingly Sweden and Finland are on to join NATO as well. That could be signed and sealed and delivered by the end of the summer. That's stunning. One more point, and I like to kind of get philosophical about this, talking about the history of this going forward. I thought this was an interesting comment by the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss today. She said the architecture that was designed to guarantee peace and prosperity has failed Ukraine. The world should have done more to deter the invasion. Then you saw Antonio Guterres walk through the streets of that hollowed out city with Zelensky, saying that this was an absurdity in the 21st century. This should have never happened. You're seeing this really kind of on the part of Western leaders and kind of the global order, if you will, leaders being quite, I don't want to say shameful, but just very, very disappointed that the architecture did not prevent something of this type. Do you think there's a lot of, I don't know, if you think about regrets, I guess you could say, on the part of the West?
I think a lot of regrets. I think we see a number of places where if we had been more decisive, firmer, a greater commitment, if you will, to Ukraine's security, that we could have dissuaded Russia from trying something like this. The other thing is, it's getting into the mechanics of that institution called the United Nations. The strength is it gives everybody a chance to talk. It gives everybody a chance to exchange their views. The weakness is it really doesn't have any strength to speak of. And of course, the Security Council has always had this problem that China and Russia are permanent members, which means getting a unified vote on anything is just about impossible out of the Security Council. If there's any sort of polarization issues going on there with one camp or the other. So it's been frustrating. And as mentioned, the only time that the Security Council really stepped up as the UN was during the invasion of Korea, when North Korea invaded South Korea, and the UN stepped in and put UN forces into Korea. And that was because the Russians made a tactical error, which is they went on a bomb, or the Russians, the Soviets at that time, went on this bombastic tirade, and then they stormed out of the Security Council. And then everyone looked around, they said, okay, let's vote. And they voted, and they got the Security Council to vote, and they got the measure through, which went to the full floor. And then, of course, that was like the only time I could really point to where it really worked well. So we got this big problem. I think he's frustrated. I think we need to look at the UN again. I think we may want to go back to the UN Charter. We may want to look at a number of institutions. Interestingly, though, two institutions, which one particularly that have been under attack in recent years, NATO, has really stepped up. And that's an international institution that has stepped up. And I have to tell you, one of the things I'm seeing with NATO, and we don't see a lot of this because it's not a huge amount of support, but there is substantial support coming from South Korea, the Republic of Korea, and Japan, and other countries outside of the NATO orbit. Australia, for example, I think New Zealand's sending things that are doing all sorts of stuff. And that is interesting. It's really kind of, you look at NATO and you go, I wonder if it's gotten beyond the North Atlantic in terms of coordination.
Interesting.
And that's an interesting concept. So That's been good, but
Yeah.
the UN stuff, not so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into all of this with these developments as we go into this war even further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Clyburn, Ranking Member Scalise, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to testify on the importance of ensuring the scientific integrity at our nation's public health agencies. I'm Dr. Sonia Rasmussen, a pediatrician, clinical geneticist, and epidemiologist. For 20 years, from 1998 to 2018, I worked at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. During this time, I served in a variety of leadership roles in birth defects, infectious diseases, pandemic planning, emergency preparedness and response, and as editor-in-chief of CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, or MMWR. I am an author on over 270 publications and lead editor of the CDC Field Epidemiology Manual, the guide used by CDC to train epidemic intelligence service officers on how to investigate and respond to acute public health events. I am honored to come before this committee. Since early 2020, when we first heard reports of a novel coronavirus, I have closely followed the CDC's response to COVID-19. I had served during several CDC responses to 2009 H1N1, Ebola, and Zika, so I knew what my former colleagues were facing. Working on a CDC response to a public health emergency is challenging. The situation is rapidly evolving, and decisions need to be based on limited data. The stakes are high, people are sick and dying, and the situation is highly visible. Americans want answers now on how to protect themselves and their loved ones from the emerging public health threat. Developing interim guidance is a difficult process to weigh the benefits of an intervention against the potential risks, often while the information on which you're basing those decisions is constantly changing. With a new pathogen like the virus that causes COVID-19, guidance development is particularly difficult. Many questions are coming up. How is this new pathogen transmitted? Is it aerosol or droplet? How important is transmission from surfaces? Can infected persons transmit the virus before they show symptoms, just to name a few? You need to consider logistical issues. For example, if you're recommending that people wear masks, are there enough available, or are they needed for frontline health workers who can mitigate the impact of the pandemic's effects? Feasibility is a critical consideration. Thus, you obtain input from key stakeholders, people who will be implementing the guidance that you're developing. And then you need to communicate that guidance and emphasize that it will change as additional information becomes available. Fortunately, I knew that the CDC information during previous health crises. For example, in 1981, cases of what later became known as AIDS were first reported in the MMWR, which prompted reporting of additional cases and subsequent identification of the disease. One of the most difficult situations for me to hear about during the pandemic has been reports of political interference with the development of COVID-19 guidelines and demands to review and make changes to MMWR articles. These reports threaten the credibility of CDC.
All right, everybody, this is a live press conference that we have coming into our desk, happening in Washington, D.C. It's the Select Subcommittee hearing, which is examining a new report released today from the Government Accountability Office, and a finding that career scientists observed incidents of political interference that resulted in the alteration or suppression of scientific findings related to the coronavirus pandemic. We do want to dip out of this and bring you some other news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. So again, we do want to switch gears on what we are covering here today. Back to the ongoing war in Ukraine. We have learned President Joe Biden is asking Congress for $33 billion in aid as Russia continues to strike Kiev, Ukraine. We have also learned that an American soldier, a former U.S. Marine, has died in the fight in Ukraine. He has been identified as 22-year-old American and former U.S. Marine Willie Joseph Cancel. You were just looking at some video there on your screen of him. His death comes as reports say heavier fighting continues in the Donbas region, where the United Kingdom says Russian gains are limited. But again, the latest information that we know is that a former U.S. Marine has died alongside Ukrainian forces continuing to fight. His wife did speak to Fox News yesterday, saying that he was working in Kentucky as a corrections officer when he signed up with a private contracting company to volunteer in that fight in Ukraine. So again, we have learned that 22-year-old former U.S. Marine has died in the fight in Ukraine after he did volunteer for those efforts. We also want to get to some other news pertaining to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials said at least 10 people were injured yesterday when Russian missiles struck a 25-story residential building in Kiev. Again, it happened last night, causing fires and partially destroying at least 2 floors of the building. We do have another feed that we want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. It does appear as though this is coming in from Kiev, Ukraine. Actually, this is the United States, our military personnel, speaking about the ongoing war in Ukraine and how the United States is shipping weapons over to Ukraine on day 65 of this war. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, one more time. I'm sorry, Colonel.
No worries. And can you hear me better now?
That's
awesome. Yeah, the name is Barry Flack, and it's B-A-R-Y, 1R, F-L-A-C-K. And before we get started, I really do want to just start with an opening comment and kind of reiterate some of the words that Colonel Huseman had talked about. You're going to have a really great opportunity to see America's best. When you think about logistics and you look at history, history has proven that logistics is a force multiplier. And when you look at our aerial port operation, our logisticians, the things that we do here at Dover, I don't think it's too hard to say that they're the world's best at what they do. When given a task, much like Colonel Huseman was saying, our airmen deliver. And we're very proud of what they do daily to support global operations. And obviously, recently, we've been supporting operations in Eastern Europe. And you're going to see when you go out with these airmen that they're working with purpose and they're working with pride. And it's really awe-inspiring to see what they do daily.
So can you give us logistics on the types of materials that are being sent there? Absolutely.
You know, the President has obviously made this a priority to support Eastern Europe, specifically Ukraine. Multiple presidential directives have come out with certain material that needs to be moved to Ukraine. Dover has been a central point in a lot of the movement of material. And what we've had is a lot of different types of items. When you look at lethal material and lethal aid, we've had things such as javelins and stingers. low yield explosives, those kinds of things, but also things for survivability for the personnel in Ukraine, which is general cargo, things like individual body armor, helmets, sleeping bags, those kinds of things, to ensure that those folks over there have hope.
So what is the process like when you're filling up these planes? Like how long is the process? What is the, I guess, what type of preparation do you take for these type of missions?
It really depends on what kind of cargo that we're planning to move on the airplanes, and I hope you all do get to see some uploads today. For high explosives, obviously we do have to treat them a little bit differently than we do with just general use cargo. Obviously our airmen are very well trained. They understand the impact of what they're doing, but more importantly, they want to do their job safely. So when you guys do go to the in-transit munitions facility today, you're going to see our airmen working at a very good pace. But most importantly, they're working safe. They need to make sure when that type of cargo, whether it's a Javelin or something that's high explosive, number one, is in a manner that is safe to move. So they certify the requirement. They make sure it gets loaded onto a pallet, and they make sure it's airworthy. And that's just normal air transportation 101, the fundamentals. Now, much like the explosive type movements, we do have general cargo that comes through. Treat that a little bit differently. Obviously, we still want to continue to be safe, but there's less hazard risk for things like IBA, individual body armor and helmets and those kinds of things. So the airmen that do work on the explosive moves do have very specific training and technical requirements they have to get through to ensure they can move those things safe. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. Colonel, this cargo that you guys are loading up, is this cargo that you guys had here on hand, or is this coming from other bases throughout the country? What does that process look like before it comes here and then it goes over?
Absolutely, and I've got to be somewhat careful how I answer the question. There are multiple distribution points in the United States that move material to what we call aerial ports of debarkation. Obviously, Dover, as Colonel Huseman had said, is a logistics hub. There are many logistics hubs in the United States. We actually have 5 aerial port squadrons within the continental United States that support myriad of mission sets. But there's synchronization that has to happen. So a lot of the things that come in are synchronized. So you've got distribution points that are sending material to Dover. We work with those organizations to ensure that we've got good sync of truckloads that do come in to Dover so we can match it to the airlift and the airflow that gets scheduled, so we don't have a lot of the cargo sitting for long periods of time. Our goal is to be agile. Our goal is to be persistent in how we move the material because we obviously know there's folks on the other end that need it. So it's a very choreographed and very synchronized way of doing business amongst multiple agencies.
Colonel, how many flights out can you handle on a daily basis? Specifically, how many flights to Poland for this particular project?
That's a great question. Now, our aerial port squadron and the base here is a 24/7 outfit. Dover is a power projection platform. We've got the ability to meet the needs of the president, the OSD, our customers across the globe. So to answer your question, we can work multiple airplanes at once. And I think the question was asked earlier to Colonel Huseman. We have, on average, done 3 to 5 commercial carriers to load those airplanes out at Dover, specifically with a recent surge that we've been supporting. So we can go. We've got what we call maximum on ground with how we can work airplanes. 3 to 5 per day for large aircraft like the 747s that we do load is very tenable for a period of time.
And can you talk again about the finesse that you have to deal with the logistics? Like if you're moving APCs, heavy artillery, and that's all coming in from other points, and the dance that you have to perform to make that precision delivery.
Sure. We've got folks within our aerial port squadron that work directly with the distribution centers to plan. Again, I want to talk synchronization, right? So what we don't want to do is have so much stuff here that sits and we don't have airlift tied to it, right? So we work a lot with the Joint Munitions Command, with Army Material Command, obviously with Air Mobility Command, which is our parent organization. U.S. Transportation Command, and then there's also a command called the Service Deployment Distribution Command. So there's a lot of different touch points that we try to sync to ensure that, things that you're asking, whether it's a howitzer, a vehicle, a javelin missile, you name it, that we kind of get a good idea of what's coming to us ahead of time so we can actually work airflow requests through Air Mobility Command. I hope I answered your question.
By providing these materials to them over there, are we suffering at all with our own troops by not having those materials for ourselves?
I am not prepared to answer that question. I would not be able to speculate on that.
Sure.
Colonel, you mentioned body armor earlier. A lot of things, a lot of reports were coming out that maybe some body armor that they had in eastern Ukraine wasn't of a certain level. I'm not an expert on that, but can you speak to what level of body armor you guys are sending over there?
Quite honestly, we don't know the technical specifics of the body armor that's being sent, so I would be speculating if I did answer that question.
You mentioned that there's a little different procedures where, depending on what it is you're sending, is there a different aircraft that you use when you're using more riskier things, like when you're sending over explosives, or is it all typically the same type of aircraft? Yeah,
that's a great question. Now, it depends on what kind of material, but generally all the aircraft that we do get here are certified to carry high explosives. It's really not a concern. We've got a very good partnership with U.S. Transportation Command. U.S. Transportation Command contracts airlift with certain carriers that are able to carry these type of materials. Now, when you guys do go out and you guys are visiting the airport, you're going to notice our ramp. We do have C-5s and C-17s that fly out of Dover. And that's part of what our mission set in the maintenance group is, to ensure those two mission design series airplanes are safe and reliable. Those kind of airplanes, for a move like we are currently working, do a lot of outsized, oversized cargo. So when you guys do look at the 747s, they're limited in what kind of cargo they can move because of the space on the airplane. The C-17, C-5s are a little bit bigger, so we can actually put rolling stock and those vehicles, bigger types of cargo on there to also include explosives if we need to move those types of material on C-17s and C-5s. But to answer your question directly, U.S. Transportation Command, Air Mobility Command does schedule the requisite type of aircraft to move the material that we need to.
Does the type of cargo being loaded affect the amount of personnel on the plane, or does that not matter?
It doesn't. It would matter if there's passengers, okay, like space required or space available passengers, right? But these airplanes are purely for cargo requirements.
Colonel, can you talk about the amount of material that has moved so far from Dover, in addition to the amount that's moved from the United States over there?
Yeah, good question. I know Colonel Huseman touched on it a little bit ago. Specifically for Dover, we have done a little bit over 7 million pounds of support. There's a bigger requirement out there. There's other locations that have been servicing Ukraine. But from Dover specifically, we've done a little bit over 7 million pounds and close to 70 airlift missions. And this has all started right around the February time frame.
I know the Secretary of Defense and the President have spoken about the speed at which this has been accomplished. Mm-hmm. Kirby specifically mentioned how quickly, 48 hours from signing the paperwork to new cargo on the ground. Is that a pace you can keep? Is that sustainable? Is that still the case? I mean,
let me answer it this way. We take logistics and movement of material to provide hope very seriously. Again, I want to reiterate, logistics is a force multiplier. There's no other air force in this world, there's no other nation around the globe that can do what we do in moving material at a pace that we need to the location that we need to get it to. You're going to see today, when you see our airmen, the pride they have in what they do. I mean, I'm getting teared up talking about it. They have a purpose. They have a steely-eyed look because they know what they do matters. And they know there's somebody on the other end that needs this material. And they will move as fast as they need to safely to get this material to the folks who need it.
And I know Colonel Huseman talked about this earlier, but How long can you keep this pace up?
We are prepared to meet the presidential directives as they come. We are prepared. We are ready. And we will move and get the stuff to the fight as long as we need to.
So it's not really your responsibility to provide any materials outside of protection?
Can you restate the question, please?
Yeah, are you providing materials, say, for personal care or medical supplies, as opposed to just weaponry and
There's a myriad of supplies that are being sent. Again, I talk about the lethal aid that has been sent, which you'll see today at our in-transit munition facility. We have moved other types of material to include things that you've mentioned, which are medical care, but that's more the general cargo side, which I do believe they are going to the aerial port squadron, the air freight facility today. So you'll see some of that as well.
So both lethal and non-lethal aid roll out of here sometimes on the same aircraft?
Generally, no. There's some mix, but generally the airplanes that are contracted to move the explosives are for those specific items.
Are you concerned at all when transporting these items of any foreign involvement?
We take operational security very seriously, and so obviously we are always concerned about potential of that, but again, I want to reiterate, our system and how we operate in logistics is second to none. And I'm very, very, very sure that we're very secure in how we do our movements.
Any last questions?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate your
Colonel.
time. Really appreciate y'all coming to
Thank you
Dover.
so much, Colonel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for providing. I know she works for you, but I really appreciate y'all putting this together.
All right, everybody, that was the latest update coming from military officials at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, of course, discussing day 65 of this war in Ukraine. Military officials there saying that they continue to ship weapons to Ukraine out of the Dover Air Force Base. And since this war began 65 days ago, back on February 24th, that military official you just heard from said that they have managed to send 7 million pounds of support and supplies and weapons to Ukraine amid this ongoing war with Russia. Again, 7 million pounds of support and weapons flown out of the Dover Air Force Base since the war began 65 days ago. That official there taking some questions from reporters. One person did ask, how long are they prepared to keep this up? And he did respond by saying that they are prepared to keep on sending supplies and weapons to Ukraine for as long as needed and for as long as President Biden orders them to do so. So again, we are now on day 65 of this war in Ukraine. Time here on the East Coast is just before 10 o'clock in the morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more top stories. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us here. It is just before 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox. If you didn't know, some news that we did break to you yesterday, where President Biden has asked Congress for an additional aid supplement package for Ukraine. We are talking $33 billion in aid to help Ukrainian forces with additional security, military, and humanitarian assistance. Some of that money would also be for the United States' efforts to strengthen European security with NATO allies and partners as well. Some economy news. The U.S. economy shrank by 1.4% in the first 3 months of the year, marking the worst quarter in 2 years. And it is day 65 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We have learned that a former U.S. Marine has died fighting alongside Ukrainian troops. We did report that 22-year-old Marine, according to his wife, volunteered with a private contracting group to help Ukraine in their fight against Russia. Also, yesterday, several missiles hit a 25-foot residential building in Kiev, the capital city, and this all happened while the UN Secretary General was wrapping up a visit there. He and Ukraine's president were discussing a plan to evacuate soldiers and civilians from the devastated port city of Mariupol. So some top stories that we are following here today. And sticking with that economy news, you see the stock board right up there on your screen, opening about 30 minutes ago, trading down by about 15 points at this very hour. So of course we will continue to bring you that throughout the show. In the meantime, we do want to get back to those updates we were talking about in terms of the ongoing war in Ukraine. This is video. These are some photos of that U.S. Marine who, again, was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. He has been identified as a former U.S. Marine veteran, 22-year-old Willie Joseph Cancel. He was killed on Monday, again, working and volunteering with Ukrainian forces as they work to push back those Russian troops. His death does come as reports say heavier fighting continues in the Donbas region, where the United Kingdom says Russian gains are limited. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, Ukrainian officials said at least 10 people were injured when Russian missiles struck a 25-story residential building in Kiev last night. As you can see in this video, it caused fires and partially destroyed at least 2 floors. The strikes came as the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, and Bulgarian Prime Minister Kirill Petkov were making visits to Kiev for those talks with President Volodymyr Zelensky. We do know Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said that the decision for Russia to carry out strikes as international leaders were in the city was heinous, and it was an act that demonstrated Russia's attitude toward Ukraine, Europe, and the world. And this is video of the UN Secretary General meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday in Kiev. Guterres said that the UN was pushing for a full-scale ceasefire and an evacuation of thousands of civilians surrounded by Russian forces at the Azovstal plant in Mariupol. Guterres made the statements again in a joint press conference here, as you can see on your screen, with President Zelensky. Prior to their meeting, though, the UN chief toured the war-battered Kiev suburbs of Bucha, Irpin, and Borodyanka, where he said that he observed, quote, the senseless loss of life, the massive destruction, and the unacceptable violations of human rights and the laws of war. Guterres said that civilians trapped in the Azovstal plant in Mariupol needed an escape route out of, quote, the apocalypse, and also said that Russian President Vladimir Putin, who he met a day earlier in Moscow, had agreed in principle to allow the UN and International Committee of the Red Cross to coordinate evacuations out of that city. So, of course, as we get new information on how those evacuations go, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to switch gears to COVID-related news here on Live Now from Fox. We do have Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is speaking virtually at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., of course, about the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So again, this is Dr. Fauci meeting there, speaking about the pandemic. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Pandemic, which was first recognized in the first days of January 2020, of cases of an unusual pneumonia that were identified now retrospectively likely in December or earlier of 2019 in the central region of China called Wuhan. If you now fast forward to where we are today and look at the global pandemic and look at cases per 100,000, and you could see that in the color code of the density throughout the world. Now we have about 508 million cases and more than 6 million deaths. The death count is likely considerably underestimated, and the number is likely more than that. So here are some of the lessons that I'll very quickly buzz through, making comments on each of them, but really just to stimulate discussion. First is the global information sharing and the collaborations which are absolutely essential to any adequate response or preparation for a global pandemic. So here we have schematically diagrammed the kinds of things that one does, namely to share research reagents, real-world clinical data, viral isolates, genomic data, surveillance samples. Things that are occurring in Africa need to be shared, in Asia need to be shared, in the Western Hemisphere, etc. The next is, what about the clinical trial infrastructure that we have spent literally decades building predominantly in response to the HIV/AIDS pandemic and to the ever-looming threat of an influenza pandemic? We have, over the years, built a substantial network of clinical trials. And when COVID-19 came along, rather than start and reinvent the wheel, we pivoted and utilized those clinical trials networks to very rapidly test the vaccines and other prevention tools. And these are things that might be familiar to some of you, such as the HIV Vaccine Trials Network that we set up years ago, the HIV Prevention Trials Network, our Infectious Diseases Clinical Research Consortium, our AIDS Clinical Trial Group. We put them all together, and for the purposes of unity, we renamed them the COVID-19 Prevention Network, or COVE-PN. This group was responsible for the testing of the vaccines over a period of less than a year, which led to the demonstration of the effectiveness and the safety. Next is utilizing prior scientific advances, which enabled us to rapidly respond and develop a vaccine. I wrote about this last month, or this month, actually a year ago last month, in Science magazine, where I pointed out that people were wondering how we possibly could have gotten a vaccine that is approved by an emergency use authorization from the FDA only 11 months following the identification of the virus, when usually something like that takes several years. And as I said in this commentary, the speed and efficiency with which these highly efficacious vaccines were developed and their potential for saving, which they have literally already millions of lives, is due to an extraordinary multidisciplinary effort which involved fundamental basic preclinical and clinical research that had been underway out of the spotlight, under the radar screen, literally for decades before the unfolding of COVID-19 pandemic. And in fact, in recognition of this, Science magazine deemed the COVID-19 vaccines as the science breakthrough of the year of 2020. And in fact, in this United States, and these are the vaccines that are utilized or will be utilized in the United States. As you can see, there are 3 separate platforms: the mRNA, the adenovectin, and recombinant protein. multiple companies, predominantly Moderna, BioNTech, and J&J, but also Sanofi, Novavax, and AstraZeneca doing tests, looking very likely for an emergency use authorization in the near future. Again, moving quickly, what about the prototype and priority pathogen approach that enabled us to move so quickly and will be very important looking forward ahead to the coming years of how we prepare for pandemics in the future? So what do we mean by prototype and priority pathogens? Those are the two ways that you address emerging infectious diseases. So priority pathogen means you anticipate a specific pathogen that already indicates its potential for a pandemic involvement. A number of organizations, the NIH, the WHO, CEPI, and others have actually put forth a list of these pathogens. And some of them are shown here on this slide, which was taken from the WHO R&D blueprint. But what do we mean by prototype pathogen approach? And this is a concept that was conceptualized and developed by Barney Graham at the NIAID, my institute's Vaccine Research Center. And what it means is that you take a particular category of pathogens, a family, and you build on prior experiences with that family of pathogens. And these are some of the families that are on the high priority list. The one that are obviously most familiar is the coronaviruses, which gave us SARS-1, MERS, and now SARS-CoV-2. The orthomyxoviruses, which are the different influenzas. The flaviviruses, which is West Nile and dengue and others. And what you do is that you take commonalities within a family, such as basic virology, assays, animal models, antigenic targets, vaccine platforms, correlates of immunity, as well as manufacturing strategies, and you develop it for one of those so-called prototype pathogens, and you find there are many similarities within that that allow you to jump ahead when you get a new pathogen within that family. The same exact way when SARS-CoV-2 came along, our experience in 2002 with SARS-CoV-1 and MERS in 2012 allowed us to move extremely rapidly. Next, the continued surveillance of the human-animal interface is absolutely critical. 75% of all new pathogens are zoonotic, namely pathogens that infect humans. 75% of them that are new come from an animal host. And in fact, my colleague and I, David Morens, wrote last year in Cell that the imbalance of the interactions in the animal-human interface are a major component of outbreaks, be it influenza, Ebola, coronavirus, or what have you. Namely, the human health clearly is connected to the health of animals, as we've seen in so many outbreaks. Some recent example is now mounting evidence that the SARS-CoV-2 outbreak was the result of a jumping of species from an animal to a human, similar to SARS-CoV-1, which went from a bat to a civet cat to a human, and MERS, which went from a bat to a camel to a human. That is still, although we don't know precisely what the origin is, it is very likely that that is the case, despite the fact that the lab leak hypothesis still obviously has not been disproven. Next, longstanding systemic health and social inequities that we see are driving pandemic disparities. We've seen it with virtually every disease. Again, this has been written about recently that the most pervasive disparities are seen among our minority populations, African Americans, Latino, and where we have data, also American Indian, Alaskan Natives, and Pacific Islanders. Why is that the case? Why do we see such disparities? Well, the answer to that has been obvious for decades. The underlying discrimination and the results of longstanding racism has led to a disadvantage that minorities have been put at by limited healthcare access and use, by some of their occupations, which disproportionately put them in essential work settings, as opposed to the easy ability to work remotely the way many people are able to do. There are educational, income, and wealth gaps, housing issues where some people live in crowded conditions, and it's hard to follow prevention strategies. And finally, what about misinformation? We are seeing a heavy dose of that in the current pandemic. And here are some of the crazy examples of what we have to deal with when the common enemy unquestionably is the virus. And these are some of the things that all you know. Bill Gates and I putting microchips in the vaccines that might actually make somebody magnetic, not to mention following what they're doing. The widespread misinformation about infertility related to COVID-19 vaccines. The extraordinary destructive anti-vaccine propaganda of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Senators who say that COVID vaccines are killing athletes on the playing field, and also a variety of other mis and disinformation. So, with those lessons learned, getting back to COVID now, what's the end game looking ahead this year and beyond? Let me explain something that has recently maybe had some misinterpretation of a description of different phases of the pandemic. So let me try and clarify it now. When you look at pandemics, there are 5 ways of looking at it and what I call different phases. Let's start off with the phase of eradication. Are we going to eradicate COVID-19? I say that's almost impossible. We've only eradicated one human viral pathogen in history, and that is smallpox. And the reason we eradicated it, there was no animal reservoir. It was phenotypically stable. Smallpox from 100 years ago is the same as smallpox 50 years ago and 40 years ago. There was a widely accepted global vaccination campaign, and importantly, the immunity that was induced by either vaccine or infection was lifelong in its durability. The next question, can we eliminate it? That means we don't eradicate it from the world, but you eliminate it from certain regions, for example, the United States. What about that? We've successfully eliminated 2 important viral pathogens in the United States: polio in 1979 and measles in 2000. How is that possible? Again, lack of an animal reservoir, a phenotypically stable virus. Measles from 50 years ago, 60 years ago, is the same as measles that's circulating in parts of the world now. In the United States, we had a widely accepted national vaccination campaign. And again, either vaccine or infection-induced immunity is usually lifelong or close to lifelong. So what about SARS? Why do I say it's unlikely we will eliminate it? 1, there are established animal reservoirs, and we know there can be reinfections and reintroductions. Although we don't need it, there's enough people that are already infected. But importantly, unlike measles and smallpox and polio, we have already seen the evolution of genotypically and phenotypically diverse variants. The world has experienced 5 of them already. We in the United States have experienced 4. There is, unfortunately, a lack of wide acceptance of safe and effective vaccines with the anti-vax movement. And then, unfortunately, as we've experienced, both vaccine and infection-induced immunity wanes over a period of several months. So what are we hoping for? We're hoping for control, namely get out of the fulminant, acute pandemic phase where you have 900,000 infections a day, tens of thousands of hospitalizations, 3,000 deaths per day, and get to a level low enough so that it doesn't disrupt the society, either economically, socially, from the standpoint of what we can do in schools and in jobs. And what I mean by that, some people call it return to normalcy, or at least a new normal. Some people refer to it as endemicity. Others describe it by saying something similar to what we see with other viral infections that are present. We don't like them to be present, but they're present, but they don't disrupt society. Things like RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, common cold coronaviruses, parainfluenza, influenza. How do we stay in control? Well, you get it to a low enough level by vaccinating the overwhelming proportion of the population and boosting where necessary. But also you implement common sense, hygiene, voluntary masking, attention to good ventilation, and make available vaccines, antivirals, and monoclonal antibodies. I'll stop with this last slide, going back 14 years to something I wrote with my colleagues in the Lancet Infectious Diseases, in which I briefly described that emerging infectious diseases has been with us since the beginning of civilization, from before the time we could record it. We've seen it in recorded history with diseases like pandemic flu of 1918. We've seen it with 3 subsequent pandemics of influenza, and we're experiencing it now with COVID-19. And the bottom line is, since these infections are perpetual challenges, we absolutely must be perpetually prepared for the inevitability of another pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those opening remarks. Tons of very good information in there. On Wednesday, you told the Washington Post that the pandemic was in a transitional phase, and you talked a little bit about this in your opening remarks. From a deceleration of the numbers into hopefully a more controlled phase, and endemicity, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Tell us more about what that means, especially for those of us in medical schooled environments. Yeah. What do you mean by endemicity?
Yeah, well, I tried to already explain it a few minutes ago, but I'll go over it again. Yes, again, there is the very acute fulminant phase of an outbreak. And the other day when I said we are no longer in that fulminant acute phase, that does not mean that the pandemic is over. By no means is it over. We still are experiencing a global pandemic. When you talk about getting it to a level of control really is not when you have tens of thousands of hospitalizations and you have 1,000 or more, 2,000, 3,000 deaths. It's when you get those levels low enough that it really is not disrupting. You don't overwhelm the hospital. It isn't a fearful threat throughout society, but there are going to be infections in the community. I don't think we're going to completely eliminate that. And again, you could pick an arbitrary number of how many cases or hospitalizations per 100,000 that would be, but it has to be low enough that it's present but not disruptive. That's what I mean by some people calling that endemicity, some people calling that return to normality. But it is something that doesn't disrupt or influence profoundly how we interact in society.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. I know that a lot of people are looking out for, the magic numbers, what does that look like? And like you said, it will be, it may not necessarily be a certain threshold or number. Does the study published by the CDC in morbidity and mortality indicate the U.S. has reached the herd immunity threshold? If not, when will we get there? Is that sooner or later than you expect?
Well, I recently wrote a paper a few weeks ago how the concept of how we classically think of herd immunity is likely unattainable in COVID-19. So I think we have to realize that, because herd immunity was the examples that I gave on the slides a few minutes ago when I showed what happens, what we did with measles, what we did with polio. Namely, you had enough immunity in the population with a stable virus that doesn't change. That's classical herd immunity. It makes it very problematic to get herd immunity, which means there's enough protection in the community and enough stability of the virus that it doesn't change, and enough durability of protection that you essentially don't have any infection in the community, similar to what we see now with measles and polio. Measles and polio is all over the world. In some countries, polio less so, but measles is widespread in many other countries. Yet we don't see measles in the United States because A, people are immune to it, and B, the virus doesn't change. We're not seeing that with SARS-CoV-2. We're seeing variants that emerge every few months. We've had Alpha, Beta, Delta, Omicron, BA2, BA4, BA5. So it's very difficult to really get a strong classical herd immunity when you have immunity that wanes and a virus that, in fact, does not stay stable. And you have an anti-vax movement, which prevents many of the people from getting vaccinated. So that's what I mean when I described recently, we're not going to get classical herd immunity with SARS-CoV-2.
Okay, let's talk about those variants. So why do viruses evolve? You know, at the moment, it seems like the coronavirus is becoming more communicable, but less lethal. Can you talk about why that is?
Well, generally when viruses propagate rapidly through populations, they tend to adapt themselves to spread more rapidly and not necessarily kill all the hosts. So it's not surprising that you wind up seeing viruses that might be less pathogenic. But remember, less pathogenicity can be due to two factors. One, the virus can be inherently less pathogenic, namely serious, or there's enough baseline immunity in the population that even though you're not protected from infection, you're protected from severity of disease. Now, viruses change and evolve by mutations. Mutations cause amino acid substitutions in important parts of the virus, which interfere or modify their transmissibility or their severity. That's usually due to what we call immunological pressure that's put on the virus. So when a virus infects somebody, your immune system tries hard to eliminate it. The virus that's replicating is trying to escape that attack on it by the immune system. So it tends to mutate and change. When you get enough of that, and then viruses start to recirculate, the new version of it recirculates, and that's called a variant.
Okay, thank you. You spoke a little bit about the zoonotic effect in the animal reservoir for this particular disease. So how have you seen that play out in the United States? Can you talk a little bit about infection among animals, and have we seen passing back and forth?
Yeah, well, we're dealing with it literally yesterday when the CDC announced the first case of an H5N1 chicken influenza virus that jumped species from the animal host, the chicken, which is causing a great deal of agricultural problems because it's causing the culling of large numbers of chickens, not to mention wild birds like bald eagles and other singing birds. So that is an animal virus that's jumped species. Years ago, we had a rather significant concern with H5N1, H7N9, which are influenza viruses in animals that jump species. So right here in the United States, interesting you asked that question, we had an announcement yesterday of that by the CDC.
Okay, thank you. While the initial version of the vaccines were highly effective, the immunity they produced did not last that long. You mentioned that in your opening remarks. What can we expect from future vaccines? Will they be able to extend immunity, and how will they do this? And kind of a schedule can we expect? Once a year, twice a year? You know, based on the nature of the virus, will there ever be a one and done?
Well, I hope there will be, but I'm not overly optimistic about a one and done, particularly when you have a virus that tends to change, which this virus does, and it's testis S, the variants that we've seen. So right now, I would hope that we get to the point where the immunity will last long enough so that you only intermittently would need to be boosted. I don't see the necessity of every 4 months requiring a booster. I don't think that's feasible, and I don't think that's really something that we'll be dealing with. But I do anticipate that, given the fact that the immunity does wane, and that happens to be characteristic of coronaviruses, I think people don't fully appreciate that prior to the COVID outbreak and prior to SARS-CoV-1 and MERS, we've been dealing with 4 common cold coronaviruses that account for, variable between 5 and 30% of all the common colds that we experience. And we keep getting infected with the same 4 common cold coronaviruses for decades. So we know from experience with coronaviruses that the protection that follows infection is not particularly durable. And you would expect, that being the case, that the protection following vaccines are not going to be durable, which brings us to the second part of your question. We are trying very hard to develop vaccines, different platforms that give a greater degree of durability of immunity. mRNA vaccines are phenomenally good at getting a high degree of efficacy and safety. But we've experienced now that the durability of protection isn't lifelong, for sure. Well, certainly not years long in the year and a half that we've experienced it. So we've got to do better. We have very good vaccines, but we've got to get better platforms and immunogens, maybe with adjuvants, that allow us to have a greater durability of protection.
Okay. So the second booster, we're already seeing that's already approved for those over the age of 50.
You are listening in to a live press conference with Dr. Anthony Fauci, of course, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. He is speaking to the National Press Club right now about what direction the coronavirus pandemic may take us this summer and beyond. Dr. Anthony Fauci was asked if he believes we are going to eradicate COVID-19. He was very blunt about this and basically said that it is impossible to eradicate COVID, and that the only human disease eradicated so far has been smallpox. Now, Dr. Anthony Fauci also clarified some comments that he made previously prior this week, and went on to say that the pandemic is not over, that we are still experiencing a global pandemic, and that more infections will be likely. But the ultimate goal is to really try and get COVID under control in a more manageable way that does not disrupt the world, the society, or the economy. So again, Dr. Anthony Fauci being pretty straightforward, saying that we are not going to eradicate COVID, that it is basically impossible, and that the goal from here on out is really to get control over the virus and to get out of the acute pandemic phase where there are thousands of infections and COVID-related deaths every day, hoping to get to a point that is much lower than that, again, where it does not disrupt society. He was also asked about vaccines and what we can expect from future vaccines, and if they will protect severe and prevent severe illness from all COVID variants. Dr. Anthony Fauci said that he hopes that there is a one and done sort of COVID vaccine, but also said that that is very unlikely, in part because the COVID virus continues to mutate. As you know, we've had the Alpha virus, of course, the Delta variant, and most recently Omicron as well. So Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that he does hope that there could be a one and done vaccine that protects from all variants, but did say that it's unlikely because the virus does continue to mutate. He did say, though, that he does hope that we get to a point where immunity lasts a little bit longer, where people don't have to get boosted every 4 months, saying that we do currently have good vaccine options for the COVID-19 virus, but they need to get better. So again, this is the latest pandemic news coming live to our desk of Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, speaking at the National Press Club about the next phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's go ahead and listen in.
A person with an underlying condition, someone who might be on chemotherapy for cancer, or someone who might have an immune defect, an autoimmune disease on corticosteroids or methotrexate or something like that. If that's the case, you should probably take into consideration seriously wearing a mask, even in indoor settings when masks are not required. If you look at the United States now and the CDC metrics, most of the country is green, which means the requirement or the strong recommendation for a mask in indoor settings is not there. As the CDC has said, that could change. And if in fact a combination of cases, hospitalization, and hospital capacity change, the CDC will modify their recommendations. But the wearing of masks right now in indoor cases, you need to take a look at what your risk is and the risk you're willing to take.
Okay. I want to jump over and ask a burning question selfishly, but I know many people want to know. I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. We're all just kind of continuously scouring the news for answers on when we may see a vaccine that covers under age of 5, 6 months to 5 years. On Thursday, Moderna announced that it would seek emergency use authorization for the COVID vaccine for young children. Why has it been so difficult to deliver a vaccine that's suitable for toddlers?
Well, first of all, I think it's important for the public to understand something very clearly. The FDA cannot act on approving something on an emergency use until A, they get an application from the company for an EUA, and B, they receive all of the information necessary to make that determination, and C, they're given ample time to do the very important task of carefully examining and scrutinizing that information so that when they make a determination that an EUA should be granted, that they do so in a way that you can be sure that you're dealing with a safe and effective vaccine. So the FDA is not delaying anything. The FDA needs the information, not all of which has been presented to them yet, to make a determination. And I think there's a misinterpretation that they're holding on to data that they should be moving on. That's not the case at all.
Can you explain a little bit further, though, why it has been difficult to get, it seemed like it wasn't effective. The first vaccine that Pfizer had been studying wasn't effective or not to the level that they were looking for. So, it is obviously up to Pfizer to make the determination whether they seek emergency use or not. But, from your vantage point, what happened there, and what are some of the things that you're seeing companies now do in developing vaccines that may be more effective in finding a vaccine that works in toddlers?
Well, I think we likely will have it. The question is, what is the precise dose and the dose regimen? For Pfizer, they started off with a 2-dose vaccine for children in that cohort from 6 months to 2 years, and then 2 years to up to 5 years old. And as it turns out, a 2-dose regimen did not meet the criteria that were preset to make it be available to really be evaluated enough for the efficacy for an EUA. And so they then went to the trial on a 3-dose regimen, which is what's going on now, and the data are being collected and analyzed there. So it's really a question of getting the right dose and the right dose regimen. We continually try to improve on that with newer vaccines, including vaccines for children.
And so, with Moderna asking to seek emergency use authorization, is that a sign that based off of their trials that they are seeing efficacy with this vaccine at this point? Because I know Pfizer had put forward the request but then pulled it back. So just kind of curious, what does this really dictate here in terms of Moderna's potential success in trials that they're...
Well, when Moderna submits data to the FDA, they do so under the assumption that the data will be good enough for an EUA. I can't comment on that because I haven't seen the data and I'm not the FDA. So right now, when the FDA gets all the data that they need, they will expeditiously analyze the data and make a determination based on what they do very well, is a very careful scrutiny of the safety and efficacy of the data.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know we're all hungry for that data. When do you think we'll see a toddler vaccine? Do you think we'll see it this summer or potentially later, based on what you're hearing?
Well, you're asking the same question 5 different ways.
I know.
And I'm telling you the answer, and I'm being very consistent with one answer. And that is when the FDA gets the data and the data are in a way where they deem it that is sufficient for an EUA, then they will make that pronouncement. And I certainly am not going to get ahead of the FDA to make any pronouncement about when they're going to do that. They will do that expeditiously, as they always do things expeditiously.
Sure. I just saw a report saying a top FDA official was saying potentially as early as June. So
well, there
we'll
you
see
go.
what happens.
Go with what the
all
FDA
right,
says.
all right. Has the Omicron variant's infection rate affected or convoluted studies being conducted on the toddler age group because it is more infectious? So if our vaccines, we're still getting infected, how does that affect something like a trial in children if the variants now are more infectious? They're not looking at the same variants that maybe were less infectious.
Well, we've had Omicron now for a bit. So there has been sufficient information, I believe, in the Omicron era to make a determination as to the efficacy of a vaccine in the Omicron era.
Okay, great. Do you envision a time when a COVID vaccine will be among the early childhood battery of vaccines?
I think that really is too soon to make any determination on that, because we are still now in certain phases of a pandemic. And when things stabilize into a steady state, and again, as I said in answer to your previous questions, we don't know when or what level that will be, then I think it will be easier to determine if in fact you want to make this one of the regular childhood vaccines. But I do not think we can make that determination now.
Okay, all right. One of the earlier realizations of the pandemic was that children who contracted the virus did not, for the most part, get as ill as adults. We know now that as many as 75% of children have already been infected with coronavirus since the pandemic began. How has thinking about children and the coronavirus evolved over time? Do we have a clear idea yet about why the virus behaves as it does in children as opposed to adults?
No, we don't have a very clear explanation of why that's the case. There are certain hypotheses that have not been proven, maybe due to so-called innate immunity that the children have that make it less likely that they get severity of disease. We don't know the answer. So if I surmise, it'll become a soundbite, and that's not good. So I won't surmise. We don't know. Try that. Okay. So having said that, I think we better be careful. And I don't think I know we better be careful about when we say that the virus doesn't affect children as seriously as it affects adults, to then make the conclusion that it's trivial in children. It's not. Many children have been infected, 12 million or so. We've had thousands of hospitalizations. We've had inflammatory syndrome in children, which leads in many respects to a serious outcome. You know, we've had children die from this. We've had children hospitalized. So although it is true that children in general do not get as severe an outcome as a cohort than do elderly people, we shouldn't underplay the potential seriousness of this in children. Even though the numbers are less, we don't want to be able to then accept that children, it's okay for a child to be infected and get sick. It's not.
Okay, great, thank you. Vaccination rates among children and young adults remain low. What seems to be holding parents back from vaccinating their children? Is it, misconception that once you've had COVID, you're immune from additional infection, as many kids have gotten COVID already, and or a combination of other factors that may be preventing parents from making that decision to move forward on a vaccine for their kids?
I think it's multifaceted. I don't think there's one reason. There are some parents who are inherently anti-vax. I mean, no matter what you tell them, they just don't want to get vaccinated themselves or their children. There are others who have understandable concerns about safety. And for those people, you point to the very, very strong safety record that these vaccines have. And sometimes when parents don't have all the information they need to make a decision through no fault of their own, they're a bit concerned, understandable, and sometimes confused about whether or not the risk-benefit weighs in favor of the benefit. And I think when you go over all the data and you carefully analyze it in an unbiased way, hopefully parents will come to the conclusion that it certainly is to the benefit of the children to get them vaccinated.
Okay. You've decided not to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'm sorry, I will miss you there on Saturday night. You called it a personal choice, but I think it might be instructive for many of us to hear how you evaluate risk, whether it's a big dinner in a ballroom or a gathering with friends and family. What factors do you consider?
Well, again, they're personal factors, and I think one person's decision, namely my decision, not to go to an individual social function indoors, is based on a number of things that I put into my own personal evaluation of my own risk. And one of the things people need to understand, you shouldn't judge one person's decision to be applicable broadly across the board to others, because each individual person has a number of factors, some of which are obvious, like age. You can't run away from what your age is, but there may be personal risk factors that people don't really want to make public. So you shouldn't question them. You should accept a person's personal decision, which should not influence someone else's personal decision.
All right. What are some of the technologies you've seen deployed to try to prevent the spread? We've seen air filtration systems, ionizers. For instance, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, organizers were approached about using a UV lighting system that could minimize viral disbursement. What are your thoughts about these types of technologies? Anything that looks promising to you, or is this so far you're just seeing sort of maybe minimal effect from some of these things?
That's an unfair question, because I really can't evaluate each and every technical thing that puts forth.
Anything particular that stands out to you that looks promising?
Well, yeah, the one thing is clear: ventilation is really important. And that's the reason why you always say when you have social events, particularly when you're dealing with a number of people congregating and gathering together, outdoors is much better from a safety standpoint than indoors. And if it is going to be indoors, to the extent possible, proper ventilation is something that's very important.
Okay. Are there any variants you're seeing emerge that are greater cause for concern, either related to infectious rate or other factors than recent variants like Omicron? Or are we getting to the point where a variant is a variant is a variant, that we're seeing a lot of things cropping up? So just your thoughts on that.
No, I wouldn't say a variant is a variant is a variant, because if you would have said that, you would have really been knocked on your back with Delta and then followed by getting knocked out again with Omicron. So we have to be careful. There are sublineages, like we're seeing sublineages of Omicron, that may be 20, 25, 30% more transmissible, which means it spreads more rapidly, but doesn't necessarily give you any more severity of disease. But we've always got to be on the lookout and very, very careful and vigilant about a variant that might come along that might be different enough that it really seriously evades the protection that you get from vaccination and boosting, as well as from prior infection. So you always got to be on your guard for a variant that's different enough that it really causes a significant amount of difficulty.
Okay, I'm going to ask a few questions from the audience that are coming in. This one comes from Alexander Tin of CBS News. What does Dr. Fauci make of reports of rebound symptoms in people who finished a course of Paxlovid? Do you think more people should be eligible to receive Paxlovid?
All right, two separate questions, a little bit unrelated, but appropriate questions and good questions. There are anecdotal stories, which are what anecdotes are, of people who have taken Paxlovid in the acute phase within 3 to 5 days, have done well for a few days, and then when the drug is stopped, they appear to have a rebound, either a rebound in test positivity or a rebound usually of mild symptoms. The drug is still clearly very effective in preventing you from progressing to requiring hospitalization. The 90% efficacy seems to be holding strong. That issue of real or not rebound phenomenon is really being looked at very carefully to determine what the extent of it is, and is it a real phenomenon? Because right now, it's still at the level of anecdotal reports. And when you have anecdotal reports, the best thing to do, which is being done, is to put together a study to try and validate or not what those anecdotes are and what to do about it if they are real. That's the answer to the first question. The second question, I and a number of my colleagues, including Dr. Jha and others in our COVID team at the White House, feel that we are underutilizing Paxlovid. And we need to make sure that the American public and healthcare providers realize that it is much more accessible than people realize it is. And we're making it even more accessible. We started off by having 20,000 sites where you can get it, pharmacies and clinics. We're bringing that up to 30,000 and hope to double it to 40,000 very soon. In addition, there are about 2,200 test to treat sites, which means you go in, you get tested, and if you're positive, you immediately have access on the spot to Paxlovid. So we really are underutilizing it, and we'd like to get it used more.
Okay. This question comes from Jennifer Henderson, an enterprise and investigative writer for MedPage Today. Is there any insight you're able to share on if and when variant-specific vaccines may be available, and how significant they may be, perhaps on an annual basis going forward?
Well, that's a great question, and we are actually right now testing just that phenomenon. It's a study that we've started. The companies are doing their own studies, but the NIH study is called COVAIL, C-O-V-A-I-L. And what it's looking at is people who've received a third dose of an mRNA and giving them any of a number of fourth doses, either ancestral strain specific, either variant specific, or a combination or bivalent, namely both. So those studies are actually ongoing. We started them a few weeks ago, and hopefully in the next month or two, we'll get the immunological bridging data that will give us more insight into where we're going in the future.
Okay. Coming from Alan Kotok of Science and Enterprise, What are the prospects for a nasal spray vaccine for COVID-19 or a combination influenza COVID-19 vaccine?
Well, again, good questions. The prospects for a nasal are good. We have a number of studies on our grantees, both extramural and now intramural scientists, who are looking at nasal versions of a COVID-19, which would be specifically important to prevent initial infection as well as spread of virus. That's question number one. Question number two is there's a lot of activity looking at, as we go forward, to combine an influenza vaccination at the seasonal level together with a COVID-19 vaccination, so that a person can go into a clinic in the fall and literally get both in one visit.
Okay. Question from Lori Wiegler. An issue many Americans are having is the idea of hybrid work that only suits the employer's needs. For example, changing days of week one is forced to come into the office. How can American businesses better gauge employee risk?
Well, you know, there is sort of maybe a question in that. Yes, there's a lot of hybrid work going on, even right here at the NIH, where people are coming in a couple of days a week. I think employers should be aware of what they can do, and that's a good question, to mitigate risks in the workplace. And there are a number of ways to do that. One of them is to have proper ventilation, to have proper spacing, to perhaps even diminish the density of people by having staggered coming in, people coming in 2 or 3 days, if you are in a workplace that is amenable to virtual working, because some working places are not. But for those that are, if you stagger the schedule so that you have much less of a social distancing issue, if you have fewer people on any given day. And then obviously the other is prudent attention to things like testing, staying out of work if you have any symptoms, and if you do, to get tested, and encourage your employees to get vaccinated and boosted.
Okay. Another question from Carrie Fitzgerald. You've addressed some of this, but there's a little bit of a new angle here. Will the COVID-19 virus ever stop making so many different variants? What would it take to make it stop mutating so much? Will the vaccine makers continue to update the vaccines like they do with the flu?
Well, if necessary, the vaccine makers will, in fact, continue to update the booster shots and the primary regimen as necessary. No doubt about that. But I like the middle question you asked is, how do you get this virus to stop mutating? It's really easy conceptually and difficult practically. What do I mean by that? A virus will not mutate if it doesn't replicate. And the best way to stop mutation is to suppress the virus globally, which brings me up to something that was not discussed in this interchange we've had here. And that is, we really should and do have an obligation to really help developing nations who don't have the capabilities that we do of vaccinating their population, because anytime the virus freely circulates anywhere in the world, there is the likelihood that you're going to get a variant. And we have experience that proves that. Delta came from India, Omicron came from Southern Africa. And if you have virus that continues to replicate in any region of the world, there's always the threat of a variant that will emerge and ultimately get here in the United States. So the best way to stop it from mutating is just stop it from replicating.
Can you detail at all where you're seeing, in terms of regions where you're around the world, where you're seeing the lowest levels of vaccination? And is that likely due to access to the vaccine?
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Southern Africa still has a rather low percentage of the population that's been vaccinated, but they also have a higher percentage of the population that's already been infected. So they will have some protection due to post-infection immunity. But, you know, there are a lot of things going on in the world that are different than we see right now. China's having a really serious problem they've locked down without necessarily adequately vaccinating their population. So now they're seeing really substantial surges in big cities. So that's going to really be a problem in China.
Okay. Final question, and we're almost out of time. Irv Chapman asks, how do you feel about summer vacation travel to Europe?
You mean for me personally?
Would you go amidst our current situation with the pandemic?
No, I think if a person is vaccinated and doubly boosted and personally takes the care of when you're on a plane, even though it's not required, if not, wear a mask, wear an N95 mask, be prudent, get tested before you go. I don't think that one should hesitate if they have a vacation planned to go ahead and enjoy that vacation.
All right, thank you. Before we conclude today's discussion, let me take a moment to thank headliners, co-team leaders Donna Lineman-Leger and
All right, everybody, that was Dr. Anthony Fauci speaking in Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club, of course, taking questions about the COVID-19 pandemic. As you see on that lower at the bottom of your screen, Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that eliminating COVID is unlikely, that we will have to live with it. And that means eradicating the virus will be impossible. He did clarify some previous comments and said that the pandemic is not over, that we are still experiencing a global pandemic, and also added that the goal is to eventually create better vaccines and to live with COVID in a more manageable way that does not disrupt society or the economy. So again, Dr. Fauci speaking in Washington, D.C. about this next phase of the pandemic. This final question that we just brought to you, he was asked about summer vacation travel to Europe specifically. He was asked who should go to that, and he did say that you should only travel to Europe if you are vaccinated and double boosted, wearing an N95 mask, and tested before you go. So again, that is the latest coming from Dr. Anthony Fauci about the COVID-19 pandemic that we have been living through for more than 2 years. We also have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is speaking right now, holding her daily briefing. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. Thanks again for joining us here worldwide as we continue on a new hour here. 11 o'clock just passed out on the East Coast. Live shot of the White House right outside of the Oval Office. You have the Marine there guarding the door. That means President Biden inside of the Oval. And pretty soon we will have a White House briefing. Of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everybody. Phoenix Worldwide Headquarters as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Here's what we have right now. You got Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi doing a Friday news conference. Now, this has been going on for about the last 10 minutes. Don't worry, you won't miss nothing. We've been recording on it. Let's bring it right back to the very beginning. That's what we do here. No sound bites here on this show. It's all about raw, live, and unfiltered, and bringing it to you just like if you were in the media room today.
Good morning. Well, as you know, yesterday, the President of the United States put forth a formidable package to help the Ukrainians fight for democracy, their democracy, our democracy. It is strong in terms of what it will do, in terms of assisting with security there. It is strong in terms of what it will do to help the economy, as well as the humanitarian assistance. I'm very proud of the President. This is such a moment for him where he has brought people together, mobilized the NATO in a strong way, working at a pace that we're all moving together on so many initiatives, recognizing the courage of the Ukrainian people. They have said to me, when they're here, they may have more troops. We have more motivation. Our troops have more motivation. So this is historic, and I thank the President for the careful consideration he gave to what would be in the package. Our country and the democracy is well served by this President, who had, for so many years was on the Foreign Affairs Committee, so he knows the territory, he knows the personalities, he knows the possibilities. Again, on top of that, as Vice President of the United States, and now as President, he brings his knowledge of the issues, the intelligence, the personalities, the possibilities. This is really something very, very important that he has done for democracy, recognizing that part of Russia's goal is to diminish democracy. It's the debate between autocracy and democracy, or more specifically, dictatorship and freedom. So what we hope to do is, we were ready with our Appropriations Committee to start writing as soon as we got the numbers from the Office of Management and Budget and the President's announcement made public, and we hope to, as soon as possible, pass that legislation. Some of you were here yesterday when we talked about lower cost at the pump, and so we are proceeding with our legislation in terms of stopping the exploitation of the consumer, price gouging, and the rest. And Congress, Madam Chair, Maria Cantwell to have her legislation to do the stabilization in terms of prices and the rest. The food prices are affected by the cost of fertilizer, cost of fuel, and the rest. So all of this is about lowering prices at the pump, lowering prices at the grocery store, and putting a very strong, watchful eye on the corporate America, who has a business plan in some instances that is about profits at the expense of America's working families, and also about lowering prices, lowering wages as they raise prices, increase their profits. So much of what is challenging us now in our economy relates to supply chain. When you have lower supply, you have higher cost. And we are so excited about the Competes Act and how we are moving on that. Yesterday, I met with some of the chairs of the committee to be ready, because next week the distinguished leader in the Senate has said that they will be hopefully finishing the motions to instruct next week in the Senate, which will enable us to go to a conference. And we hope to do that as soon as possible. This Competes Act is so important because of chips, and semiconductors. You all know that. It takes 1,000 chips to make a car, 2,000 to make an electric car, for example. Many other products are dependent on the use of chips, and we have to be making them at home. Supply chain, that's $52 billion. In our bill, over $40 billion for supply chain issues and how we support manufacture here at home, bring it home, make it in America, and do so in a way that gives us independence, self-sufficiency for our country, so that we have our preeminence in the world in terms of manufacturing, and therefore lowering cost. And a third part of that is education and research and apprenticeships, that many more people can participate in how we go forward in this new, independent, self-sufficient way for America, where we're not depending on the factors of production from other countries, which can be held up, whether we're talking COVID holding it up or you're talking Ukraine holding it up. For whatever reason, we cannot be dependent. And so this legislation is really transformative. Our goal is always to make sure people can survive, but we have to do better than that. We want them to succeed. In order for that to happen, we have to be transformative in how we have our public policy in order to work with the private sector, with the nonprofit sector, with the academic world and the rest, to involve many more people in our industrial base and again, in our education, to get us to the place where we were preeminent decades ago. Other countries copied our model of research and academic excellence, and then our jobs went offshore because it was cheaper, and now we're knowing that that was very costly to go offshore. We need to come home. So with that, we have quite a full plate. Ukraine, price at the pump, all part of lowering cost, and again, competes to take us to a different place. Any questions?
Madam Speaker, quick question. What do you make of the recent recordings that showed that Mr. McCarthy, Minority Leader McCarthy, knew that his members were a danger, they posed a danger, but it's because since then he has not wanted to punish anybody from Paul Gosar and Martin Luther King, but the recordings clearly show that he knew these people posed a threat.
You know, we're here largely as legislators. That's what I love about this place, because we legislate to make law, listen to the people, make laws that meet their needs to improve their lives. What you're talking about, I'm not going to comment on, except to say this. It was interesting to me that the leader talked about the concern that he had, if in fact those were his words, which that's up to you to decide, that he was concerned about his members causing danger here. And at the same time, complaining that we have magnetometers to keep guns off the floor of the House. It just seemed inconsistent to me, especially now that one of his members was seen taking a gun into an airport. I thought you were arrested for that, tried to take a gun on a plane. I guess his member was treated differently. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, and I guess on that point, I know you're...
Well, I'm not going to spend this meeting talking about Kevin McCarthy's inconsistencies with his caucus, so just understand that. You want to talk about competition in the world, so America is number one. You want to talk about protecting democracy from dictatorship. You want to talk about lowering costs for the American people. I've said what I'm going to say. It's up to them. People have to make a judgment about how the Republicans in Congress hold their members accountable. And they can't say on the one breath, I'm afraid that they're going to cause danger to other members, and at the same time complain about my having magnetometers on the floor of the House. That's all I'm going to say about it. So if you want to waste your question on that, that's up to you. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker, just on HR 40, I was just curious.
what,
Why hasn't
dear?
the House, on HR 40, why hasn't the House yet brought up its bill to set up a commission on reparations yet? And do you plan to bring it up?
HR.
Oh, sorry, HR 40?
Oh, you're talking about that. And what's your question?
No, I was just curious, why hasn't the House yet brought up that bill? And do you plan to
well,
bring it up later
I think
this year?
they're having hearings. It's a bill just to have a study, and it's up to the committees to have their hearing on that. I think people welcome that conversation. Congresswoman Jackson Lee has been a champion on that. Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up on your comment, because I know you were referencing the incident with Congressman Cawthorn.
Okay, I'm not talking about that anymore, okay? I'm not taking, I am not making any comments. Look, you have a concern about the behavior of the Republican conference. I have a concern that they are not here for meeting the kitchen table needs of the American people. My concern about their ethics and their behavior is something the American people and their constituents have to make a judgment about. But if you want to know what keeps me up about them, is that they are just opposed to all of the initiatives that we have to expand Medicaid so many more poor children especially can have access to it, that they oppose initiatives about pensions to ensure that families of these children have security into their grandparents and the rest, so they can have kitchen table concerns about the cost of food. My concern is that they're in the pocket of the fossil fuel industry and are in denial about the climate crisis. My concern is that they're in the pocket of the gun industry, and so they will not vote for initiatives that prevent gun violence in our communities. My concern is that it's very hard to get something to lower the cost of prescription drugs. You want to hear something about them? We had a bill that would contain the cost of insulin, $35 cap on the cost of deductible on the cost of insulin. The industry was charging 10 times that. We're talking about $30 to $35. They're talking about $300 to $600. Do you know how many Republicans voted to reduce the cost of insulin, which affects many families in our country? 12. 12 Republicans. So that what matters to me is what matters to the American people. We have a responsibility to have an ethical standard here. They have to take care of their own house. If not, there will be ethics complaints. But I'm not spending my time on them in this meeting. We're fighting for America's working families. We're fighting for the kitchen table concerns. We're not here to talk about books that were written and what would you say the word is? Just total inconsistencies about who was responsible for January 6th. The President of the United States incited an insurrection against the Constitution, against the Congress, against this Capitol. They had their mixed reviews about it, and now they have to deal with their inconsistencies about it. But the fact is, many of them, as the leader has indicated, could be a danger, as he said, and that's why we are protecting the members of Congress.
Madam Speaker, some Democrats are siding with Republicans and calling for a vote on Title 42, while both caucuses are largely united on arming Ukraine. So why not split the votes?
Well, we haven't made any decision about how we go forward, but let me just say about Title 42, President Biden did the right thing to substitute something that is more effective at the border, to protect our border, and to respect our responsibility to welcome refugees or asylum seekers to our country. That we need a better plan than the Trump administration had in effect. I always like to quote two people. One is the person who represented the evangelical community, the Association of Evangelicals, when he said, the United States program of refugee resettlement is the crown jewel of American humanitarianism. That's what we have to get back to, a place like that. 42 is not in furtherance of that. But we have to have something else. If the president's taking that away, and his administration is putting forth a better way to go. The other one that I like to quote, and you've heard me time and time again, is Ronald Reagan. Read his last speech to the country. This is the last speech I will make as President of the United States, and I want to communicate a message to the country I love. And he talked about immigration in such a beautiful way. I don't want to do it. I won't do it justice in quoting the great communicator Ronald Reagan, but you should Google it.
Madam Speaker, on the Ukraine bill here, obviously there's talk about maybe putting the COVID money in. You say there hasn't been a decision made about.
Well, I'm all for that. I think it's very important. We have emergencies here. We need to have the COVID money, and we need time is of the essence because we need the Ukraine money. We need the COVID money. So I would hope that we can do that. This is called legislation, and we'll. Legislating, and we'll have to come to terms on how we do that.
But if they have to drop the price tag, the president reiterated the call for $22.5 billion. Yet there was a deal between Senator Romney and Senator Schumer, a lower figure. Do you see that figure coming back up to 22.5? Or?
Well, I would hope it would come up to 22.5. But as you described, this is a Senate negotiation. And we'll see what they come up with because it'll be what can pass the Senate. And it would be paid for.
And is Title 42, if it's put into that or there's a vote on that?
Well, that's a different story. Let's see what the Senate, my understanding is that the Senate is working on, I don't know this for sure, but my understanding is that the Senate is working on other language that serves the purpose at the border, but is not Title 42.
Madam Speaker, an issue that's a lot of American people are dealing with is the economy, and we just got the latest numbers showing that it could dip slightly. Is this going to have any effect on the 2022 election come November, the midterm?
Well, I think this is an aberration. There's plenty other statistics and analysis that have said this is an aberration, and there are many other factors that show that we have growth in our near future. But what we're worried about is what it means to the kitchen table, again, not to the election, but to the kitchen table of America's working families. This is a president that has, under his leadership, 8 million jobs, 8 million jobs in 1 year. Again, a large part of that comes from the private sector. We respect that. Public, private, nonprofit, private initiative, individual initiative, but public policy on the part of Democrats in the Congress, as well as the President of the United States, 8 million jobs, cutting unemployment in half, raising wages. And again, when that happens, inflation goes up. When you have unemployment going down, as we said, when you have supply chain issues, costs go up because supply goes down. So we have to deal with it. And but I do think that if you read some of the other analysis that has surrounded that, and we want to. This is deadly objective. These are numbers. We think that one of the reasons for that is that our exports are out of balance. There's so much more being imported than exported. And one of the reasons to how we go down a path to improve that situation is to pass the Competes Act, bring it all home, and have our balance of trade be much more favorable to our country. That is another aspect of that figure, 1.5% or something was it this morning, and I saw that. But I also constantly read about this, and including this morning, as to those who have said, don't read so much into that. That's for then, but we will do better. We will have growth. And again, this Competes hopefully will be overwhelmingly bipartisan. It certainly was bipartisan in the committees where it was written in the House and in the Senate, although the Republicans didn't want to give us a vote on it on the floor. We got one Republican vote. But nonetheless, strong support in the committees where the legislation was coming out of science, space, and technology and the rest. I think a disagreement about whether we need chips, perhaps in one of the committees, but I think everybody knows that we need chips. So we have to, we can't ignore any of it. We can't ignore inflation. We have to pay attention to, we watch those numbers and see what feeds into it. Is it the trade issue or what? Supply chain, how do we address that? chips is an answer to a number of those. Thank you all very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi there wrapping up her Friday news conference. You're watching always live worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, you were taking a look at the markets right now. Dow Jones, wow, it seems like every other day you either have a green day and then right followed by a smack down red day. And that's exactly what we're seeing right here, down 350 points in the red. When we come back, we're going to go out to Florida as we do go out to Polk County, where we have the sheriff there, Grady Judd, speaking on a number of cases there, one involving a 19-year-old that's accused of killing a family member. Live now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you, especially on a Friday as we continue some of these top stories and really feeds that we are getting in from across the country. Live look right now, beautiful New York City there. You see the Statue of Liberty there in the distance. But we're actually going to go out to Florida right now, Polk County to be exact, everyone. This is the Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd discussing how deputies arrested one of their own sheriff's office volunteers for drug trafficking. And the sheriff also will be giving details on the arrest of a 19-year-old accused of shooting and killing a family member. Let's listen.
And this family consists of mom and dad, hard-working people, live in an upper middle class neighborhood in Lake Wells. 4 children. And dad goes to work like he always does. He works, as he says, an incredible amount so that his wife can stay home and take care of the 4 children and the house. So he goes to work. And he receives a frantic call from one of the children that, you know, mom's being taken by ambulance to Lake Wells Hospital in exceptionally critical condition. This all happens just after about 9:30 yesterday morning. So dad goes to the hospital, rushes to the hospital, and determines from the hospital that mom's died of unknown causes. He goes and gets the daughter out of school. She's 14. And he goes home with his family where they're all grieving together. At about 11:04, we get a phone call from the hospital. They said, we've just discovered this lady that died from unknown causes that was brought in has suspicious injuries. So immediately we go to the hospital and we rush to the house. The hospital thinks at that time possibly she has puncture wounds. And in fact, she does. So we get to the house, and here's this grieving family, and they're shocked by all of a sudden there's patrol cars and homicide detectives that show up. And here's what we discovered. Seth Settle is 19 years of age. Mom takes daughter to school, comes home, and smells smoke in Seth's bedroom. So she goes and she opens the door, and she said, I've told you before about smoking in this house. Now quit smoking in the house. And she closes the door, and he shoots her through the door. Did you hear what I said? He shoots his mama through the door. There's an entrance wound and an exit wound, and she falls to the floor. He jumps up, runs to where his 24-year-old brother is. It's a large house, around the corner from the game room, from his bedroom through the game room, around to the main area of the house, and is screaming at his 24-year-old brother, who's in the bathroom and doesn't hear what he says. 24-year-old comes out. Seth has fled the house. He goes looking for his mother and finds her unresponsive in the game room on the floor by Seth's bedroom, and of course dials 911. There is no blood. He doesn't know what happened. He didn't hear a gunshot. Seth's fled. They call EMS. EMS cancels us. It's a medical event. Until they get to the hospital, Dad now has arrived at the hospital. Mom's deceased. They initially don't see any wound. They don't see any blood. And only later, when they're preparing to move Mom, did one of the nurses notice all of a sudden there's a small amount of blood. And in fact, what has happened, she was shot. The medical examiner did the investigation this morning, and what he determined, this in and out wound went directly through her heart. Her heart immediately quit beating, so there was no blood to pump out. We arrest Seth, take him down to the station, and he confesses. But he colors the event in his best interest. He tells us that he's depressed, and some of his friends confirmed to us that he had a girlfriend about a year ago. He said that Mom opened the door to get on to me about smoking, and I was holding a gun to my head, and she told me to put the cigar out and close the door, and the gun accidentally discharged. We don't believe that. We don't believe that because by all accounts, even his admission that Mom was a absolutely, totally wonderful person and the best mom you could ever have. We do a criminal history, not one blemish on anyone's name. Mom, Dad, the 4 kids. This is truly the wonderful family next door. And he kills his mom. We think he was angry. We think he was mad. We're absolutely confident with the type of mom that this is. There's no way she would have closed that door with her son holding a gun to his head. That's our supposition. He fled, went to a friend's house, told him I accidentally shot Mom, fled past her, didn't help, didn't dial 911, hollered something at the brother on the way out of the door. So where are the guns? Well, he tells the detectives, well, I threw them off of the Chalet Suzanne Road into a wooded area. So after hours of searching, we finally determined that another friend had come to the house, and he had asked the other friend to take these 2 firearms away. The friend gave us the firearms, said he wanted me to take the firearms because he was afraid he'd hurt himself. Of course, the friend didn't know Mom was shot. He just knew that Mom had died unexpectedly, and he was just trying to hold the firearms for Seth. Dad, the other brothers, no one had any idea that Seth even had these 2 firearms. And he's too young to possess firearms. The firearms aren't stolen. But at the end of the day, we have, without argument, the most wonderful mom in the world, who's now deceased because the 19-year-old kid shot and killed her. I can't begin to tell you the horror of this event. I had the opportunity to talk to Dad, who's just a great, hardworking, good man. And I can tell you the only people that are more shocked and stunned by this than us and law enforcement are the immediate family. No one ever could see this coming. But for whatever reason, he shot and killed his mom. Are there any questions about that before I go to the next one?
Yeah, so you said that it wasn't a stolen gun, but Dad didn't know that he had guns, and he was too young to have a gun. So where did the gun come from?
He said he bought them off of the street. Now, they're not reported stolen. That doesn't mean that they're not, that someone didn't steal them and sell them to him, and it never got registered in the computer as a stolen firearm. But there is zero indication that the firearm's stolen. He just bought them. Some friends had them.
It was a cigar he was smoking? There was no drugs or anything?
No drugs, black and mild cigar.
Did he show any remorse?
No, he was very stoic. It wasn't that he was unapologetic. He was just very stoic. Said he was a great mom. It was an accident. But he admitted pointing the gun at the door.
Can you share the age of the victim?
The victim's 52. My heart and prayers go out to the entire family. That's not supposed to happen, ever. Ever, ever, ever. Okay? Now, there's things that when they come to your attention, you know that it has to be true because you can't make this stuff up. So our detectives come in to brief me and the chiefs and said, we've got information that one of our volunteer sheriff service officers, one of our volunteers, is selling oxycodone. We go, well, that's a shock. Out of the sheriff's patrol car that he's issued to drive while he volunteers. That's another shock. So we begin an undercover investigation, and we find out a volunteer sheriff's service officers are volunteers. They're the ones that, with the yellow lights on the car, and they help direct traffic at crashes. They work minor crashes. They look for handicap violations. They help with school crossings. And what we find is David Roberts. He's 69 years old. He's been a volunteer for us for 12 years. A very good volunteer. People say that he's friendly, he's fun to be around, he's hardworking. And here's what we have discovered so far during this investigation. He gets about 90 oxycodone with Tylenol a month for pain. And he's gotten these for over 2 years. Now, I've got all kinds of other questions, like what doctor thinks he needs 90 oxys a month for over 2 years? But when he gets these 90 oxys, his pain's not that great, so he sells them. He sells them for $10 each. Well, we infiltrate him with an undercover detective, and we find out that he's being paid $10 a piece for these. So he's making $900 a month selling his prescription drugs on the street. So now we're in competition with the street drug dealers. So we said, we'll give you $12. And he goes, okay. So he says, I'll set the location for the transaction. So we go, okay. And it's the racetrack, Highway 60 in Lake Wells. So our undercover pulls into the racetrack, dials the suspect up on the phone and said, hey man, I'm looking for you. Where are you? He said, I'm over here in the corner. Our undercover says, you in the Popo car? He goes, yeah. He won't be in it for long, but he's in it now. So we go there. He has taken the oxys out of the prescription bottle, put them in a plastic baggie, and is counting the money before he turns the drugs over to us. Why he's wearing his uniform. Listen, folks, that makes me crazy. That makes me so crazy I want to pluck my eyeballs out one at a time. So we complete the deal. We allow him to drive away. We follow him. And he pulls into the substation. So we arrest him in the parking lot of the substation. And he's affable. And he's cooperative. And he signs a waiver. And lets us search his house where we find some marijuana. He says, it's not mine. It's my nephew's. I'm just holding it for him. Well, why is it in your bedroom? I don't know. I'm just holding it for him. And then we find 2 guns, a rifle and a pistol. Well, that's okay until we run a criminal history. Are you ready for this? You're talking about an epic system failure. He's a convicted felon from 52 years ago. That's right. When he was 19, he was arrested for a burglary and convicted. He goes, I can't be a convicted felon. I've been voting all the way back to Nixon. Did you hear what I said? So we have done an administrative look at our volunteer files, and they just missed it. They just flat missed it. Volunteers don't go through the normal HR detailed polygraph system that full-time employees do. They're donating time. But there's to be a complete background run on him. And 12 years ago, of course, the person that did it is long gone. Apparently, either didn't do it completely, had a failure. We're embarrassed. We're embarrassed. Mr. David Roberts, though, should recognize that selling 90 oxycodones is a 15-year minimum mandatory, and we're going to help him get every day of that in prison. He admitted, well, I've embarrassed the agency. That's the understatement of the day. But as is our policy at the Sheriff's Office, transparency. Somebody messed up 12 years ago on a background. He's been a stellar volunteer, very well loved, done a good job. Oh, except when he's selling oxys out of the car, you see, using it as cover. I am livid. I am hotter than a bare butt on a tin roof in August. And there will be all our volunteer systems audited. Oh, by the way, we don't have that many VSSOs. We've already checked all the other files and re-audited them. They're all pristine except for this one. All of them. Well, it makes sense. This is the one that should have been screened out 12 years ago and wasn't. So, in Polk County vernacular, if there's been any misunderstanding, I'm pissed. He's going to prison, I hope, for 15 years, not counting his weapons charges. Is there any questions?
To clarify, you said that volunteers don't go through the same stringent checks as full-time employees, but there are background checks?
There are background checks. There are complete background checks. Volunteers go through a much greater background check than employees in the private world. And had this background check been done appropriately 12 years ago, he wouldn't be here. It wasn't done appropriately. It slipped through the process. We have over 3,000 volunteers at the Sheriff's Office. We are grateful for our volunteers and we love them. They do so much good work and value added for the community. And this guy's embarrassed every one of them with his nonsense. But he's going to pay. He's going to pay a significant price upon conviction in the criminal justice system, and he has already. He's sitting in the county jail right now. He doesn't need to worry about ever driving our car again. He doesn't need to worry about eating peanut butter and jelly in the jail. But he does need to know that, hey, at 69 years of age, man, by the time trial's over with, you'll probably be out of prison by the time you're 84.
Did he say how long he was doing that in the prison?
First time.
Oh.
First time. Although we have evidence to the contrary, he's been selling his oxys every month. But I've got lots of questions outside of this. What physician gives you 90 oxys a month for years? Because you have pain. I mean, this guy, I'm not suggesting there isn't demonstrable pain in some people that go on generationally. He ain't one of them. He comes to work. He told someone, I got gout in my big toe. Well, you know, he's giving me pain too, but I'm not going to get any oxys for it.
Can we go back to the first case real quick?
If we're finished with this one, we can. Yes, sir?
Okay, sorry. So why do we think he did this? Did he just snap? It was his statement.
All right, so that was the update there. You had two big updates there with a 19-year-old accused of killing his own mom, and then a sheriff's volunteer accused of drug trafficking and was found out after extensive checks there, was a convicted felon back when he was 19 years old and was able to still vote since Nixon there. So you had the sheriff there talk a lot about some of the problems there that happen with background checks at this particular office. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Want to go to a quick 2-minute break, but before we do that, I want to show you everything that's happening in New Jersey right now. This is at Cherry Hill High School, where we got about 2,000 students walking out right now, where they are making a statement on the controversial forced relocations of 9 teachers away from the high school to other schools in the district. So the school members there not too happy about it and walking out right now, and you can see they're still on the campus right there. So that is live aerials right here for you. I'm Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Illinois, where the governor and other members of his team talking about homeowner assistance there, how some homeowners are going to get $30,000 off their mortgage. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll soon hear from the governor there, Governor J.B. Pritzker, promoting an Illinois homeowner assistance fund where some homeowners can file these applications for grants up to $30,000 to eliminate or reduce past due mortgage and property tax payments. Let's listen.
Through the Illinois Homeowner Assistance Fund. Please do not hesitate to reach out today. Phone, email, social media, we're there and available to help. Now, it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, who has taken every step possible to ensure vulnerable Illinois households receive the help they need to overcome the pandemic and remain in their communities and neighborhoods while they get through this together. Please join me in welcoming Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Thank you very much, Adrian, and thanks to all of you for joining us today. It's an exciting day. I want to say just good morning, and really being here at an agency that's doing so much good for its community. It's heartwarming, it feels good, and we chose to be here because of the work that they're doing. So it's also great to be here in the Chicago Lawn neighborhood. So many champions standing behind me and at this agency and in the community who work each and every day to make Illinois an affordable and welcoming place to live. I want to say thank you to the allies and friends in the General Assembly here, Leader Delia Ramirez, Leader Omar Aquino, and Representative Aaron Ortiz, and of course, from my administration, our excellent Illinois Housing Development Authority executive, Kristen Faust. Earlier this month, my administration opened up applications for $309 million worth of assistance for Illinois homeowners that are struggling to make their mortgage payments because of the financial hardships suffered during this COVID-19 pandemic. In just the first 3 weeks since applications opened, more than 5,000 Illinois homeowners who are behind on their mortgage or property taxes have applied for this critical assistance. We know that there's still many more homeowners who are struggling, and we're here today to let them know there is still mortgage assistance available for several thousand more homeowners. So I want to urge anyone who needs it to apply right now. We also continue to provide rental assistance to families in need, working with nonprofit partners and the court system to make sure that our funds go first and foremost to those who are most at risk of eviction. More than 8,000 families have received rental assistance in the first 4 months of 2022 alone, and dollars continue to flow out the door to protect families in crisis from losing their homes. Housing stability is a crucial part of our economic recovery. A good life, a good job, the ability for kids to focus in their classrooms, it all starts with having a roof over your head. And we know that, especially for families of color, maintaining home ownership can be a way to a better path for you so you can build up personal assets and open up more doors for your children. It's crucial that we protect family stability from getting washed away by this pandemic. If you or someone you know suffered a financial blow because of the COVID-19 pandemic and you're struggling to keep your home, please visit IllinoisHousingHelp.org. I'm going to repeat that, hoping that the media will put it up on the Chiron, and that's IllinoisHousingHelp.org to learn more. You could be eligible for as much as $30,000 in assistance to help you and your family stay on your feet and stay in your home. For more than 2 years, Illinois has been a national leader in delivering emergency rent and mortgage assistance to households in need, providing more than $1 billion in emergency housing assistance already. By delivering assistance more efficiently and quickly than most other states, we were able to make the difference for tens of thousands of households when it mattered most. And we've already seen the life-changing impact that this kind of intervention can have. Here in Cook County alone, evictions are down 64% from where they were prior to the pandemic. Think about that. 64% below where they were prior to the pandemic. That means even with all the pains and disruptions for the past 2 years, we've paved the way toward a more just and equitable housing system in Illinois. That's real progress for families getting back on their feet. After the budget crisis 5 years ago decimated Illinois' human services sector, I came into the governor's office with a promise to rebuild and revitalize, and that begins with doing everything possible so that Illinoisans can find an affordable home and stay there. Even with all the challenges of the pandemic, together with the folks standing behind me today, we are delivering on that promise. So with that, I'm very pleased to introduce one of the truly the strongest voices for affordable housing for all Illinoisans, and that's our leader, Delia Ramirez. Delia.
As I heard the governor speak, I got chills. It's been very hard the last 2.5 years, but I'm so incredibly grateful for his steadfast leadership in making sure that our families from the most southern part of the state to the most eastern and northern part of the state have a home today. So thank you again, Governor. I also want to thank Rep. Ortiz, who's hosting us this morning, and for his steadfast leadership in making sure that we make housing a top priority in the state legislature. It has, in fact, been almost 2 years to this day, as families were starting to feel the deep economic impacts of this pandemic, that I filed emergency housing legislation to ensure that homeowners and renters could keep their homes in the midst of this crisis. We ultimately passed that legislation, which has delivered, as the governor mentioned, over $1 billion in rental assistance to renters and landlords in need, and we helped them avert the eviction crisis. Now we're doing the important work of making sure that our homeowners who have not been able to recover economically have the resources they need to make sure that they maintain that home they work so hard to have. As federal and state protections around foreclosure have come to an end, it is critical that we step in to support struggling homeowners and avert a foreclosure crisis that could further destabilize the housing market. We saw after the 2008 financial crisis that it was really in the years after the crisis where we saw homeowners who had exhausted relief options finally run out of options and ultimately lose their homes. But not here in Illinois. This is why the Homeowners Assistance Fund is so key and is coming at a critical time when we need to let every single homeowner know all across the state that if they're still feeling the effects of this pandemic, they have options. Whether you are a family behind on your mortgage payment or you're a senior that hasn't been able to pay your property taxes, there is help. We want to make sure that you keep your home. And as someone who has spent her life advocating for families struggling with homelessness and housing instability, I spent much of the last 2 years working with my colleagues like Senator Omar Aquino, Senator Ortiz, the Latino Legislative Caucus, the Black Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, and the governor's staff and leadership in making sure that we could be here in this moment. It is why I am grateful for the compassionate partner and the governor's office who've understood the plight of our families are facing housing insecurity and that it is a priority to keep all of us home. That is how we have pandemic recovery. So, Governor, I want to thank you again for your unwavering commitment to help families stay in and keep their homes during this crisis. I also want to thank the team at Illinois Housing Development Authority, Director Falk, Rodrigo, and Brendan, and all the staff that have been consistent partners throughout such a challenging time. Thank you for carrying out this difficult task and making Illinois a national leader in delivering rental and mortgage assistance to all of our families. I'm thankful that Illinois, we have taken the impacts of this pandemic very seriously, and we're doing everything in our power to make sure that those that need help get the help as quickly as possible. Again, if your family needs help, if you're unable to pay your mortgage, if you've gone behind on your mortgage payment, or you have challenges paying for your property taxes, here in Illinois, there's help. Call any of our offices or go on the website that the governor gave, and I just forgot, but you'll hear in a little bit again. We're here to help you keep your home. I have to say this in 30 seconds in Spanish. Para todos ustedes que están escuchando en este momento, ya han pasado más de 2 años en esta pandemia. Y para algunos de ustedes todavía están sintiendo el steadfast leader, our Director of Illinois Housing Development Authority, Kristen Faust.
Thank you, Rep. Ramirez, and good morning. And on behalf of the Illinois Housing Development Authority Board and staff, I want to thank you, Rep. Ramirez, other members of the legislature, and of course, Governor Pritzker, for continuing to make housing a top priority in our state. You've just heard from 2 of the most eloquent and ardent supporters about the importance that stable housing makes in our families' lives. And so it is because of their work, the governor working with the legislature, and yes, IDA staff too, that we have been able to help over 120,000 renters and homeowners already during the pandemic that have struggled to keep a roof over their heads. We have provided almost $1 billion out the door already, but we know that people are still struggling. We still have homeowners who need assistance, who are behind on their mortgage payments, who maybe are making payments now but are still behind from last year for several months or longer, or maybe are still struggling now. And we are here today to say that housing help is here. The Illinois Homeowner Assistance Fund is open, and we want your application today. I want to remind you all that the importance of having housing and keeping a roof over our residents' heads, it's not a new realization. It was Governor Pritzker back in the summer of 2020 who talked about we won't really have pandemic relief until we know that everybody's stably housed. And we have been so pleased to be part of that success story, as you heard from Rep. Ramirez. We are not seeing huge numbers of a tsunami of evictions. We are not seeing a tsunami of foreclosures, and we are committed to getting these dollars out to those who need it. So who is eligible, and how do you get the money? Well, first of all, IDA has partnered with trained housing counseling agencies across the state of Illinois, including Greater Southwest Development Corporation. We're pleased to be hosted by them today. And so we want you to go to IllinoisHousingHelp.org. That's the website, IllinoisHousingHelp.org. And there you will see all the information about gathering your paperwork to apply, and also how to reach out to a trained housing counseling agency to help you. Because sometimes these applications aren't as simple and straightforward as you want, but we have to gather a lot of information to award the funds. And so we encourage you to do that today. Applications are open until the end of May. You have time, but we want you to move quickly. And we have over $300 million. We do already have 5,000 applications in hand. We want your application too. We want every eligible homeowner to receive the funds. It will be up to payments of $30,000, and you have to live in the house now as your primary residence. You have to at least be 1 month late on a mortgage to apply, and there are income limits in that you have to be at 150% of area median income or under for your county, which in Cook County for a family of 3, just to give you an idea, is $125,000 a year. So again, we know that the pandemic continues to aggravate the pre-existing housing crisis that existed in our state, and that many families continue to face financial hardship. But we're so proud to have been part of distributing funds to those really in need for rental assistance, and now this new round of mortgage assistance. Housing help is here. If you're behind in your mortgage, don't wait. Visit IllinoisHousingHelp.org to get informed, explore your options, and apply today. And with that, I would like to call to the podium Leader Aquino.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Senator Omar Aquino. I represent the 2nd District on the northwest side of the city of Chicago, representing communities of Westtown, Hummel Park, Belmont Cragen, and Hermosa. And with that, it's un día hermoso. It's a beautiful day to let the residents of Illinois know that there is help out there. If you are a homeowner concerned about your next mortgage payment or your property taxes bill coming to your home, you can apply for assistance today. There is over $309 million for the entire state of Illinois that if you are a month behind on your mortgage payments or more, that you can go online right now or to local community organizations like in the community I represent, Spanish Coalitions for Housing, Lucha, the Northwest Center, and others that can help you and apply to get assistance up to $30,000 to make sure that you can continue to live that American dream of owning your own home. to build that generational wealth so that you can pass that on to your children. To also understand that this has a greater impact on folks, that in order to live a quality, healthy life, you need to have a stable home, a place that you can call home, that that you can make sure that after you work, like many of us, work every day to go back home and to share that with your loved ones. This has so much impact on people's lives, and I'm just so happy to have so many great partners like Leader Ramirez, Representative Ortiz, the governor, and the Illinois Housing Development Authority, the director, and all her staff that are working hard and making sure to get those applications and get those dollars out the door as soon as possible. Le quiero decir y anunciar a todos los que viven en Illinois que hay ayuda para las personas que son dueños de sus casas. Tenemos más de $300 millones en un fondo para ayudar a las familias que quizás están un poquito atrasados en sus pagos de sus casas. Pueden recibir hasta $30,000 para asistencia. So, por favor, apliquen hoy. Las aplicaciones están abiertas hasta el final del mayo, pero por favor vayan y a nuestras oficinas de los electos, o también como en el área que yo represento, organizaciones como Lucha, como Spanish Coalition for Housing, el Centro Norte-Oeste también, y LSNA y muchos más, que le pueden ayudar hoy en llenar esa aplicación para asegurar que usted puede quedarse en su casa, asegurar que sus niños tienen un futuro y pueden asegurar que tienen sus casas hoy y para el futuro. So con eso, with that, just really excited to let people know that there is help out there. Apply as soon as possible. These funds already have helped so many people stay in their homes, both renters and homeowners. Today we're focusing on those homeowners out there to make sure that we're ensuring that we can continue their American dream of keeping a home. And I'd like to introduce a good friend from the South Side here, who has done an amazing job being one of the co-chairs of the Latino Caucus, who has helped with the assistance of the Black Caucus, Progressive Caucus, Asian Caucus, and so many others to ensure that we are keeping people in their homes throughout the state, and that is Representative Aaron Ortiz.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Aaron Ortiz. I'm the state representative of the 1st District, which covers many neighborhoods on the southwest side, from as far east as Back of the Yards, as far west as Garfield Ridge, but as far south as Chicago Lawn and the Marquette Park area. So happy to be here with you all today. I'm proud to be standing here to give my full support to the Illinois Housing Homeowner Assistance Fund, a program that is going to do a lot of good for a lot of people. I've had so many constituents about a year and a half ago come into our office crying because they had no way of paying their mortgage. Their tenants who lost their jobs weren't able to pay rent, which led to them not being able to pay their mortgage. Guaranteed access to affordable housing is something people may take for granted. However, far too many Illinoisans, Latinos especially, the struggle against housing insecurity is very real. Thousands of parents across our state lose sleep worrying about what will happen to their kids if they can't pay their mortgage. We can't let that continue to happen. With the COVID-19 pandemic intensifying problems like widespread economic inequality and a lack of good paying job opportunities, housing insecurity is more serious than ever. The relief provided by this fund could not come at a better time, and I encourage anyone who is worried about paying their mortgage to take advantage of this opportunity. Struggling homeowners will be eligible for up to $30,000 in free assistance to pay past due mortgage payments, property taxes, or property insurance fees. The Illinois Housing Development Authority, advocates, and other stakeholders who helped advance this program, and of course, our Governor Pritzker, all deserve a debt of gratitude for the good work they have done. Brevemente en español, mi nombre es Aaron Ortiz, soy el representante estatal del primer distrito que cubre muchos de los vecindarios del suroeste. Estamos hoy aquí para celebrar una gran oportunidad que existe para mucha gente de aquí del estado de Illinois. Si usted es dueño de casa, tiene una hipoteca y está atrasado o tiene que pagar, está atrasado en sus impuestos de propiedad, hay una oportunidad de hasta $30,000 por un programa que se acaba de establecer de $300 millones, donde usted puede calificar hasta, de nuevo, $30,000 para poder usted pagar su hipoteca o sus impuestos de propiedad si está usted atrasado. Entonces, por favor, puede venir a nuestra oficina en el suroeste, en mi oficina Aaron Ortiz, estamos en la Archer, la Kedzie, o también hay muchas organizaciones comunitarias como Greater Southwest, Southwest Organizing Project, que está ayudando, asistiendo a nuestra comunidad en estas aplicaciones. Muchísimas gracias al gobernador Pritzker por hacer una prioridad estos tipos de fondos para ayudar a nuestra comunidad en un tiempo que hay tanta necesidad. Muchísimas gracias. And next, I would like to call up Governor Pritzker to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Craig.
I'm surprised, first of all, Governor, they used the word chyron for TV. That caught my eye. So I do want to ask you, so for people out there who have been able to make their mortgage payments but are still struggling financially,
Yes.
Why is there no assistance for those people?
Well, there is. If you've been affected by COVID-19, the financial challenges that have been brought on by COVID-19, you have the ability to apply for and receive support through this rental and homeowners assistance fund.
I don't know if there's any other on topic.
Can I just add one more thing? I think it's important to note, because I think people think that this only has to do with their mortgage payment. If you are behind on your property taxes and are threatened with the potential that if you can't pay your property taxes that you may lose your home, which is many people, but being behind on property taxes as a result of the financial challenges, this is something you ought to apply for. And I think there are many people who misunderstand what this is about, but this really is about keeping people in their homes, getting them up to, as much as possible up to current in paying their mortgage or their rent. And this is something we've been doing now since the fall of 2020. I think, isn't that when we began? In the fall of 2020. And we're continuing to do it because we do have these resources available to us and we want to make sure we get it in people's hands. Yes, sir.
An off-topic question. You've endorsed Anna Valencia for Secretary of State. There is continued scrutiny about her, the ethics, her connections with her husband, and whether she's helped promote his business dealings. What concerns do you have about this, and do you support calls for the Inspector General in Chicago to investigate it?
Look, I think she's addressed this, and I'll just say she's a good person who has worked hard in her position as the Chicago City Clerk, and together with many people that have endorsed her, Senator Duckworth and Secretary of State Jesse White, we feel that she would do an excellent job as Secretary of State. And the challenges that she's addressed, I think, just in the last couple of days, shouldn't keep her from continuing moving forward and becoming the Democratic nominee for Secretary of State.
In that you championed ethics, you signed ethics laws last fall. It wouldn't address this, but does there need to be even further ethics requirements that might further discourage public officials whose spouses may do lobbying to prevent this kind of thing? Because whether they're, some people say if there's smoke, there's fire, but whether there's crime or not, it certainly doesn't look good.
Look, these are challenges that, there are inspectors general for these kinds of things. And I just want to remind you that, yes, we not only passed ethics legislation last year, we also did so in 2019. And it does address transparency and lobbying and so on, including people who are consultants who really are lobbying, but they call themselves consultants. And so we've done a lot, I think, to bring transparency into this arena. But again, I would just say that Ana Valencia is somebody who has proven to be a good person and who's done a good job as our Chicago City Clerk.
You don't have any concerns about all these allegations that are swirling around her having endorsement?
I think the transparency is there, so people will be able to see, and there are inspectors general for these sorts of things too.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone, as the Illinois governor and other state officials talking about that program. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back as you're seeing the Dow take another big dip there, getting closer to 500 points in the red. We are at session lows right now. He is talking about an investment in more than $22 million for Florida's infrastructure and workforce. Let's listen.
Lake County, town of Estachula, Mayor Mitchell Mack, Police Chief Walter Hoagland, and Town Clerk Graham Wells. Welcome. And then from Marion County, we've got Carl Zalak, the Commission Chair, Commissioners Bryant Stone, County Administrator, Munir Boone, sorry if I didn't get that one right, and then Don Westgate. So we appreciate it, and we're excited to be able to make this award today for many communities throughout Florida. Yes, Levy County, but also others. Before I do that, I would just like to say for 1 second, the Biden administration, look, they're not exactly on a winning streak, right? I mean, they've got a lot of problems. They fueled nasty inflation. You look at gas prices, $4.50, $5 a gallon for unleaded, and that's way higher than it was just a year and a half ago. They're not doing anything to alleviate that by doing more domestic energy. They've printed so much money that you have massive inflation, 8.5%, but that's understating it because most of the things that matter have gone up way more than that. You're floundering on the world stage. You have you're shaking hands with the air. You're doing the Easter Bunny. I mean, it's really... I mean, it's sad, but it also is really negatively impacting people's lives. And so as if they don't have enough issues to deal with, they now have an idea, and I honestly thought this was just a belated April Fool's joke, but they are actually going to create in the Department of Homeland Security a Bureau of Disinformation. It's basically a Ministry of Truth. And what they want to do is they want to be able to put out false narratives without people being able to speak out and fight back. They want to be able to say things like Russia collusion and perpetuate hoaxes and then have people like us be silenced. They want to be able to advocate for COVID lockdowns. They want to be able to advocate for school closures, things that are not supported by the evidence, but then when you speak out, they want to stifle dissent. And so we reject this bureau in the state of Florida. We believe it's essential that individual Floridians and Americans are able to speak out against false narratives trying to be jammed down our throats by this regime. We know they actually appointed somebody to lead it who herself has been an advocate for COVID lockdowns, who herself has put out disinformation about the Hunter Biden tapes, who supported Russia collusion conspiracy theories. And so this is not acceptable, and in Florida we're not going to have it. And so let's get real here. Let's start dealing with issues that people actually care about. Let's stop trying. You know, when you're not doing well, there's two ways to do it. You can try to do better, and so then maybe people will like what you're doing better, or you can try to shut up everybody who's criticizing your bad policies. It seems like they're trying to do the latter. They want to stifle dissent. And I can feel, though, the public is sick of this, and you also see it with Elon Musk purchasing Twitter. You know, they wanted to use Twitter as a way to enforce the narrative. You know, when you do things like talk about things that conflict with what people like Fauci say or whatever, and these are very eminent people who will come out and show how what he's saying is wrong, they will silence, they'll deplatform you, they will censor you. And so that is something for a free society to not be able to speak out on these major platforms where so much speech goes on. You know, that's a huge problem, and Musk saw that. And Musk saw people being censored. He saw websites like the Babylon Bee, a satire site, being locked out because they had the temerity to do satire about some of the transgender ideology. And so what he's doing, I don't think the board wanted to accept the offer, but they had to because financially it makes sense. And we let it be known in Florida, since our state pension fund has shares of Twitter, that we would absolutely hold the board of directors accountable if they breach their fiduciary duty. They've got to do what's right in the interest of the shareholders. They can't reject Musk's offer because they're worried that he's going to open it up and for political reasons. And so I think that shows you there's a lot of momentum now behind having free speech, a lot of momentum so that people can speak the truth, particularly speaking the truth to a very decaying and discredited ruling elite in this country. And so this is going to be potentially an engine where the American people can speak the truth and fight back. But clearly, our entire principles that the country was founded on, you cannot have a ministry of truth in this country. And so let's get real here. Let's make sure that we're doing things to benefit Floridians and Americans, but we're not going to let Biden get away with this one. So we'll be fighting back. You know, and it's sad with, you know, if you look at what we're doing economically in Florida, you know, we have the biggest budget surplus this state has ever had by a country mile. We had in March, they estimate how much revenue comes into the state, and our budget for this current fiscal year is $101.5 billion. We're getting $700 million over estimate, which was what we had in March, and we're going to likely have the same in April. So just from when they did the most recent estimates, you've now taken in probably over $2 billion extra dollars that no one was even thinking about. about. We'll do May and June as well. And so we're going to end this fiscal year with by far the biggest budget surplus the state has ever seen. And so we're... And part of the reason why we've done it is because we've been responsible. We've protected people's freedoms and kept the economy open, which was a contrast to a lot of other places. We had schools open and all the things that really matter. But we've also understood that we need to be prepared, because if I had to bet, I would bet Biden would plunge this country into a recession. Look, I hope that's wrong. I don't want that to go. I want to keep things going well. But if you look at the mismanagement and the bad policies, we've got to prepare for that. And maybe Florida's doing well enough that we would be able to really get through that without having a steep downturn. I don't know. We'll have to see. But when you do what they've done, you are going to have to pay the piper at some point. And so the good news about Florida is we're ready. I have so much in reserve. We just plug. If there's any type of budget hiccup, you just plug the hole and move on. We literally would not have to do anything major to deter us from our approach. And so that's really what good governance is about, making sure that you're looking at what may happen down the road and you're able to react accordingly and protect. So anybody in law enforcement, education, all that stuff, we will make sure that we're meeting our priorities regardless of what's coming down, from the Brandon administration. And so we're good. We're good. And if you look at our unemployment rate in Florida, we actually we're lower than the national average. If you look at jobs, we have more jobs filled today than prior to COVID. There's a lot of states that aren't even close to getting back to where they were yet. And I think that's a testament to the fact that the state's been governed much better than many of those other states. We added in March, we had the largest increase in manufacturing jobs since COVID in Florida. And that's the thing. People talk about some of these other things. I want to make more things in the United States and in Florida. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to really expand our manufacturing base. We have done it over the last 2 years. I've got some more companies, I think, that are impressive that we're going to hopefully be able to bring down here very soon. But what happens is, you're in a community, and those are jobs that people that in Florida have access to. They'll talk about moving some tech company here, and they bring the employees, and then they help drive up the cost of living and all that stuff. What about stuff here where our folks are able to benefit? And that's why we've worked so hard on career education and technical education. If you look at what they're doing right now for like truck drivers, they're paying $15,000 signing bonuses just to be a truck driver. Right off the bat, they're paying $110,000 in Walmart to be a truck driver right off the bat. And so we've expanded commercial driver's license opportunities for people throughout Florida so they can go train, get that, and all of a sudden they're giving you a signing bonus. I mean, they didn't used to do that. So these are skills that are in demand. If you look at things like welding and electrical and HVAC, especially in a growing state, there's a huge demand for this. You got kids graduating high school now. They're able to get certifications in these trades. And then they end up going in an apprenticeship, get jobs. Some of them are making $100,000 by the time they're 20 years old. And then a lot of them are starting their own companies as they get older. And so going to a 4-year brick and ivy university is not the only way you can be successful. And honestly, for many people, it's not the best way. You look at how much people have gone into debt, and then they end up with these degrees in things like zombie studies. And then what happens? They end up working where they could have worked out of high school anyways. And I also think what Biden's doing with this, the student debt that's out there, almost 60% of it is graduate school debt. These are people like doctors and lawyers, people that are getting masters and PhDs and all this other stuff. My view is, why would you make a truck driver or a waitress or a construction worker pay off the debt for somebody that did a PhD program in gender studies? That's wrong. And so we have opportunities through skilled trades to have folks with no debt go right into gainful employment and be able to do very, very well. And so from an opportunity perspective, it's important for citizens, but it is huge for our economic development goals, because when companies see and businesses see Florida's committed to workforce, well, then they know they're going to have folks who are going to be able to do a lot of these key things. And so we're going to continue the momentum on that. We think it's something that's very important. You know, we've added 50 apprenticeships in Florida, you know, just in the last couple years. We've, I think, doubled our workforce opportunities from where we were just 5 years ago. We're going to continue to do more and more. So we're excited about that. And some of the stuff we're doing with these awards definitely feed into workforce, and we're going to continue to make sure we're doing well. We also are going to be doing some good tax relief this year. I think it's about $1.3 billion in various types of tax relief. I got to sign this bill. I think they're going to send it to me pretty soon, so we're going to sign that. But that's stuff that's going to help a lot of families. You know, I have a 2-year-old daughter at home who's still in diapers. You actually have a diaper holiday for 1 year, no tax on diapers. So a lot of young families are like, thank you for that. Because, you know, the thing is like, you know, there's when prices go up and inflation, you know, you can kind of cut back, you can change your behavior, but you know, you really can't not do the diapers. It's like, you know, it's a fact of life. It's just, so when you know, my 5-year-old is out, my 4-year-old's out of them, and so, but the 2-year-old, you know, we got a little runway left, and so it wasn't my idea to do that. It was the legislator's idea, but you do that. You know, we're going to have other holidays for tax, like gas tax, a holiday. We're going to have back to school holiday, disaster holiday. We're going to have a lot of good stuff, and so we're trying to help taxpayers navigate what has been the worst inflation we've seen in over 40 years. So stay tuned on that. Now today we have great announcement, and I'm glad we're able to be here in Levy County. I'm glad that communities in this part of the state are going to be benefiting, but in reality there's going to be communities all across the state who are going to be benefiting. And so today we're able to announce, and we're proud to announce, another $22.3 million for workforce development and infrastructure in local communities throughout Florida. And that includes almost $17 million for rural counties and for small cities in the state of Florida. And this includes, and this includes funding for broadband. It includes new community centers. It includes grants for small business development across our state. And so, example of what this funding can do here in Levy County, we're awarding $1.4 million to install town-wide broadband internet in the town of Otter Creek. So this helps with education, it helps with economic development, but everyone in Otter Creek is going to have access to broadband once we are able to do this, and so we're excited about that. We also have awards across the state. You know, we've got $4.3 million down in Key West. $3.8 million I mentioned for Lake County, Estachula. $3.5 million for City of Hawthorne, $2.7 million for Fellsmere, $1.4 million for Tampa, $1 million for DeSoto County. Marion County, who's here, is going to get $500,000, and on it goes. And so we're happy about being able to do this. We've been able to do a lot in many of these other counties already, and today we're going to do more. Now, we're going to do these checks, and that's great. I'm also going through the fiscal 22-23 budget that the legislature passed. Now, I have not received the budget yet, and I have not signed it, but we're going through. There's individual items in there, and the governor basically has to make a decision. Do you line item veto these individual items, or do you approve the individual items? And so there's actually almost $500,000 in the budget for Levy County Bird Creek boat ramp to add a new boardwalk and 2 new covered pavilions. And so should I sign it or should I veto it? What do you guys think? Sign it! Okay. All right. Well, good. Well, I can also then announce today that when the budget is signed, we will approve the nearly $500,000 for the Bird Creek boat ramp. So you all get that money. So. For sure. Okay, so I'm going to do the check presentations, and we'll do some photos. So Otter Creek, you all want to come over here and accept it? There we go. There we go. see it?
Step into the light.
All right. All right, Lake County, where y'all at? All right. Okay.
Y'all hold it.
All right, there you go.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. I was Governor Ron DeSantis from earlier. As always, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Now from Fox, everybody, welcome back here. We take you out to California, where there is a multi-agency effort here to crack down on retail theft. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Put it to work. Today's announcements should serve as yet another warning to those who engage in this criminal activity and commit brazen crimes with no regard for the safety of workers, our businesses, and our community. You will be held accountable. You will face consequences. As our state's chief law enforcement officer, I'm committed to holding accountable those who break the law. We're doing that today. And ending crime is a team effort. Today's prosecution was brought forward as a direct result of a collaborative, multi-agency investigation led by CHP's Organized Retail Crime Task Force, and it involved over a dozen law enforcement agencies. So I really just want to express my deep appreciation to CHP, to their Organized Retail Crime Task Force, to all of our law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California, working together, focused on this specific crime, holding folks accountable, bringing them to justice. We cannot do this alone. We must do it together, and we are. We're working together for the safety of the people of California. And I want to once again thank CHP, all of our law enforcement partners, for their efforts here, what they've done in the past, what they're doing today, what they will do tomorrow. This is a team effort, and we're going to keep at it. So with that, allow me to introduce CHP Assistant Chief Steve Ramos, who will share more information about California Highway Patrol's Organized Retail Crime Task Force and the collaboration that is on full display in this organized retail theft ring bust. Thank you all.
Thank you, Attorney General Bonta. Good morning. My name is Assistant Chief Steve Ramos of California Highway Patrol's Golden Gate Division. On behalf of the California Highway Patrol, I would like to thank both Governor Newsom as well as Attorney General Bonta for their leadership and their continued support and dedication to ensuring we are safe and our dedication to public safety in general. To combat organized crime theft in California, state law in 2019 directed both the California Highway Patrol as well as the DOJ to establish a task force specifically to combat organized crime. The main goal of this task force was to both enhance our response and to ensure that our response was specific and dedicated to those regions that were dealing with the crime. Our task force comprised of a multitude of investigators that specialize in the investigation of retail crime. And I'd like to take a couple minutes now just to highlight what we've accomplished since 2019. Since 2019 and up to the month of April here, we have, as an agency, as a task force, participated in 1,031 separate investigations, resulting in 449 arrests. We've also contributed to the recovery of over $21 million worth of merchandise. I'd like to also take a moment to acknowledge the allied agencies that we work with as part of the task force, specifically with the case that Attorney General Bonta just mentioned. I'd like to acknowledge the Citrus Heights Police Department, the Roseville Police Department, Fresno Police Department, Hanford Police Department, the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office, the Bakersfield Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, the Folsom Police Department, the Chino Police Department, and last but not least, the Bullhead Police Department of the state of Arizona. Our goal remains the same in order to ensure that we are investigating these crimes, we are bringing these individuals to justice, and we're holding them accountable, recovering merchandise in the process, and our ultimate goal is ensuring that we're enhancing public safety. I am very proud of the efforts we've made to date, and rest assured, we are not going to rest on those laurels. We'll continue to collaborate with our law enforcement agencies around the state of California, working alongside local district attorneys, as well as the Attorney General's office, to ensure that we are addressing these crimes as they come. A special thanks to you. I would be remiss if I forgot the media. Thank you. You do play a critical role in ensuring that safety message is brought forth to the public. Last but not least, I'd like to simply remind everyone that at the end of the day, the California Highway Patrol is and continues to be committed to ensuring that we are always committed to providing the highest level of safety, service, and security to the people of California. This task force that is run by the California Highway Patrol embodies that effort each and every day. I'd like to end on this. Safety, your safety is paramount to our goal. A reminder that if you do encounter or witness a crime of this nature, dealing with organized retail theft, please be a great witness. Do not engage the suspect and reach out and call 911. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Ramos. With that, if there are any questions, we can take some. We think those were very strong and appropriate sentences for the individuals based on the conduct involved. Just a reminder, these are felony convictions. These are convictions that would be served in our prison system in California generally. So these are what the facts led to. And the facts of this case are a little bit different than some of the other organized criminal retail theft cases that we've seen. We've seen some things on TV, flash mob style, smash and grabs. This case had a little bit of a different MO. These were individuals that were breaking in to Sam's Clubs and to JCPenney's at night. There were no individuals in the store. It was after hours. The stores were closed. They were breaking into areas where jewelry was secured, stealing that jewelry and making off with it. So organized retail crime looks like a lot of different things. And for each set of circumstances, we provide appropriate accountability, including the ultimate conviction and the sentencing. So these are felony convictions that we believe are appropriate for the conduct at issue. Absolutely, because all the evidence shows that the way to deter crime is for those who seek to commit crime to know that they will be arrested if they commit the crime. They have been arrested. They have been sentenced or convicted. They have been convicted to felony convictions consistent with the activity that they committed. So the answer to your question is yes. This is exactly what deterrence looks like. Any other questions? Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you.
California hoping to crack down there on those retail thefts that you see in those viral videos of smash and grabs, people just coming in to these stores and just grabbing whatever they want, and they're free to walk out there and just run out, and are trying to apprehend them later. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, take you out to Pennsylvania, where the governor there and other state officials trying to crack down on ghost guns. Taking out to Pennsylvania, you got the governor there and other state officials coming together to talk about crackdown on ghost guns.
Are we ready? Hello, I'm Seth Lowe. It's nice to meet you. Sir.
Only level 1 trauma resource, making us a leader in advanced specialty care. Unfortunately, because of this high level of care that we provide, that also means that we regularly see victims of gun violence in our hospital. Here at the hospital, we see the human tragedy that gun violence can lead to. We have cared for over 250 gunshot victims from the city of York since 2018. We knew that more work was necessary to be done to address this, and so we have partnered with the city of York, along with numerous community groups, as part of a group violence intervention strategy, really intended to galvanize our entire community and seek sustainable solutions to this issue. One of the efforts is the Credible Messenger program, which you'll hear a little bit more about later. WellSpan has a large team supporting this program, from trauma services to the emergency department, from social workers to behavioral health, and from community health and spiritual care. We are working to build a healthier community because we know change isn't easy, but we're going to stay at it until we succeed. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our governor, Tom Wolf.
Thanks, Victoria. Thank you very much. And it's really nice to be here with all of you, back to where I was born. Mayor Helfrich, good to see you. Actually, it was a long time ago, so it's not, I'm laughing less and less these days on this. But anyway, thank you very much, Victoria, for that introduction. The point is, we must stop gun violence here in Pennsylvania. Gun violence has taken far too many lives. It has cut short too many futures, and it has brought grief and fear to too many communities. Reducing gun violence is a top priority for me. That's why in 2019, I signed an executive order making sweeping changes to reduce gun violence in Pennsylvania. That executive order created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention within the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, as well as the Division of Violence Prevention within the Department of Health, the Pennsylvania Department of Health. The order also created a special counsel on gun violence, which studied the problem and created a report with recommendations on things that we can do to reduce gun violence. My administration has also invested more than $50 million in gun violence and prevention programs, and I've joined an agreement with the governors of New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut to share crime gun data across state lines in an effort to reduce gun violence in our region. This is a big problem all across Pennsylvania, but it's also a big problem all across the United States. Gun violence is something that's really a problem. And unfortunately, executive action alone cannot end gun violence in Pennsylvania. We've also all seen the tragic headlines from communities all across Pennsylvania in recent weeks and months, including right here in York, Pennsylvania. As gun violence continues to invade our schools, our homes, and our communities, it's a call for action on all of our parts. According to data from the CDC, gun deaths hit an all-time high in 2020 with more than 45,000 Americans killed from firearm-related injuries. Tragically, that includes 1,752 Pennsylvanians. And too many of those deaths come from ghost guns. Ghost guns that are not subject to checks and balances that keep legal gun owners and our communities safe. The numbers don't lie. Ghost guns are being seized and recovered from crime scenes. You'll hear from Colonel Ivanchek in a minute. They're seized and recovered from crime scenes at an alarming rate. Combined, the Pennsylvania State Police and Philadelphia Police have recorded 147 seizures of ghost guns already this year. And we're still in April, the 4th month of the year. So we have to do more. Now, thanks to the Biden administration, we can. Earlier this month, the Biden administration announced new federal regulations on ghost guns to help reduce violence across the United States. Unserialized guns are an untraceable threat to our society, and Pennsylvania stands ready to immediately mirror this new federal regulation at the state level as soon as we can. And I want to thank the Biden administration for standing with us against gun violence and paving the way for this important step. Together, we can keep ghost guns off our streets, keep our communities safer. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn things over to Pennsylvania State Commissioner, Colonel Robert Ivanchek.
Good morning.
In the Commonwealth, the Pennsylvania State Police serves as the point of contact for federal firearms licensees with the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, also known as NICS. The state police is required under state and federal law to apply relevant firearm prohibitions in the background check process to prevent prohibited individuals from obtaining firearms. Currently, the Pennsylvania State Police is updating its existing regulations to mirror certain provisions of the forthcoming federal firearms regulatory package. These federal changes are fundamentally designed to address the various challenges presented by partially completed frames and receivers, which are not currently regulated as firearms under federal law. Similar changes will be made to the existing state regulations to ensure the phrase frame or receiver, as it is used in state law, addresses partially complete, disassembled, or non-functional frames or receivers. The General Assembly has entrusted the Pennsylvania State Police with administering the provisions of the Pennsylvania Uniform Firearms Act. This responsibility includes the authority to develop and implement the regulations necessary to carry out these regulations. At this time, I'll call upon Commissioner Muldrow from the New York City Police Department.
Good morning, everyone. As he said, my name is Michael Muldrow. I proudly come to you as both the Commissioner of the York City Police Department, but also as an advocate for this York community that I love so much. Thank you, Governor Wolf, Colonel Evanchek, my friends, Miss Vicki Diamond, and the beloved Tiff Lowe, who you will soon meet and hear from, Mayor Helfrich City Council, our local leaders, federal partners, community teammates who support this work, and the unwavering officers behind you that are here with me today. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a moment on behalf of you. I think it's so appropriate, poignant even, that we all meet or gather here today in front of this great hospital that on a daily basis fights to save countless lives in this community. Joined here by so many wonderful partners in this fight against this latest public health crisis, the epidemic that is gun violence in our society. We need only look to the daily headlines to support that statement, whether a shooting in a school or on a street corner or at a local mall. Gun violence is the #1 threat our communities are facing throughout this county, across this state, and around this country. And the one thing I hope we can all agree on, no matter what side of the line you may fall, is doing the things that we need to do to stop the flow of illegal guns into our neighborhoods, getting them out of the hands of our kids, and keeping our communities alive is the most important thing. And make no mistake, friends, whether you'd like to turn a blind eye to it in the belief that it's not happening in your neighborhood, the reality is a bullet has no name, no respect for class, and does not honor jurisdictional boundaries. This really is a war that we're fighting right here, right now, and we're fighting it on all fronts in all of our communities. Because even in a small city like ours, where we've already confiscated nearly 10 ghost guns in the first 4 months of this year, half of those being persons not to possess, we're here already battling against suppliers that are dumping guns onto our streets, profiting from peddling death. As a community where 50% of all the gun violence is being perpetrated by kids, our kids and young men, the fact is we're killing ourselves and we're watching our future die before our very eyes. So anything that will cut down on the amount of shootings, cut down on the number of young people that we're burying, and cut down on the families who have to suffer like this and deal with the kind of trauma that they face, I do, I will, and I will always adamantly support. So with that said, I want to thank Governor Wolf, the Pennsylvania State Police, our legislators, for getting in the fight and giving embattled communities like mine the resource to do just that, make a difference, and keep people alive. I don't know about all of you, but after hearing this, I find myself hopeful and encouraged. Hopeful that people are listening to the struggles that we're having on a grassroots level and encouraged that we're on the right tracks and we'll continue to be able to see things get better in this community. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce you all and the rest of Pennsylvania to my Tiff Lowe, York City's first credible messenger.
Hello, everyone. Do I look nervous? Because I am. I am.
Take your time.
I don't do speeches. I have conversations. So I hope everyone doesn't mind that. It's such an honor to be here today representing York City with people who love my city just as much as I do. People who are willing to listen to the solutions as well as assist with the concerns my city is facing. One of our biggest concerns is gun violence. This is not a light conversation or a light concern because we're losing our youth to gun violence. This is actually a major concern and a major conversation. Every day, my team and I, my community, we place our boots on the ground, our ears to the streets, and we wear our hearts on our sleeves. Doing all the work that we can with the resources that are allotted to us to implement programs, mentor youth, take ghost guns off the streets, take all guns off the streets, and most importantly, save as many lives as we can. But somehow, that isn't enough when we're still burying 17-year-old kids. I'm not afraid to say it boldly. We need help. Governor, lawmakers, thank you for helping us. Whew, that was hard. That was hard. I'm sorry. We need our voices heard, our mission assisted, and more people to stand with us so that we can have more graduations and less funerals. Amen. See, it's unnatural to continuously bury our kids. It's unnatural for 15-year-old children to carry guns and not be reprimanded. It's unnatural for this problem to become a norm for us. I get it. We don't want to build more jails and facilities to place our youth when they're caught carrying firearms, but we also don't want to continuously dig holes at the cemetery to bury them. Do you understand? Some think this problem is too far gone to reverse, but I beg to differ. I know our kids want to live. And my faith allows me to believe that lawmakers, my community, want the same thing. Please, stop me if I'm wrong. Thank you for allowing me to continue to talk. Our children are our future, and we do know that, right? So our children, they're our next Governor Tom Wolfs, our next Michael Muldrows, our next Tiff Lowe's, our next Vicky Diamonds. But in order for us to secure their future, we must save their lives and continue to fight gun violence. See, I have never in my life been in a fight where it was easy. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be in a fight that was easy. That's like being a bully, right? Put me up against your biggest opponent, which ours is gun violence. And give me a team like the one we have, and I can assure you, we're going to win that fight. So what I'm asking everyone here, are you still willing to fight with us? I thank you for taking the time to hear us, to hear me, to assist us, and making it your priority to attend more graduations and less funerals. Now it's my honor to turn it over to Governor Tom Wolf. Thank you.
Yes. Nice job. Thanks, Tiff. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I want to point out Commissioner Hoke, Carol Hill Evans, who is state representative, is a supporter, and we do great things together up in Harrisburg. And one of was it your immediate predecessor, Kevin Schreiber, right here? So it's good to be back. So any of us would be happy to take questions. Yes. Yeah, and that's what today's conference is about, trying to figure out what we do about ghost guns. The reason it's a problem, and the Colonel and I were talking about, why would you think about it? What would prompt somebody to actually get a ghost gun and not put a serial number on it? Now, there are some hobbyists, and they don't have any problem putting serial, legal folks who just really like putting things together, and so that's no problem. But if you want to do a ghost gun, you don't want the serial number. What do you think is the motive there? It's not out to go hunting. It's to do something illegal. And so I think the Biden administration, with the national call to do something about ghost guns and regulate them, is on the right track. And we've been doing that here. The Attorney General of Pennsylvania started this last year, and the state police have been working with the Attorney General's office, and we're working now with the feds. We have a lot of ATF folks here. We I think, are doing everything we can to make sure that this is an industry that is regulated just like the rest of the firearms industry, and has to be regulated the same way that they are. It's a level playing field, and I think that's going to make a big difference.
So when you hear from Commissioner Muldrow saying 10 ghost guns recovered, seized by police over the last 4 months, what do you think about that?
It's what I said in my comments. I mean, we already have 147 just between Philadelphia and the state police that have been confiscated, 10 just here in New York, and this is only April. So this is a problem, and we need to address it. And I think Tiff is absolutely right. This is something that we've got to stand up and say, we're not going to. This stuff leads to funerals. It doesn't lead to graduations. It doesn't lead to great innovations. It doesn't lead to great things happening to communities. It leads to.
That was the governor there of Pennsylvania wrapping up. You're watching Live Now from Fox, talking about ghost guns. They're trying to crack down on additional crime. Obviously, Philadelphia, a big problem area where they have crime and shootings runs rampant there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're actually going to be taking you out to Houston here, where the family of Jalen Randall coming together to be talking and demanding answers based on eyewitness testimony, where they feel that the Houston Police Department gunned down their loved one. And they say that he was unarmed during that incident. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here on this Friday as we continue to get going right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Our next story, we are actually going to go out to Houston here, where the family and friends of a fugitive who was wanted on multiple felony warrants was fatally shot by an officer in East Houston on Wednesday, and the family and friends coming together to say that something isn't right in the investigation. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Let me be crystal clear. The gun they found stayed in the bag. So there was no justifiable reason, no justifiable threat to their safety and security to where they should have jumped out that car and started shooting the minute that brother took off running. That young man, he had a weapon, but it was in the bag. It never came out of the bag. And they did not discover the weapon until they searched the bag. But let's be crystal clear. He had no gun in his hand. He had no gun in his waistband. It wasn't in his pocket. It wasn't in his back pocket. So don't try to create a lie or a narrative that justifies the execution of that brother right here on this street. That young man should have been taken to jail and had his day in court, not to be gunned down like this in cold blood. Too many of these young brothers are being gunned down by trigger-happy cops that are overly excited, and some of them just want to get a chance and an opportunity to kill a brother and call it justifiable homicide. This young man, Jalen, did not deserve to die, period. This brother was gunned down and should not have been shot, should not have been killed. Just a day before his murder, her son was gunned down by these same HPD officers. This mother right here, her son was killed the day before hers. When in the hell is all this going to stop? What do they want us to do? He didn't shoot at them. He didn't fire at them. He didn't get out running with a gun in his hand or in his waistband. We're asking Chief Fenner of the Houston Police Department, take these killer cops off the street. Take these killer cops off the street. And we want them tried like anybody else and investigated by the Harris County District Attorney's Office. We're also asking for the FBI to step in and investigate this case, because we don't trust HPD to investigate themselves. At this time, the mother will say something or the father will say something on behalf of their son also. Which one of
I just want y'all to tell me what happened to my child. That's all. Just tell me what happened to my child. Oh, my baby. Oh, my baby.
You sure? So once again, this young man was gunned down in cold blood. This young man did not deserve to die.
I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I'm the statewide steering committee chair for the Rainbow Push Coalition under the leadership of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. This that we have right here with our people is unacceptable. We have police officers that's wearing blue suits, but you have a white Klan hat. You run around here killing our people. Accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our responsibility to hold these Jim Crow lynchers accountable for the action of what they've done to our people. Every time you run your behind over here doing this to our people, we are going to stand together and we are going to ensure that these cops that's doing this foolishness, you're going to be put under the jail like we did with Derek Chauvin. We're not going to play this mess. We're not going to sit here. We're not going to stand on the sidelines. We're not going to sit up here and allow you guys to sit up here and do this to our people. So for those of you officers, you Klansmen that's hiding with them hoods on your head, just know we coming for you. You're not going to run around here. I'm tired of looking at the news, seeing people look like me losing their lives over senseless killings, over poor policing. We need community policing. And I'm going to say this to you, Chief Fenner, you know me and you talked several times. You better drain the swamp of these Klansmen that's working for you, because what's happening right now, they are continuously activating a plan which falls under the Jim Crow 2.0 strategy. So you better get it together. Thank you.
The family will take a few questions now. Do you have any questions?
Could someone just talk a little about Jalen, just about what kind of guy he was and what his...
I can talk for him.
And can you tell us your name, and are you a friend or family?
I'm a family member. My name is Kerrick Floyd Jr.
Can you spell it for me?
Kerrick.
And your last name?
Floyd, Floyd.
And how are you related to Jalen?
It's my brother.
Your brother?
Yes.
Just tell us a little bit about Jalen, if you don't mind.
He was a God-fearing man. He was a sweet man. He was a respectful man. Every time we seen elderly, he respected his elders. He had a big heart. All he cared about was his daughter and just living life and respecting everybody. He wanted to see a smile on everybody's face. He ain't deserve this.
He's a father. How old is his daughter?
She's 5.
And what's these past few days been like for you? I can't imagine.
It's been beautiful. We had 2 reunion Sundays this past Sunday, and I spent with him, and he was in great spirit. He was just happy to be alive.
And I think some people will obviously, the police are saying that he was, had those warrants out. So I know you don't want to say his background was perfect, but you think that he was trying to do better, or what can you tell us about that?
Nobody is perfect. You not perfect. Ain't nobody in this crowd perfect. But nobody deserved to get gunned down.
That's right.
Everybody deserves another chance.
He wasn't no violent criminal. He grew up here. We knew him.
Let's be crystal clear.
We knew him.
Let's be crystal clear. Let's be crystal clear. Just because he had a warrant does not justify execution.
That's right.
When you have a warrant, that means you are to be arrested, taken to jail, and taken before a judge. The police should not be the arresting agency, the judge, the jury, and the executioner. This young man did not have a gun in his hand, period. He has to pose a legitimate threat to their safety and security for them to use lethal force. There was nothing that took place out here that day that justified lethal force. That young man, blood is soaking this ground. His blood is soaking this ground because we have trigger-happy cops who are overexcited, not well-trained, and many of them don't even live in the communities that they police. Many of these cops are in the community policing areas that don't even look like them, and they're afraid of black men. Let's be honest. These dudes are coming from Tomball. They're coming from Navasota. They're coming from these rural areas, and they ain't never been raised around black men. And they have this idea about us that's all through the department that they feel they can kill us and get away with it. If he had got out and pointed the gun, different discussion. If he had got out with a gun in his hand, different discussion. Those dynamics do not exist. HPD killed this young man, and it's not justifiable, period. I don't give a damn what the warrant was for.
Amen. Right.
Because he didn't do anything that justified them using deadly force and pulling that trigger multiple times.
I understand that there is going to be, body-worn camera footage released, hopefully at some point. I guess I'm sure you'll be interested to see what that shows.
We're asking the chief on the record. We want to see the film footage.
Yep.
Because remember, the policy has been changed now, according to the mayor. So we should be allowed to see that footage real soon. The family wants to see it. The community wants to see it, and we all want to see it. So let us see the footage. And don't tell us something about what's an ongoing investigation a month later. Don't tell us something about, well, we got to give it to this agency, that agency. Oh, hell no. You can bring us the copy and let it flow. We want to see the footage, and we will come to you to see it.
And it's 30 days.
So they got 30 days to release it. We want on that 31st day to see that footage.
If you had the chance to speak to that officer, what would you like to tell him?
I would say to the officer who pulled the trigger, if that was your brother, would you have done that? If that was your cousin, if that was a member of your community, if that was a young man that you had grew up with that looks like you, if he had looked like you, would you have done that? We have seen too many white men literally get out their vehicles and beat the hell out of the cops, and the cops run from them and never pull out a damn gun. We have seen too many white men throw them to the ground, hit them with sticks, and the cops still restrain and don't use deadly force. We've seen it all over social media where white guys can act a complete fool, but yet they not gunned down. Why is a black man got to just take off running? They're pulling the trigger because the system says to them, we will protect you. Well, we got to say to them too, look, man, and I'm speaking for me now because I don't want nobody to get scared. Look, man, we're sick of this. We got loved ones too. We wanted our children to come home too. What are you trying to force us to do? At some point, we're not going to take this. Sure not. At some point, we're going to run you the hell out of our community. At some point, we got guns too. But we're trying to obey the law. We're trying to respect the law. But what do we do when the law will not respect itself when it comes to black people? We got a right to self-defense also. We sure do. So we must be allowed to live like other people live. That's right. We got to stand and have freedom in our community. And these killer cops are still doing this. What do you want us to do? Or what are you trying to force us to do? Hell, we want our kids to come home too. Any more questions? Okay.
Oh, okay. We're going to get her.
Come on, mother. You ready? Tell them the name of your son and tell them when your son was killed just the other day.
My son name is Dexter Caesar. I'm trying. Another family being raised. His twin sister. He was killed, shot down in his vehicle on Martin Luther King on Monday. He did have a gun in the car. He never pulled it out. It was just in the car. They found it. My son did not shoot at the cops. They killed him. They gassed the car, and they still shot him in the back of the head.
After they already shot him one time in
the shoulder and gassed him. He should have had opportunity to get out of that car and go to court, but they killed him. They shot him in the back of his head. There's no justice for that.
And they said he shot himself.
Yeah, said he shot. No, he did not shoot himself. Well, that was the first story on the news. Then the second story was they couldn't tell. But now we know, no, he did not. He didn't shoot at the police. He never got out the car.
We have the pictures of our son in the hospital where they lied and said this man shot himself. But we get to the hospital and find out the bullet entered the very top of his head. How the hell are you going to take a gun and shoot yourself upside down? These people are killers. I'm not saying all these cops are bad, but I'm saying enough is not being done for the ones that are. And the ones that are continue to get away with murder. At some point, Houston is not going to sleep on this. That's why we're demanding that somebody do something to stop these cops from pulling their trigger like this. After George Floyd, they became a little more cautious. After George Floyd, they kind of slowed down a little bit. But now they're back to the old games and tricks and dirty schemes and low-down murderous behavior all over again. This has to stop. This young man did not pose a threat to them to justify killing him. Any more questions for either family? Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your time. But we're demanding to see the video footage, dash cam and body cam footage.
Justice for Jalen.
That's right. I'm not putting on.
So family demanding answers there. You heard it there. 29-year-old Jalen Randall. He was wanted for 3 felony warrants, was shot and killed, and they say they still have some answers. They wanted to see the video in question there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us here as we are expecting a Pentagon briefing at the bottom of the hour. We'll have it for you as soon as we get it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Not happening now.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Getting an update here on the aid being sent to Ukraine there from the U.S. officials. Let's listen right here as we await a Pentagon briefing.
We write history every day, but this is history that people are going to read about for years because they're a huge part of it. It's on the backs of these airmen that we're able to execute this whole of government approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks y'all very much. I'll turn you over to the true expert, Barry. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate what you guys do.
And if you could transfer the mic over there.
I will.
Thank you.
It goes with this. It's fair.
I told him I need some powder. That's okay. Thanks, boss. Yeah, excuse the voice. I did have a PFT this morning, so still trying to learn to breathe.
Excellent. If you could start by saying and spelling your first last name.
Sure. My name is Barry Flack. It's Baryflack.
Is that too high up on there, or do you need it lower?
Put it a little lower. I get you, Barry. I
can help you as well.
Here we go. Let's go here.
That's the picture.
Thank you for saying something.
You're awesome.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, one more time. I'm sorry, Colonel.
No worries. And can you hear me better now? That's awesome. Yeah, the name is Barry Flack, and it's Bary, one R, Flack. And before we get started, I really do want to just start with an opening comment and kind of reiterate some of the words that Colonel Huseman had talked about. You're going to have a really great opportunity to see America's best. When you think about logistics and you look at history, history has proven that logistics is a force multiplier. And when you look at our aerial port operation, our logisticians, the things that we do here at Dover, I don't think it's too hard to say that they're the world's best at what they do. When given a task, much like Colonel Huseman was saying, our airmen deliver. And we're very proud of what they do daily to support global operations. And obviously, recently, we've been supporting operations in Eastern Europe. And you're going to see when you go out with these airmen that they're working with purpose and they're working with pride. And it's really awe-inspiring to see what they do daily.
So can you give us logistics on the types of materials that are being sent there?
Absolutely. You know, the president has obviously made this a priority to support Eastern Europe, specifically Ukraine. Multiple presidential directives have come out with certain material that needs to be moved to Ukraine. Dover has been a central point in a lot of the movement of material. And what we've had is a lot of different types of items. When you look at lethal material and lethal aid, we've had things such as javelins and stingers, low yield explosives, those kinds of things, but also things for survivability for the personnel in Ukraine, which is general cargo, things like individual body armor, helmets, sleeping bags, those kinds of things, to ensure that those folks over there have hope.
So, what is the process like when you're filling up these planes? Like, how long is the process? How do you like? What is the, I guess, what type of preparation do you take for these type of missions?
It really depends on what kind of cargo that we're planning to move on the airplanes, and I hope you all do get to see some uploads today. For high explosives, obviously we do have to treat them a little bit differently than we do with just general use cargo. Obviously, our airmen are very well trained. They understand the impact of what they're doing, but more importantly, they want to do their job safely. So when you guys do go to the in-transit munitions facility today, you're going to see our airmen working at a very good pace. But most importantly, they're working safe. They need to make sure when that type of cargo, whether it's a javelin or something that's high explosive, number one, is in a manner that is safe to move. So they certify the requirement. They make sure it gets loaded onto a pallet, and they make sure it's airworthy. And that's just normal air transportation 101, the fundamentals. Now, much like the explosive type movements, we do have general cargo that comes through. Treat that a little bit differently. Obviously, we still want to continue to be safe, but there's less hazard risk for things like IBA, individual body armor, and helmets, and those kinds of things. So the airmen that do work on the explosive moves do have very specific training and technical requirements they have to get through to ensure they can move.
All
those
right,
things
guys.
safe.
So we have been listening in, but you can see John Kirby has stepped up to the podium. We're, of course, going to be jumping into this since it is live content. Let's listen in to this briefing as, again, yesterday, President Biden announcing more aid being sent to Ukraine.
Installations in Germany. These efforts build on the initial artillery training that Ukraine's forces already have received elsewhere, and also includes training on the radar systems and armored vehicles that have been recently announced as part of security assistance packages. U.S. Army Europe and Africa Command will organize this training in coordination with the government of the Federal Republic of Germany, and we're grateful, of course, for Germany's continued support. As you recall, in February, out of an abundance of caution, the Secretary ordered the temporary repositioning of about 160 members of the Florida National Guard who are then supporting the Joint Multinational Training Group Ukraine. And we said at the time that this decision was not the end of our relationship with Ukraine, of course, and that we would explore new ways to work together in the future. The recent reunion now of these Florida National Guard members with their Ukrainian colleagues, we are told, was an emotional meeting, given the strong bonds that were formed as they were living and working together before temporarily parting ways in February. This new training effort in Germany and at other locations in Europe is in direct support of recent U.S. security assistance packages that are designed to help Ukraine win their battles today and build strength for tomorrow. These new systems and the associated training that will strengthen Ukraine's ability to counter Russia's renewed offensive in eastern Ukraine. Since 2021, the United States has committed more than $4.3 billion in security assistance to support Ukraine's armed forces in the face of Russian aggression. And as I have said before, we should not forget the importance of this long-term training relationship. Now, today we're talking about the Florida National Guard, but as you all know better than me, they were preceded by others of their colleagues going back over the last 8 years. And so while we are rightly focused on the security assistance that's going into Ukraine, we shouldn't forget that a big part of Ukraine's soldiers' ability to defend their country as well as they have has been the training that they have gotten over the past 8 years that have really sort of helped transform them off of Soviet doctrine and Soviet area organization. They have better command and control. They have better battlefield initiative. They have a competent non-commissioned officer corps that is empowered on the field of battle to make tactical decisions. That didn't happen by accident. And so we're grateful to be able to restart some of this training on these key systems that are going forward and to keep improving their battlefield competence. Now, I also have a couple of other schedule items to brief you. The Japanese Defense Minister Kishi will travel to the United States from May 3rd to the 6th, and he'll have a chance to meet with Secretary Austin on the 4th of May. Items on the agenda, of course, include Ukraine. We were grateful that Japan was represented in that 40-plus meeting, the consultative meeting in Ramstein earlier this week. They'll talk about China, of course, North Korea, and defense cooperation initiatives to strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of the Japan-U.S. alliance. Kishi will also have a chance to visit the Missile Defense Agency and U.S. Cyber Command to exchange views on ballistic missile defense and cyber cooperation. And then lastly, on Wednesday, the 25th of May, Secretary Austin will travel to Colorado Springs to deliver the commencement address at the Air Force Academy this year. He's very excited to get this opportunity to speak to the cadets as they begin brand new careers as officers in the United States Air Force. And with that, questions? Lita.
John, can you flesh out the training decision a little more? This is the same unit that was pulled out, largely other than maybe onesies, twosies that might have swapped, but this is essentially the same unit that got pulled out.
That's correct. Yeah, they did not leave Europe. Yeah.
And then are they doing the bulk of the training, or are they being supplemented by other U.S. forces on some of the other training? And is that multiple locations, or is it consolidated? Can you give us a sense?
Sure. My understanding is the bulk of the training on these new systems will be done by the Florida National Guard, but I don't want to preclude the option that on systems coming in that we might provide additional training capabilities that maybe the Florida National Guard doesn't have. So they'll do the bulk of it, but I'm not going to go so far as to say that all of it will be done just by the Florida National Guard. What I can tell you is that we're talking about roughly 3 locations outside of Ukraine, and in this case, we definitely can identify Germany as a site, but there are other sites outside Ukraine, and we're just not at liberty to disclose where they are. Those sites could change over time. Either we move to different ones or we add additional ones. We just don't know. But training has already occurred outside Ukraine, and particularly on the howitzers. There's another class going on right now on howitzers. In fact, 2 different tranches are being trained on howitzers right now. One of them we can confirm is in Germany. So. We want to make this as nimble and as agile as we can, and we also want to make it not only useful and constructive for the Ukrainians, but not onerous. You know, that it doesn't, that it's not so time-consuming that it takes them out of their fight for too long. As you might imagine, these soldiers are they're eager to learn these new skills, but they're also eager to apply those new skills in the conflict.
And just one clarification: has that Florida unit been extended? As we know, some have not been redeployed.
There's been no extension decision made on the Florida National Guard. As you might recall, Lita, they arrived in Ukraine at the very tail end of last year, early December-ish. So they are still on their original set of orders. Travis.
Hi, John. Happy Friday. I wanted to ask you about the former Marine who was killed in Ukraine, Willie Joseph Cancel, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But he was reportedly employed by a military contractor. Was that company contracted with the Department of Defense?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does the Department of Defense have any contractors working in Ukraine?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, Jen.
John, can you enumerate any more of the donations that came out of the conference earlier this week with the 40 nations? Anything else concrete that you can point to?
There were some additional contributions, but those nations have decided that it's best for them to either talk about it or not, and so we want to respect that. I mean, the Secretary at his press conference afterward detailed what he could, and again, these are sovereign decisions that we want to be respectful. But the bottom line is, yes, there were additional nations who had additional contributions that they stated that they planned to make. And again, we're going to leave it to them to speak to them.
And what more can you tell us about what's happening in Moldova? And can you deter Russia from going into Moldova? What would happen if Russia were to actually move in to that area?
So look, we're aware of these explosions that happened in the Transnistria region of Moldova. We do not have much information about what caused those explosions, who was responsible, what the motive was. And look, the farther away we get from them, probably the less fingertip feel we're going to have in terms of what actually happened. We absolutely respect Moldova's sovereignty. We want every other nation in the world to respect it. A Russian general out there claiming that Moldova's next is clearly irresponsible rhetoric. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about what the Russians will do or won't do, or what the people of Moldova will do. Our focus is on making sure that Ukraine, whose sovereignty actually has been violated by Russia, is able to defend itself against that violation and achieve their own victories on the battlefield. That's where our heads are right now. Anybody else? Phil?
You talked about training. Is there any consideration being given to returning some training to inside Ukraine now that diplomats are returning to Ukraine, or is the idea of training inside Ukraine, a non-starter because of the president's guidance against engaging directly with Russians?
Right now, Phil, we don't have any plans to return to training inside Ukraine. The training that we'll do will be outside of Ukraine. Now, one thing I will say is we are exploring on some of these systems the possibility of doing virtual training. So where the trainers would be obviously outside Ukraine, but able to communicate with Ukrainian troops inside Ukraine virtually. So that's an option available to us. Hasn't started. We're not doing that right now, but we foresee the possibility on some of these systems where maybe checking in every now and then, familiarization, that kind of a virtual connection is certainly a possibility, but there's no plans right now to put U.S. trainers back on the ground in Ukraine.
And also on the training in other parts of Europe, what are the limits of how many Ukrainians you can actually get out of the country and out of the fight to do this training, and how does that affect what systems you really are going to make available?
Yeah, it's a great balance that we're trying to strike, Phil. I mean, just take a look at what we've done so far. Relatively small numbers, and again, we're trying to focus this training on individuals who are already familiar with that kind of capability. So, for instance, artillery is a great example. We're not bringing out infantrymen and teaching them how to use our howitzers. We're bringing out a small number of artillerymen because the systems are familiar. It won't be that much of a stretch for them to learn an American howitzer. Training them up right now, it's been 2 tranches of about 50. And again, the numbers were set by the Ukrainians and in concert with them. And they are basically going to be trainers themselves. They'll go back into Ukraine and train their teammates. On the radar systems, the counter-artillery radar and the towed air defense radar system that we're giving them, we're training a small number, less than 20 Ukrainians who, again, already have radar skills, bringing them out for like a week. So we're trying to give them systems, new systems. If we're going to give them new systems, we're trying to give them systems that are roughly akin to what they're used to and won't require an onerous amount of training. And so that's the focus right now. I won't get ahead of decisions going forward, but right now, because they're in such an active fight, we don't want to belabor them with long, complicated training that also requires a high number of personnel, because they are in an active fight right now, and they too are suffering casualties on the battlefield, and we want to be respectful of that. Yeah. Laura.
So just on this $33 billion package that the president is sending over, once Congress does approve that, if, does any of this have to be spent by the end of the fiscal year? And if so, does that limit cause any issues, particularly for the replenishment of DoD stockpiles?
I think some of that will be determined by Congress in what they approve in the supplemental request. As the president said, if we get speedy approval on this, this funding will probably get us through 5 months. So that certainly gets you well within the fiscal year. What we're planning on is assuming it gets approved, and as you heard the Secretary say, we urge Congress to approve this in a speedy way. We would expect that that this would be actionable on our part well within the bounds of the fiscal year. Yeah.
And then just as a follow-up, are we going to hear more about the capabilities that we would be transferring to Ukraine with
we
this
sure
money?
will, yeah,
And
yeah.
When do you understand that these capabilities will be delivered?
Well, look, I mean, you're talking about the supplemental. So first it has to get approved. But I can tell you that Pentagon planners are already putting pen to paper and working with the Ukrainians on what they would need once we get approval and sort of where we're at. We still have some drawdown authority still available to us as well, but this would be on top of that. So we're already started thinking that through with the Ukrainians. And as for speed, Laura, again, it would depend on what goes into the package, how fast you can get it there. But I would tell you, I mean, just look at what we were able to do with the howitzers, which was a brand new capability we gave them in just the previous 2 presidential drawdown packages within just the last couple of weeks. And in some cases, not in every case, but in some cases, from the time the president signed the authorization to the moment howitzers started showing up in the region was only about 48 hours. And then 24 hours or so after that, actually showing up in Ukraine. And so over the last 2 packages, that's 90 howitzers between PDA 7 and 8. And of those 90, more than half of them are in Ukraine as we speak. And those trainers that just finished the week-long course were able to fall right in on top of equipment that was waiting for them. I mean, that's just an incredible rate of effectiveness and efficiency in terms of getting them there. It's a long answer to a very good question. What I would say is, just to wrap it up, whatever goes in these future aid packages, I can assure you that we will work with lightning speed to get them there as fast as possible. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the Secretary's meeting with the Japanese.
Right now, listening in with spokesperson John Kirby. He is speaking from the Pentagon on a lot of questions surrounding this training that's going to be happening for Ukrainian troops. Let's go ahead and send some of you out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Up as part of this discussion. Rio, I'm not going to get ahead of the actual agenda here. We're just announcing the visit, and we're very pleased to are willing to do going forward in terms of supporting Ukraine. It's their decisions, their decisions to speak to. But they're a key ally and a great friend, and the Secretary looks forward to talking with them in furtherance of our discussion at Ramstein. Kelly?
I have two questions, but I wanted to ask you off the top about the Time article where President Zelensky says he came within minutes of Russian forces finding him right in the beginning days of the war. I was curious your thoughts on that and that revelation.
I can't confirm that anecdote. Certainly I'm in no position to refute President Zelensky's own accounting of this. But I think it just goes to show you how much energy the Russians were trying to apply to Kiev, which makes it all the more impressive that they lost that battle. The second thing that I take away when I hear about this anecdote is the inspirational leadership of President Zelensky, that he never left. He's still there, and he never gave up command and control of his forces. He still has terrific command and control of his forces. He's still the democratically elected leader of Ukraine and executing those responsibilities every single day under incredible pressure, and clearly under a very real physical threat to his life. But he's still there. And Secretary Austin was honored to be able to travel to Kiev and meet with him and talk to him, face to face about the leadership challenges that he continues to face.
I just wanted to follow up on the other day when we were talking about the nuclear threat and taking it seriously. Is there anything we're doing to show that we're taking it seriously, any deterrence? And does the Pentagon worry that Putin might look to use more low-yield tactical nuclear missiles in the battlefield?
Yeah, we've talked about this low-yield tactical nuke issue. Look, a nuclear weapon's a nuclear weapon. And you can talk all you want about low yield and tactical and all that. It's a nuclear weapon. It's a weapon of mass destruction. And it's completely irresponsible for a nuclear power to be saber-rattling like that and blustering on about the potential use of nuclear weapons of any kind, of any size, of any yield. And that's why we're monitoring this as best we can, the Russian nuclear capabilities. And as I've said many, many times, we are comfortable with the strategic nuclear deterrent posture that we have in place to defend the homeland and defend our allies and partners. And we urge Russia to stop escalating the rhetoric with respect to nuclear weapons and do the right thing, is end the war today. Have your troops leave Ukraine, sit down in good faith with President Zelensky and do the right thing. Barbara.
2 points to follow up on. Most days you talk about that notion of the Russians and the Ukrainians sitting down and negotiating. I think you have used that word many, many times. I want to make sure I understand what you say, what you mean when you say that. What is it that the Pentagon believes they should negotiate about?
Let me, if I could just take that one. We're not dictating terms of negotiation to Ukraine. We are simply reiterating what President Zelensky has said he wants to do.
So you're talking about Ukraine, your frame of reference is what Ukraine, when you say negotiating, that's what your frame of reference is?
President Zelensky has said he wants to sit down with President Putin and find a way to end this war. We respect and support that. We are not in any way, we're not fashioning negotiation tactics here. We're not suggesting approaches to President Zelensky is the democratically elected president of a sovereign nation, and only he can decide what victory is going to look like and how he wants to achieve it. I don't read anything more into that than that. And your second question?
Yeah, I do. You mentioned several minutes ago about the budget you're asking for the $16 billion, if I understood you right, $16 billion in additional weapons transfers to Ukraine would last about 5 months?
The president said that this would serve for about 5 months. It's an approximation.
Sure. But what I wanted to ask you, underpinning all of that, what is the planning, even though you cannot say how long the war will last, and no one thinks you have a crystal ball on that?
You're getting ahead of my answer, I see.
I would like to ask you, since you have laid out the 5 months, what is the planning scenario that you're planning against? Certainly, there is no indication that this is going to end anytime soon. So what are you, are you thinking more than 5 months? Is 5 months the outside? What is the planning scenario for how long this may be?
I want to be a couple of things. When the president talked about 5 months, he was talking about the entire $33 billion, not just the $16 billion for security assistance. We're not putting a time horizon on the specific security assistance that we supply Ukraine. When we get the authority, we source it and we get it there. And we've been getting it there in record time. And we are talking to the Ukrainians literally every day about their consumption rate, about how fast they're working their way through some of these. Some systems, some munitions they work through very, very quickly, others not so much. I mean, 50 million rounds of small arms ammunition, and they still tell us that that's probably one of the most critical things that they need, small arms ammunition, because they're using it literally every day. So their consumption rates are different, and it's going to change from day to day given on what resistance they're offering the Russians. So we're not scoping it out by the calendar, Barb. I mean, we are scoping it out by the consumption rate and the needs of the Ukrainians, and that's why we continue. You've seen us now, several packages. The quantities change, the capabilities change, given the situation in Ukraine and our conversations with them.
As we continue to listen to more reporter questions being asked here in the Pentagon briefing, we are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break. You're going to be continuing to listen in live right here when you return.
Ability to defend itself. We're going to do it as much as we can and as fast as we can. And that's the focus. We're not putting a date on the calendar and saying, about it. We don't want to see them be able to restore that kind of aggressive power again and do this kind of thing to another neighbor. And the bottom line is, and again, we've been saying this from the very beginning, that this should not be cost-free for Mr. Putin. He should suffer consequences. And quite frankly, he has, not only on the battlefield, but as an economy. And the export controls, the sanctions that are in place, they have already affected his ability to regenerate some of his military capability. We talked about precision-guided munitions the other day. It's a great example. He's struggling now to get components for some of those munitions. And we're already starting to see in Mariupol, which they continue to bomb, an increasing reliance on non-precision-guided munitions. So that is all accounting for a weaker Russia. I think we can all agree that we don't want, or at least we all should agree, that we don't want Mr. Putin to be in the same position going forward than he found himself in late February when he was able to launch this unprovoked invasion. Jared Suba from Al Monitor.
Sylvie, do you want to go ahead? I think Sylvie had a further follow-up.
Thank you, Jared. Yes, I had a follow-up. Is the fear of Putin using nuclear weapon overblown?
Blown?
Overblown.
You have a nation the size of Russia, with a nuclear arsenal that their size and capability, and a leader that's clearly as belligerent as Vladimir Putin. We have to take seriously the escalatory rhetoric that he and his leaders have been using lately. It would be, as irresponsible as it is for him to use that rhetoric, it would be equally irresponsible for us not to take it seriously. And so we do. And we monitor the capabilities as best we can. If we have to make changes, we will. As I said, we have seen no reason to change our nuclear strategic deterrent posture at this time. Let's see, Jared, yeah, over to you.
Hi, John, thanks. Just a question about the Ramstein meeting. There were a handful of Middle Eastern allies invited, I think Qatar, Jordan, Israel, Morocco, and Tunisia. Just wondering the specific reason for inviting these allies. You know, what is the department hoping they can contribute, and why were some other major U.S. partners from that region left off the list? Thanks.
There was, wasn't the, it's not about leaving folks off. There were a lot of invites. We gave you the list of those who accepted, and we'll let those nations who may have been invited and didn't accept, they can speak for themselves. The list we put out was the list of the countries that accepted our invitation, and we were grateful for their participation. I think there's two things here. One, the broad invite list was a statement of the mere fact that this has the attention of the international community, not just NATO, and not just nations in the European theater who are not in NATO. It has the attention of the entire world. And that was represented clearly if you looked at those 40 countries, from, as you said, the Middle East, Jared, all the way to the Indo-Pacific. So it's a representation of the interest and the concern of so many nations. It's also a representation of the fact that we recognize some of these nations have expressed in various forms an interest to help. And some of that help will be in terms of capabilities that they have, systems that they have that the Ukrainians might be able to benefit from. Could just be financial contributions, but every nation that was there, the Secretary said it best. You wouldn't come to a meeting like that if you didn't care about Ukraine, and that's really what was driving the list of attendees. Each nation, I think, should speak for themselves about what drove them to attend that meeting, and so many, the majorities you saw were actually in person. They traveled a long way to be. To be with us in Germany. And each nation, I think, should speak for what drove them to do that. But the bottom line is they were there. And they were there because they cared. They were there because they're concerned about Mr. Putin and his war of choice. And they were there because they had a genuine interest in exploring ways they could contribute. Okay. I'll take a couple more. It's a Friday. Go ahead.
Question for you on Mr. Putin himself. Is it still the Pentagon's assessment that he's being deceived by his advisors? And also, have you seen any signs of growing dissension in either important government ranks in Russia or from Russian elites to his actions in Ukraine?
It's not entirely clear how truthful the information is that Mr. Putin is getting. We did have some indications earlier that he wasn't necessarily getting an accurate picture. I can't update you on that. I don't know what his briefings are like and who's briefing him and what information he's getting. Clearly, he messages, and I can't speak for what's in his head, but he's messaging that that he is going to achieve military outcomes in the Donbass and in the south, specifically the Donbass, and he's got some bizarre messaging about Nazis in Ukraine, and he's got even more bizarre messaging about how this is the United States versus Russia or the West versus Russia. It's not. Russia's the aggressor. They're the ones that started this war in Ukraine. But how much information he gets that's informing some of these ridiculous claims, I can't say. I'm sorry, you had another question, didn't you?
Just basically any dissent from important government.
Nothing that we can speak to or that we've seen. What we have seen are continued indications at lower levels in the Army of poor morale, discouragement, lack of unit cohesion. I mean, this is an army that, writ large, across the entire Russian army, is about 40% conscripts. And they've just now put a bunch more fresh conscripts into the fight. And what we're seeing is, they tend to have high morale going in. First contact with the enemy, that morale is shattered. And so we continue to see problems at the unit level, anecdotally. I can't say every single unit, but anecdotally, some unit cohesion issues that they still haven't been able to solve. But at the senior levels, I just don't have any information to speak to that. Phil?
Putting aside whether you agree with his logic, do you believe that Putin is a rational actor?
I'm not a psychologist. Barely got a history degree from the University of South Florida. I'm not going to go into the psychology of Vladimir Putin. It's hard to look at what he's doing in Ukraine, what his forces are doing in Ukraine, and think that any ethical, moral individual could justify that. It's difficult to look at the It's difficult to look at some of the images and imagine that any well-thinking, serious, mature leader would do that. So I can't talk to his psychology, but I think we can all speak to his depravity. Barbara.
I want to follow up on that exactly. You've just used a series of words that I don't think we have heard you specifically use before. Depravity, ridiculous, bizarre, belligerent. You may not be a psychiatrist, but what are you telling the world right now today by standing up here and saying these things? What is the sense in this government of Putin? You have just, and you've been in the military a long time, you've seen a lot. You don't usually publicly react to these very difficult images. You've used extraordinary words here today, starting with depravity. What does this government think Vladimir Putin's mental state is, physical state, psychological state? Something's leading you today to use these series of words.
I can't speak for the entire U.S. government. I speak for the Defense Department, and I didn't mean to get emotional. I apologize for that. I don't want to make this about me, but I've been around the military a long, long time, and I've known friends who didn't make it back. It's just hard. It's hard for all of you, particularly you. You all have people there who are seeing this and bringing these images back. It's just difficult to look at that, and it's hard to square his, let's just call it what it is, his BS that this is about Nazism in Ukraine, and it's about protecting Russians in Ukraine, and it's about defending Russian national interests, when none of them were threatened by Ukraine. It's hard to square that rhetoric by what he's actually doing inside Ukraine to innocent people. Shot in the back of the head, hands tied behind their backs, women, pregnant women being killed, hospitals being bombed. I mean, it's just unconscionable. And I don't know. I don't have the mental capacity to understand how you connect those two things. It's just beyond me. But I'm just a spokesman, Barb. I'm not qualified to make an assessment one way or the other. And I do apologize for injecting my personal perspective here.
We anticipate you are very professional on this podium and nothing else. But can you tell us, can you just peel one layer back, if possible? The U.S. government, military intelligence, always has assessments on foreign leaders. This is a known fact. Is there anything you can tell us that you might be able to share to help people understand what is Putin's state of mind?
I think, look, again, not a psychological expert. I'm not going to get into individual intelligence assessments. I think we're certainly working under an assumption that Mr. Putin was capable of pursuing what he believed Russia's national interest to be with cold steel, and with brutal determination. I think we all understood that. I don't think we fully appreciated the degree to which he would visit that kind of violence and cruelty and, as I said, depravity on innocent people, on non-combatants, on civilians, with such utter disregard for the lives he was taking, the lives he was flinging into refuge. I mean, there's not even an attempt by Russia to be precise in their targeting. Even if you could find your way to getting to rationalize what he's doing, which is of course unacceptable. But let's just say hypothetically, you could get yourself to a point where you believed this war was justified. You can't look at the way he's prosecuting it, and his forces are prosecuting it, and come to a conclusion that he's doing it in a justified manner. It's brutality of the coldest and most depraved sort, and I don't know that I could do it any better than that.
John, are we?
Barb, I'm not qualified at this podium to talk about those kinds of things. I think we as an administration, we have made clear that this war is not about regime change. This is about helping Ukraine defend itself. Jen.
John, are we witnessing a genocide?
That is not a decision that the Department of Defense would make, Jen. That there's a process for determining that, a legal process for determining that, and that's beyond this podium to speak to. But clearly, we have said, and I'm certainly willing to repeat it, that it's very clear that Russian forces have committed war crimes. There's no question about that. Okay, on that note, I think I'm going to call it a day. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you back here on Monday. Thanks.
Well, after getting some emotional response from John Kirby, who did apologize for being emotional, but you have to also imagine just the amount of reports and the pictures he sees that we don't even see ourselves. And of course, we know just how, as he called it, brutal some of those attacks have been on the Ukrainian people. It probably is a very emotional thing to be seeing day in and day out, especially for those who are living right there in the midst of the war now that we are on to day number 64. So it does continue to happen. Russia continues their invasion. And of course, we've been keeping you covered on always those latest developments. One of the biggest pieces that was talked about right there in the beginning, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, was how tens of thousands of troops from NATO and its European allies, they're getting ready to do a series of military exercises that the United Kingdom is calling one of the largest shared deployments since the Cold War. So these exercises, they're backed by aircrafts, tanks, artillery, armored assault vehicles. It's going to take place in Finland, Poland, and also along other areas. And so this is troops with NATO and the Joint Expeditionary Force, includes non-NATO members from Finland and Sweden. And as you also heard, as we continue to provide more aid, more equipment to Ukraine, there's a lot of plans in place on how United States is going to be training forces without going inside of Ukraine. So as I mentioned, this will be a story we're going to stay on top of right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we always do with stories happening all across the country and, yes, even around the world. Thank you for being here with us. My name's Christy Larson. I'm here at the desk with you this afternoon. Before we go into a 2-minute break, did want to let our viewers know that we do have an important item coming up tonight, some special coverage, as we are now knowing it's the 30th anniversary of the Los Angeles riots stemming from the beating of Rodney King. Tonight, we're going to give you some in-depth coverage looking back at how the riots unfolded and changes that have taken place in the past 3 decades. So join us right here on Live Now from Fox at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Pacific Time. Don't forget to, if you ever miss anything, you can always watch our streams online as well. We'll step away for that 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have Press Secretary Jen Psaki up at the podium. We'll take you into the White House press briefing in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a look at the big board, and I know you hate seeing red up there, but I at least wanted to show it, especially since we're getting close to the end of the bell. We're going to be ringing here in just a few short hours at the end of what's been a very up and down week. Yesterday, we had green all across the board, ending very high, and now here today, down near that 500 150-point mark. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on this. While we do so, I do want to take us into the White House press briefing where Jen Psaki is going to be answering a number of questions. So you can expect our reporters to be on top of not only the border crisis, but also the equipment and aid that we continue to use to support Ukraine. Let's go ahead and jump into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, a couple items for you at the top. President Biden is committed to doing everything he can to address some sticky seats over there, to address the pain Americans are feeling at the pump as a result of President Putin's price hike and his unjustified war's impact on global fuel supply. Today, the EPA announced that it's issuing an emergency fuel waiver to allow E15 sales during the summer driving season. This, of course, is a follow-up to what the president announced in Iowa just 2 weeks ago. The waiver is a critical step to address the fuel supply crisis, and again, as already noted, it's a follow-up to the announcement from last week, and it will lay out actions to increase the use of biofuels in order to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, accelerate the clean energy transition, build real U.S. energy independence, support American agriculture and manufacturing, and save Americans money. At current prices, E15 can save a family 10 cents per gallon of gas on average, and many stores sell E15 at an even greater discount. There's just over 2,000 gas stations, mostly in the Midwest, where without this action, the E15 tank pump would be covered and Americans wouldn't be able to access it. So this builds on the additional steps the president has taken, authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the next 6 months, and the largest release in history, working around and building a coalition around the world to release an additional 60 million barrels. I also wanted to give you a little bit of a week ahead, a quick overview for the week ahead. As you're well aware, tomorrow the President and the First Lady will attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where the President will speak, and I will lower expectations and say it's not funny at all. Just kidding, see? The following day, President Biden will travel to Minneapolis, Minnesota to attend the memorial service of former Vice President Walter Mondale, who was his friend and mentor. On Monday, the President will present the Presidential Rank Awards to 230 winners for 37 federal agencies in a virtual ceremony. Then he and the First Lady will host a reception to celebrate Eid in the East Room. On Tuesday, the President will travel to Alabama, as we've already announced, to visit a Lockheed Martin facility which manufactures weapon systems such as Javelin anti-tank missiles, which we are providing Ukraine to defend against the Russian invasion. He will also discuss, while he's there, his supplemental funding request, which will help Ukraine defend itself over the long term, support democracy in Ukraine, and address humanitarian needs and economic disruptions due to Putin's war. And on Thursday, the President and First Lady will host a Cinco de Mayo reception in the Rose Garden. Also wanted to note Gary Rosenberg. Where are you, Gary? Hello, Gary. Gary is retired as one of the ABC crew members here at the White House. He is retiring today after 43 years. Great, Gary. So, amazing. Thank you for your service. We're not going to make any connection between your timing and the fact that ABC is reportedly taking Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson to the dinner. Maybe you'll have a wild weekend. So let's get to your questions. I have hopefully a lot of follow-ups to a lot of the supplemental questions you all had yesterday, which I'm sure will come up. So why don't we get to you, Chris?
I was going to start with the supplemental, actually.
Okay, great.
So just wanted looking for an update on where things stand with that, and also with COVID funding, how the conversation's gone so far, and how are things going with Republicans as well in getting their support for some of these measures? Sure.
Well, as I noted yesterday, after we put out and announced this request, we have been working full steam ahead in engaging and having discussions with appropriate members, committees, staff about the urgency in moving both of these requests forward. The President, of course, put them forward because together, and that is his preference for them to move together because they are both essential. There's urgency to moving them both forward. If I may, and this may come up as well, but can I give you just a bit of a rundown? This is to Alex's questions yesterday of what has been spent from the 13.5. Let me just see if I can find this here. Okay, so We noted, and we've confirmed for all of you, that of the 13.6, we had already spent 3.25 of the security assistance, so 250 million left. That remains the case. The first supplemental also provided roughly $6 billion in direct security, that includes, the $6 billion includes that 3.5, as well as economic assistance, all of that in there. So 95% of that has been exhausted. And that means that, of course, the 250 million is part of the 5% left, and also some economic assistance that has not yet been spent from that tranche. The first supplemental also provided about 4.2 billion for humanitarian assistance for humanitarian needs globally. We've spent about 600 million of that so far, so there's more obviously left in that fund, which is why we have only requested less than 3% of what is in our new request package is for that type of humanitarian assistance, because we have more left, and there are more global requests, of course, given the surge of refugees and needs around the world that we anticipate receiving. And finally, the supplemental also provided $3 billion to support U.S. troop deployments to reinforce NATO territory, which the Department of Defense is using for this purpose. Of course, they plan ahead. It doesn't mean it's all been spent out, but it has been planned for how it will be spent. So as you can tell, the vast majority of what we had requested and what we had received from Congress has been spent, and the humanitarian pieces still left accounts for how we have framed the next package. Okay, go ahead.
It appears the European Union is preparing a phase-in ban of Russian oil imports. The U.S. has been a partner in helping the EU to get natural gas. Is the U.S. committed to helping them get additional crude supplies, and will that include ways to increase U.S. production and get it over to the European Union?
Yes, so as we've talked about a little bit this week with the announcement about Russia's actions as it relates to Poland and Bulgaria, we started a task force last month with Europe to account for and plan for and work to help them diversify their energy needs and account for any steps that Russia may continue to take to weaponize energy. There was a meeting of that task force, I believe it was yesterday, to have a discussion about how we can continue to work together. We've already taken steps to provide for additional LNG or natural gas resources, because we knew and anticipated that for some of these European countries that was especially going to be a need. In terms of oil, it's of course a global oil market, so our effort there in anticipation of any needs was to take steps to provide more supply, whether that was through our own release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve or the work that the President and his team has done to do the global release, the biggest ever in history. So slightly two different things, but this task force was started in anticipation of these needs. They already had a meeting. We'll continue our work together to help the Europeans with any shortages they have, and also to diversify and ease off of Russian reliance on Russian energy needs.
On the E15 emergency waiver, it says it will last a statutory maximum of 20 days per the EPA, and that you guys will review that to see if it's still needed.
Yeah.
The industry itself has been calling for, and I think Biden has been supportive of a summer-long lifting of the ban. I understand there's reasons why you do the 20 days, but is this administration committed to making E15 available all summer long?
That is how the President made his announcement, and is his intention. And I would note, because it's available, if you think of the just over 2,000 gas stations where it's available in the Midwest, largely in the Midwest, without this, the prior regulations would have been, or without the waiver, that basically the E15 pump would be covered and wouldn't be available. So we do anticipate needs continuing for taking additional steps to cut the cost for Americans. This lowers it by about 10 cents for those who use this type of gas, and this is just another way to do that. Go ahead.
Vladimir Putin has confirmed that Russia will be attending the G20 summit, so could we get a reaction from the White House on that? And then related to that, is there any scenario, anything that could happen between now and 6 months from now where the U.S. would actually welcome Russia's presence at the G20, see it as being constructive or productive for Russia to be a part of that summit?
Well, there's a lot that could happen between now and then, but we certainly haven't seen an indication indication to date of Russia's plan to participate in diplomatic talks constructively. Our hope certainly is that will change, because obviously diplomatic talks and conversations is the way to bring an end to this conflict, and President Putin could end this tomorrow, could end this right now. But I'm not going to get ahead of what that looks like. Obviously, this is an ongoing war on the ground. We have certainly seen those reports, and the president has expressed publicly his opposition to President Putin attending the G20. We have welcomed the Ukrainians attending, or invitation to attend the G20. It is 6 months away, so we don't know how to predict. We can't predict at this point what that will look like. Our understanding, and of course you could confirm this with the Indonesians, is we have reached out to them privately, is that they did invite them before the invasion. So any additional steps beyond that, I would certainly point to them, but we've conveyed our view that we don't think they should be a part of it publicly and privately as well.
Just on a separate matter, an American citizen and former Marine veteran, Willie Joseph Cancel, was killed this week in Ukraine while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. His mother told CNN that he went to Ukraine because he believes in what Ukraine was fighting for. First of all, is there a message for his family?
Well, first of all, our hearts go out to his family and loved ones. We don't have official confirmation, even though we've seen the reports, but we have not had that official process through the government, so I can't speak to other specifics about him beyond that. But we know Americans are looking for ways to help, and the reports about this individual were that he's a veteran. He had a child, I believe, and certainly sounded like a very passionate young man. We know people want to help, but we do encourage Americans to find other ways to do so rather than traveling to Ukraine to fight there. It is a war zone. It's an active war zone, and we know Americans face significant risks. But certainly, we know a family is mourning, a wife is mourning, and our hearts are with them.
So any other American that is looking to go to Ukraine for the purpose of fighting alongside Ukrainian forces, the U.S.'s message is strictly do not go.
Our advice for 4 months now has been that Americans should not travel to Ukraine for any reason.
In the president's conversation with AMLO, with the Mexican president, just ended, did President Biden make any specific requests of his Mexican counterpart in terms of increasing Mexican either troops or enforcement along either the U.S.-Mexico border or the Mexico border with Central American countries?
Well, what the focus, I have not received an extensive readout yet. I know you will receive one probably while I'm up here. But the majority of the conversation was about migration and was about continued work on coordination, on economic coordination, on taking steps to reduce migration to the border. And they have been a partner in that over the last several months. In terms of specific asks, I just don't have more on that. But I know, Mike, that one of the follow-ups here will be coordination and discussion at a high level from members of their respective national security teams to continue to work together as we head toward the important meetings coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think just as a quick follow-up.
We still have a lot more questions to get through as we listen in right here with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Some viewers going out to a 2-minute break. You'll be back here in the White House press briefing when you return.
The Mexican government to try to increase enforcement along the border by threatening tariffs. Obviously, that's a different
is for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is basically direct support for Ukraine to purchase its own weapons from the defense industry here in the United States. They could not even intake, billions and billions and billions of weapons and security assistance in this moment. So that is likely going to be longer term, because if they place an order for specific weapons, sometimes that takes months to produce. It's just meant to provide security assistance so they can plan for what they need over the long term and make those orders directly, which is what that portion of the funding provides for. The other portions of the funding, so $5.4 billion is in drawdown. So that, as you're very familiar with that, because that was a large chunk of what we requested and have implemented in our last package. And that basically allows the United States to, when we provide weapons or give weapons to the Ukrainians, to have the funding to backfill those needs and order those weapons so we can backfill them here and make sure we have what we need here in the United States. $2.4 billion was to purchase high demand weapons for the United States, build additional critical war reserves, and increase intelligence and other defense support. And then $4 billion is in state, foreign, military financing, which is not just for Ukraine. That's for a range of countries. It's FMF funding that will be applicable to a range of countries and what their needs are. And finally, $2.6 billion is to continue supporting U.S. troop deployments in NATO territory. So as you know, we had about 80,000, and now we're up to 100,000. And we're also, of course, providing support to a range of our NATO allies and partners in the region, and that helps support that includes U.S. troop transportation, special pay, medical support. So that's kind of the breakdown of what it is, but some of that would certainly go beyond. It was just meant to be a request that accounts for the fiscal year.
And then turning to COVID, I know you've talked before about protocols in place to protect the president, but given what Kate Bedingfield tweeted this morning, I wonder, is part of the protocol to make sure the president never has any close contacts?
Well, the way we determine, we do take additional steps, and some of those are additional precautions that go beyond even what the CDC recommends, right? So if we are in a meeting with the president, I've noted before, you always are tested. We often wear masks, almost always wear masks in those meetings. We try to socially distance whenever possible, and the way the CDC defines and the close contact is 15 minutes at a certain close proximity. So we try to follow those guidelines and take additional steps, of course, out of an effort to protect the president.
So those who are in a confined space with the president wear masks and are 6 feet apart from him.
That's an effort we make, exactly.
Okay, great. And then just quickly on the vaccines for children.
Yeah.
Because the FDA announced a couple potential dates for when they might start reviewing in June.
Yeah.
When the green light is given, assuming it will be, is there enough supply already on hand to start giving these young children their first doses right away? The supply of both the vaccine and vials, materials, etc.
My understanding, Misha, is that there is. I will quadruple check that and make sure for you, but we have been planning for the possibility of approval for vaccines for children under 5 for some time now, and we like to plan ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jen.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. The mayor of Eagle Pass told my colleague down at the border today, and the mayor is a Democrat, by the way, that the border is not being effectively managed, and asked the president to come and see it. Does the president have any plans to go to the border?
I don't have any plans to preview at this point in time. Certainly we're open to it, but no plans to preview.
Is it something he would consider doing before the Summit of the Americas, where he's set to meet with the leaders of Central and South America, see the situation firsthand before having that robust conversation?
Well, he's meeting with leaders of countries that he's traveled to many times, and certainly is very familiar with the issues that will be discussed, which is addressing root causes, coordinating, whether it's on the economic front or security front, and that's an initiative he led during when he was vice president. So he's very familiar with those issues.
On the economy, Austin Goolsbee, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under the Obama administration, said that he felt that the president yesterday in his comments about the GDP report was potentially underplaying the risks of a recession. And he pointed to geopolitical conditions with Ukraine, with Russia cutting off gas to Europe, and also GDP shrinking, saying that people should be nervous. How do you respond to that?
Well, I have a great deal of respect for Austin Goolsbee. He's a former colleague, and so does the president. But what we look at is a range of economic data, including economic data that was in the GDP numbers yesterday, which I did some explaining of yesterday. But some of the data that was in there show very encouraging signs that economists look at. Many independent economists monitor closely. American consumer spending, business investment, residential investment, all up. The decrease as it relates to exports is largely because our economy is stronger than many economies around the world, and the inventory numbers, which is kind of the number that went down, that brought it down, is in large part because the fourth quarter inventory numbers were the highest in history, and these numbers are done as a comparison from quarter to quarter. So I think we felt it was important to explain the data and what it means. We continue to monitor economic data. It's important to note that some important components of it are we created more jobs last year than any job in American history. We're at a very low unemployment rate, and while costs are high and inflation is not where we want it to be, the Federal Reserve continues to project that will come down by the end of the year. So our economists and our economic team continues to feel confident in the strength of the economy, even as we monitor a range of data.
Jennifer Granholm said something, though, that was interesting about inflation coming down. She said some economists are suggesting inflation is going to level off a bit, but it's just so hard to know because we don't know what's going to happen on the war on this. So she's seeming to also allude to geopolitical conditions that might not result in these projections coming to fruition.
Well, the Federal Reserve makes the official projections, right, for the government. What I will note, and I think maybe she was referring to, is even the new economic data we saw today, energy accounted for 61% of the reasoning for the increase in the inflation numbers. And we know that because of Putin's unprovoked invasion in Ukraine, that it's driving food costs, but also energy costs, and that is a huge driver. So that's why the president is taking a range of steps. The historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, even the steps, certainly smaller as it relates to E15 today, to work to really target and focus on energy prices and costs.
And I have just a couple questions on the...
And thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to take us into yet another commercial break as we continue to keep an eye. Also, you heard Jen Psaki being asked about it a few times, but inflation really making an impact on our economy. NASDAQ ending their worst week since 2008. We'll, of course, keep our eye on this big board. That final bell has not rung, but we're going to go into a commercial break. When we come back, giving you even more news stories across the country, including some of your top health story headlines going to be discussed right here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a look here at the radar in the moment with some of those temperatures spreading across the board there. You can see also just some of the rain areas in the Midwest and those plains. They are going to be seeing some severe thunderstorms. They're also going to be seeing some damaging wind. So this is going to be happening throughout the afternoon. And of course, our Fox weather team is going to be on top of those stories. If we do see any that are producing some of those tornadoes and more urgent threats, we can always jump into some of their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. You're also seeing some of those temperatures out in California in that mid-60s, typical for them, but there are some areas that are under some severe drought watches and even some water restrictions being put in place for some of California's residents. So that's something to keep an eye on as well, especially as we head into even some warmer temperatures in these next weeks to come. Well, with California being the last state I mentioned, I want to jump into a story from our Fox LA team. Right now, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding one of the Los Angeles County sheriffs. There has not only been a lawsuit that has been filed saying that there has been some corruptness within the organization, but he even held his own press conference. Sheriff Villanueva, he held a press conference to talk about just some of these claims that have made against him. Our Fox 11 team breaking it all down. Let's go ahead, listen into their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
Another former high-ranking member of the LA County Sheriff's Department comes forward and accuses Alex Villanueva of lying.
The allegations coming in a legal claim, and it all grows out of this video, which we've been showing you night after night here, of a deputy kneeling on the head of a jail inmate. That video obtained by the LA Times.
Fox 11's Phil Schuman, he is following the story, and he joins us now live with more on the latest accusations. Phil.
Well, if you were with us a couple of days ago, the sheriff called a news conference specifically to talk about that video, denying allegations that he saw it just after it happened and covered it up because he didn't want bad publicity similar to the George Floyd case, the murder case in Minneapolis. Well, today, when it came time to try to talk to the sheriff, I could barely get 2 sentences out of him on the same subject. Are you aware of this latest complaint by Robin Limon?
Doesn't surprise me, but you know what? We're going to litigate this thing in court. We'll be more than excited to do that, so we'll let the facts speak for themselves.
Sheriff Alex Villanueva continuing to deny allegations of a cover-up, insisting he never saw this controversial security camera video of a deputy kneeling on a handcuffed inmate's head after a fight until 8 months after it happened.
Our information is solid.
Well, that solidly contradicts a new claim filed today by former Assistant Sheriff Robin Limon, who says she personally brought a DVD of this incident to the sheriff and watched it with him and at least 2 others days after it happened.
She's the smoking gun here. She's the one confirming the cover-up.
Attorney Vincent Miller represents Limon, who's demoted, now on a leave of absence. He also represents another sheriff's official, Commander Alan Castellano, who this week made similar allegations of cover-up and retaliation. They say the sheriff didn't want the March 2021 video to come out due to comparisons to the George Floyd case coming to trial in Minneapolis at that time.
He hasn't been held accountable for 3 years, retaliating against whistleblowers, covering up investigations, and nobody's there to stop him. Nobody from the county is protecting the employees, the whistleblowers. It just repeats over and over and over again.
Villanueva, appearing at a candidates forum today as he runs for re-election, has said the controversy is manufactured by his political opponents and the LA Times, which first broke the story. In fact, the exact things he's accused of by some of his former top people, he specifically cited as things he's proud of.
Duty to intervene, duty to cooperate, whistleblower protection, policies prohibiting retaliation. All these things are in effect now that were not in the past.
So Alex and Marla, he said, we're happy to litigate this in court and let the facts play out. Well, if you've been following the story, it's clear that there are 2 different set of facts. Someone is either lying or perhaps more politely, misremembering. The stakes are high here. We're talking about re-electing the highest law enforcement official in the county, right?
Right, because the sheriff says, I didn't see it for 8 months, and she says literally the opposite of that. Only one person can be telling the truth here.
Unless they're splitting hairs by saying, you know, what, did I see it? Was it played in the room when I was there? Another top aide, Anthony Blanchard, says, well, it wasn't seen in the way it was presented. So there could be some splitting of hairs here legally, but practically speaking, yeah, somebody is telling the truth and somebody isn't.
And the undersheriff, too, Murakami, on Tuesday, he was asked about this, too, and he said...
He said that the allegation that they saw it in March, a few days after the incident, were false. And then this Anthony Blanchard was called up to the microphone and asked about it. He said it wasn't seen in the way it's been presented, which was a little bit different than the flat denial. So, you know, this is going to be explored under oath in depositions. Both the commander and the former assistant sheriff, who are now both out on stress-related medical leave at taxpayers' expense. They're going to be filing lawsuits. The inmate, who, by the way, was not seriously hurt, a man named Enzo Escalante, he's already filed a federal civil rights lawsuit. So at some point, all these people are going to be under oath in depositions.
It sort of reminds us of the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, depends on the definition of the word is sort of vibe again. So, Phil, I know you also spoke more with the attorney involved here.
Yeah, this Vincent Miller, he represents both the Commander Castellano and Robin Leone, the whistleblowers whom the sheriff describes as disgruntled employees. This is a little bit more of our discussion when I asked him about how serious these allegations are.
What we're looking at and what's laid out in the complaint is basically an extreme abuse of government power. We're talking about people being hired who have no business being hired, who have all kinds of allegations or even proven allegations of wrongful conduct, and yet he's promoting them to captain. He's stopping people from getting the promotions that they earn. He's not investigating any whistleblower reports. Instead, he's investigating the whistleblowers. This is going on and on and on, and he's abusing the power that he has. This is a very serious problem.
Sort of a bizarre coincidence. The allegation is that the deputy who was seen kneeling on that inmate's head is one of the same ones who was never disciplined for taking those gruesome crash scene photos of the Kobe Bryant helicopter crash. And so what Miller's contention is that he never holds anybody accountable, and so they continue to do things that that they shouldn't do.
Well, the sheriff holds firm and says that the facts will be presented in court. We've also asked him to join us tonight at 7 o'clock. He was unable to join us tonight, but we did extend the invitation again tonight. All right, Phil, we'll obviously stay on this one. Right. Thank you so much.
And thank you to our Fox 11 team. Of course, a lot of different sides to that story, and it will continue to unfold. We'll stay on top of that here for you with our Fox 11 team on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, step away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. Going to be bringing you more as we talk about some of the top health stories, kids' vaccinations, cigarettes, bird flu, and more coming up after this 2-minute break.
application for a COVID-19 vaccine for the world's youngest children. So when you talk about youngest children, what age group are we looking at? And so far, what do we know that the data has shown?
Well, they're looking at 6 months old, 6 months old up to 5. And that's the one group. It includes about 18 million children. And these folks have not had an opportunity to get vaccinated. And the Moderna vaccine, which, by the way, is a quarter of the dose, about 25 micrograms, 2 doses, showed a fairly robust response to protecting kids from symptomatic COVID and severe COVID. Now, the FDA has a benchmark of about 50%. The numbers are a little lower than that, but I expect that this will get emergency use authorization along with the Pfizer vaccine, which they're looking at more data. That may require 3 doses. So the timing of all of this is yet to be seen, but I feel confident it'll be available.
And, you know, Dr. Mike, we've had COVID-19 vaccines since early last year at this point. So why has it taken so long to get a specific vaccine for such young children?
Well, it comes down to data, and is it safe, and is it effective? And the safety part of this, I got to tell you, as a parent, no occurrence of myocarditis. That may reflect the fact that it's only a quarter of the dose, a very low dose, and the children tolerated it very well. The only side effect that they saw was a sore arm, which you get from many, many different vaccines. And I think it's the right thing to do. My 2 children, although they are 10 and 13, have been fully vaccinated.
And, you know, my next question to you, kind of going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, is, you know, obviously when a baby is that little, I feel like maybe they don't really leave the house that much. You know, is their exposure to COVID-19 still greater than usual? Really, the question is, should kids that age even get the vaccine? What advice do you have for parents right now with small children?
Well, the way you need to look at this is that many schools, including my own children's schools, have lifted mask mandates, and that's a whole nother topic. And I think it's we're in a better place right now, much better than we were 2 years ago. So bottom line is this: it's a good thing. We're going in the right direction, but kids are susceptible. Kids can get very sick. These young children can end up in the hospital. If you're a parent out there deciding on what to do, in my humble opinion, based on the science, that it is a risk-benefit ratio and the benefit outweighs any risk. You don't want long COVID. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19, especially in very young people. And so you want to protect yourself and your family. Get vaccinated. I've been saying that since day one that they were available.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, I actually do want to get your take, obviously, in your profession, on the status of America in this pandemic, because it was a huge story that we followed yesterday. Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that we are kind of moving out of the pandemic phase as a nation, but then he really retracted that statement. So where do you feel that we are at this point in time?
Well, I've had about 4 or 5 cases a day of COVID-19. And so we're not out of it. What I said and where I think we are, we're in a better place. And unlike China, where they have a zero COVID tolerance policy, I think they're mistaken in doing that, because COVID's never going to go away. It's going to be around forever. We just need to learn to live with it. Now, what is the big difference compared to 2 years ago? We have vaccines. They work. And to this day, since this whole BA2 variant has been rearing its ugly head, I've had at least 3 or 4 patients every day come down with COVID, but they were vaccinated and they're doing fine. They have a bad cold. They stay home. They're not on a ventilator. They're not getting any kind of treatments unless they are at high risk. And then I give them a drug called Paxlovid, which is an antiviral, and they get over the virus even quicker. So are we out of the pandemic? No. Are we getting into a post-pandemic era? Yes. Do we have better treatments? Yes. Are people ending up dying? Those who are not vaccinated, I'd worry. But get vaccinated, it's all good.
Yeah, and you know, this is all happening as we had that judge last week lift mask mandates on public transportation. The Biden administration and the DOJ planning to appeal that. So when it comes to travel, Dr. Mike, you know, we've seen on airlines that it's basically optional at this point. You've got some wearing masks, some not. So what is your advice as we do enter this phase of being at a better point in the pandemic?
Well, Regina, my advice is wear a mask. But if you don't wear a mask, okay. Again, I've quoted this since day one. America is the land of the free and home of the brave. Again, now that we have vaccinations, we know the game better. We know the virus much better. If you want to get on a plane, not wear a mask, you're not vaccinated, God bless you. If you are vaccinated and you get on a plane, I'd wear a mask. Why not? It's simple, and it'll protect you. I can't afford to get COVID. I have not gotten COVID, knock on wood, since the beginning of this whole thing. It's because I am not paranoid, I'm cautious. And that's how you deal with it. I don't do crazy things. I don't go in large crowds of people. I don't do that without wearing a mask.
Yeah, well, I've had COVID, and I'm proud of you for not getting it. I don't recommend getting it. It's not fun. So glad to hear that you haven't had. You've been keeping safe. So definitely wanted to get your insight on all of the latest when it came to the pandemic. But Dr. Mike, we actually do have more news to talk about on the health front, and I do want to show our viewers some video here because it was a major announcement that we got just yesterday. The FDA proposing a rule to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. So, Dr. Mike, my question to you is why specifically these products as opposed to all of the other tobacco products that are out there?
Well, I think they tend to market these products, and for many people, they have a taste, they have a flavor. Young people, African Americans, a lot of folks are consumers of these products, and you know, there's some debate about well if they ban menthol cigarettes, is that focusing on certain groups? My take on this whole thing is that whatever your race, whatever your ethnic background, smoking will kill you. So I don't care whether it's a bad thing. And if it is being modified with putting flavorings like these cigars and these blunts or whatever you call them, and cigarettes with menthol, forget about it. I don't want that. And if we're going to get people to stop smoking, you need to get rid of it. So I'm all in favor of this.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, kind of going off of that, as far as a timeline, what we're looking here, if this were to get finalized, we're seeing that it may not be for a couple of years, and then obviously we anticipate that some of these tobacco companies are going to fight this.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, they have a lot to lose. They have a lot of money to lose. And my agenda is to keep people alive and not need oxygen. Think about it. If you're out there and you're listening to this and you're a smoker, do you want to be at your grandchildren's wedding where you have an oxygen tank? And believe me, I've been invited to a lot of my patients' weddings. I'm very proud of that. And some of them, I think they invited me to the wedding because they were afraid they might not make it. because they're on oxygen because they smoked all those years and they have emphysema. It's just a bad, bad thing. You want to invest, Regina, in your health, 401k, so that, Regina, when you get older, you can reap the harvest of your labors and you can go like hiking up a mountain when you're retired someday and not be restricted to sitting playing bingo. Not that I have anything against bingo. I love bingo.
I love that for you. Well, yeah, definitely eager to see how this is going to play out in the next couple of years and as this case kind of moves forward with the FDA. So we'll definitely touch base with you about that as it kind of goes on. Another story to get to here on the health front, Dr. Mike. We are talking about bird flu. Now, this has been a story that's kind of been around for a couple of weeks now. And just yesterday, we found out that this highly contagious strain of avian flu, it's called, that likely killed hundreds of birds and spread across more than 24 states, I'm seeing, has been detected in a human for the first time in the United States. So what is this disease and should we be worried? Can you kind of elaborate here?
Well, it's kind of a fascinating scientific story if you like scary stories. So there's another case in a human in China. And in that particular case, they worked on a poultry farm and they raised crows. How do you like that? We have tons of crows in Philly. They're wild. We don't have to raise them. But I guess some people do. So this young child contracted, I believe it's the H3N8 virus. Now, what is that? It is kind of a subclass of influenza A. And what's fascinating about this, back in 1889, there was a pandemic. We all talked about 1918 with the Spanish flu. This was called the Russian flu, and it originated in Russia, and it killed about 1 million people. Now, before people start thinking, oh my God, again? So far, the virus is not able really to readily transmit from one human to the other. It's got to be more of a perfect storm like COVID-19. It's the right virus at the right time with the right mutations in an area where then it gets spread from one human to another. And then you have a problem. But I don't think we're there yet. But I got to tell you, Regina, hopefully when we're long and gone, there will be another pandemic. We'll be better at handling it, I hope. But viruses are out there, and they're all trying to eke out a living, every one of them.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, when you talk about humans contracting this bird flu, what type of symptoms does that initiate? Are we talking mild symptoms or going to the hospital? What can this do to a human being?
Well, it does cause flu-like symptoms, and for the young boy in China, they were hospitalized a couple of days, and then they got discharged, so they're fine. Again, as we've so always have learned, you know, if it had been a really old person, maybe a 90-year-old, who knows? But the bottom line is, so far, not to worry. Okay, not to worry. But in the very beginning, when we saw the hospital going up in Wuhan, China, I also said, don't worry. But we'll see. Again, in all my heart and soul, I don't think this is a problem.
All right, well, that is definitely good to know. We'll definitely keep monitoring this situation for our viewers here. Another medical headline that I want to get to here, Dr. Mike, is the World Health Organization actually monitoring and expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak that's impacting small kids. So what do we know about this right now?
Well, there's a lot of intrigue and interest in this. They're young children. Some of them have needed liver transplants. It causes hepatitis. It can be very, very dangerous. These are in young children, and it's been seen in Europe, around the country, around the world. Not a lot of numbers, but concerning. Now, there's a lot of theories as to what is going on here. They think it might be an adenovirus, which is another kind of virus, that because kids were in lockdown and weren't in daycare, not getting these viruses as an earlier age, it might be now getting to them a little bit later. I don't know. There might be some mutation with that virus. I would just, what I would do at this point as a parent, just keep an eye on your children. If they should develop abdominal pain or jaundice where their eyes look yellow, seek medical attention.
And yeah, and Dr. Mike, I'm seeing that, despite this concern here, that actually hepatitis is often mild in children. Am I right?
Sure. And hepatitis is very prevalent, and there's a variety of different kinds. There's hepatitis A that you can get from a food if it's prepared by someone that has hepatitis A. There's hepatitis B. You can get that from IV drugs and things like that. Hep C, and there's a variety of viruses out there that can cause hepatitis. Cytomegalovirus. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But the bottom line is this, that if you have elevated liver tests, you warrant a workup. And so if you go to your healthcare provider and they do lab tests and your liver tests are up, they have to work it up. Now, if you have jaundice and you don't feel well and you have nausea and vomiting, and you're going to seek attention right away. And that's very important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for elaborating on that, Dr. Mike. One more topic that I want to get to before we send you off. The United States Preventative Services Task Force officially updated its guidelines for, or to recommend against initiating daily low doses of aspirin in people 60 and older. So what are the important details regarding this? Why is this important?
Well, basically, that organization is echoing the American Heart Association and basically saying, look, no one should just take a baby aspirin because they think it's good for them or because it's the right thing to do to prevent a heart attack. You have to take a baby aspirin when there is a reason. Now, if you have known heart disease, you have coronary artery disease, you had a stroke, you had a heart attack, you have stents, you have a lot, then you need to talk to your healthcare provider because it may be very, very important that you are on a baby aspirin. What this is targeting, this data, is that, well, everybody should just be on a baby aspirin. It won't hurt you. It's good for you. But that's not the case. The risk of bleeding from your intestinal tract, your stomach, or bleeding into your head does go up significantly. And so you have to have a reason to take it.
Got you. Well, a lot of headlines to get to here, Dr. Mike. We really thank you for joining us and elaborating on all of them. We will certainly be touching base with you again next week, and we thank you for your time. Have a great weekend.
Regina, you are the best. You rock. I love you.
We love you too, Dr. Mike. We'll see you soon. Have a good day.
And thank you to Regina for that interview. Again, a lot of health headlines to be discussed there. And when we come back after this 2-minute break, you can see Dr. Fauci there. He's talking about the next phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll bring it to you right here, again, in 2 minutes.
Fauci has led the federal response to all major disease outbreaks over the last 40 years, including HIV/AIDS, Ebola, SARS, MERS, Zika, and anthrax. He is also an architect of one of the most successful disease prevention programs in the world, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, a program that addresses the global HIV/AIDS epidemic. Begun in 2003 under President George W. Bush, PEPFAR is estimated to have saved the lives of 21 million people. Like Dr. Fauci's 3 daughters, I too grew up as a child of an infectious disease specialist and epidemiologist. I'm sure we can all swap stories about what dinner conversations were like growing up in our houses. But unlike a few of those dinner conversations growing up, I very much look forward to Dr. Fauci's insight as we continue to navigate our lives in this long pandemic. Dr. Fauci, thank you for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jen. It's really good to be with you all. I'm going to spend some minutes talking about some of the lessons that we've learned from COVID-19 in our pandemic preparedness and response. And then hopefully we'll have the opportunity to entertain questions from the group. So just to put things in perspective, we know now we're about 2.5 years into the pandemic, which was first recognized in the first days of January 2020, of cases of an unusual pneumonia that were identified now retrospectively likely in December or earlier of 2019 in the central region of China called Wuhan. If you now fast forward to where we are today and look at the global pandemic and look at cases per 100,000, and you could see that in the color code of the density throughout the world. Now we have about 508 million cases and more than 6 million deaths. The death count is likely considerably underestimated, and the number is likely more than that. So here are some of the lessons that I'll very quickly buzz through, making comments on each of them, but really just to stimulate discussion. First is the global information sharing and the collaborations which are absolutely essential to any adequate response or preparation for a global pandemic. So here we have schematically diagrammed the kinds of things that one does, namely to share research reagents, real-world clinical data, viral isolates, genomic data, surveillance samples. Things that are occurring in Africa need to be shared, in Asia need to be shared, in the Western Hemisphere, etc. The next is, what about the clinical trial infrastructure that we have spent literally decades building predominantly in response to the HIV/AIDS pandemic and to the ever-looming threat of an influenza pandemic? We have, over the years, built a substantial network of clinical trials. And when COVID-19 came along, rather than start and reinvent the wheel, we pivoted and utilized those clinical trials networks to very rapidly test the vaccines and other prevention tools. And these are things that might be familiar to some of you, such as the HIV Vaccine Trials Network that we set up years ago, the HIV Prevention Trials Network, our Infectious Diseases Clinical Research Consortium, our AIDS Clinical Trial Group. We put them all together. For purposes of unity, we renamed them the COVID-19 Prevention Network, or COVE-PN. This group was responsible for the testing of the vaccines over a period of less than a year, which led to the demonstration of the effectiveness and the safety. Next is utilizing prior scientific advances, which enabled us to rapidly respond and develop a vaccine. I wrote about this last month, or this month, actually a year ago last month, in Science magazine, where I pointed out that people were wondering how we possibly could have gotten a vaccine that is approved by an emergency use authorization from the FDA only 11 months following the identification of the virus, when usually something like that takes several years. And as I said in this commentary, the speed and efficiency with which these highly efficacious vaccines were developed and their potential for saving, which they have literally already millions of lives, is due to an extraordinary multidisciplinary effort which involved fundamental basic preclinical and clinical research that had been underway out of the spotlight, under the radar screen, literally for decades before the unfolding of COVID-19 pandemic. And in fact, in recognition of this, Science magazine deemed the COVID-19 vaccines as the science breakthrough of the year of 2020. And in fact, in this United States, and these are the vaccines that are utilized or will be utilized in the United States. As you can see, there are 3 separate platforms: the mRNA, the adenovector, and recombinant protein. Multiple companies, predominantly Moderna, BioNTech, and J&J, but also Sanofi, Novavax, and AstraZeneca doing tests, looking very likely for an emergency use authorization in the near future. Again, moving quickly, what about the prototype and priority pathogen approach that enabled us to move so quickly and will be very important looking forward ahead to the coming years of how we prepare for pandemics in the future? So what do we mean by prototype and priority pathogens? Those are the 2 ways that you address emerging infectious diseases. So priority pathogen means you anticipate a specific pathogen that already indicates its potential for a pandemic involvement. A number of organizations, the NIH, the WHO, CEPI, and others, have actually put forth a list of these pathogens. And some of them are shown here on this slide, which was taken from the WHO R&D blueprint. But what do we mean by prototype pathogen approach? And this is a concept that was conceptualized and developed by Barney Graham at the NIAID, my institute's Vaccine Research Center. And what it means is that you take a particular category of pathogens, a family, and you build on prior experiences with that family of pathogens. And these are some of the families that are on the high priority list. The one that are obviously most familiar is the coronaviruses, which gave us SARS-1, MERS, and now SARS-CoV-2. The orthomyxoviruses, which are the different influenzas. The flaviviruses, which is West Nile and dengue and others. And what you do is that you take commonalities within a family, such as basic virology, assays, animal models, antigenic targets, vaccine platforms, correlates of immunity, as well as manufacturing strategies, and you develop it for one of those so-called prototype pathogens, and you find there are many similarities within that that allow you to jump ahead when you get a new pathogen within that family. The same exact way when SARS-CoV-2 came along, our experience in 2002 with SARS-CoV-1 and MERS in 2012 allowed us to move extremely rapidly. Next, the continued surveillance of the human-animal interface is absolutely critical. 75% of all new pathogens are zoonotic, namely pathogens that infect humans. 75% of them that are new come from an animal host. And in fact, my colleague and I, David Morens, wrote last year in Cell that the imbalance of the interactions in the animal-human interface are a major component of outbreaks, be it influenza, Ebola, coronavirus, or what have you. Namely, the human health clearly is connected to the health of animals, as we've seen in so many outbreaks. Some recent example is now mounting evidence that the SARS-CoV-2 outbreak was the result of a jumping of species from an animal to a human, similar to SARS-CoV-1, which went from a bat to a civet cat to a human, and MERS, which went from a bat to a camel to a human. That is still, although we don't know precisely what the origin is, it is very likely that that is the case, despite the fact that the lab leak hypothesis still obviously has not been disproven. Next, longstanding systemic health and social inequities that we see are driving pandemic disparities. We've seen it with virtually every disease. Again, this has been written about recently, that the most pervasive disparities are seen among our minority populations, African Americans, Latino, and where we have data, also American Indian, Alaskan Natives, and Pacific Islanders. Why is that the case?
All right, guys, we've been listening in once more here with Dr. Anthony Fauci. Earlier today, he was giving some details on where we are headed with this coronavirus pandemic, as we are seeing still some possibilities of new strains popping up across the country later this fall. This is something we already played earlier here today. Wanted to retouch on it here this afternoon, and we can always replay it again later this evening. That's the great thing about what we do here, is we bring you these press conferences and updates all across the country and even around the world. Coming up after this 2-minute break, we're going to be getting a live check-in from Ukraine. What's the latest as we have NATO and military exercises that are going to be underway? We'll give you more details on the latest developments in the war when we come back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have continued to keep you on top of the latest developments in Ukraine as the war continues to rage on. Earlier today, we were listening in with the Pentagon briefing. We had Press Secretary John Kirby even getting a little bit tearful and choked up during moments when he was talking about the very latest, saying some of those images just so hard to digest. And of course, we've been trying to do our best on keeping you up to date with the latest. But let's go ahead and bring in Fox's Greg Palkach. He's joining us from Ukraine. And Greg, I know that there's been so many new developments, this all coming at a time when President Biden just announced more aid going to be provided to Ukraine as they continue to fight off those Russian forces.
Exactly, Christy. Very important to the folks here. We've been talking to them about that, and they are very heartened by the new aid that will be coming from the U.S. This as this battle rages on several fronts. The capital of Kiev is still reeling from multiple attacks overnight. It had been quiet there for a few weeks, but then there were 5 Russian rockets hitting various points around the capital and being pulled out of the rubble today. Sadly, a local journalist for the U.S.-backed Radio Free Europe. That all happened during a visit by UN Secretary General to the city. So it shows that the Russians really don't care who they're shooting at and when they're shooting and where they're shooting. Russian forces also said to be moving a little bit more forward in the eastern part of the country. They're taking territory there in the south. Remember, that's the new focus of Moscow now that they've given up, at least for the time being, on roaring into Kiev. They're taking no chances this time, though, said to be pounding away with their artillery before they make any moves. And the Ukrainians are very strong there, too. The Ukrainian forces, they are staging counterattacks as well. Meanwhile, this was the day, Christy, that we were supposed to be seeing some more evacuations of civilians out of that battered city of Mariupol. No luck. Instead, word that we're getting of multiple Russian attacks there again in the last 24 hours. A hospital hit once again. That's upping the number injured. Local officials now say on the ground there could be about 20,000 killed. It was a city, I've been there 10 years ago, it was a city of about 420,000. And finally, Christy, in Moscow, nuclear-ready missiles are being rolled out for rehearsals about what is planned to be a big celebration on May 9th, marking the anniversary of the end of World War II. It was thought that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to make some battlefield gains by that time, but we're looking at really just about 10 more days until that date, and that's not much time to make up for a lot of ground that so far he hasn't covered. Christy.
And too, I know you were reporting, we're hearing of more of these volunteers and these journalists and people who have made their trips to Ukraine being captured by Russian troops. And we even heard earlier here too that the first U.S. member to die in Ukraine, it was a Marine veteran who was killed. Have you heard any more details on that?
Sadly about that. Yeah, a 22-year-old Marine veteran. He said he wanted to go over there and help the people. He did. We don't know exactly where he was fighting, but we know he was fighting alongside Ukrainian soldiers. Americans are here, Brits are here. A British volunteer soldier died yesterday, and we've also heard of 2 Americans who were injured the day before that who were fighting here. So people coming from all over the world, aroused by the images that they're seeing here of the death and destruction being wrought on this country by Russia, and they do play a role. Sadly, it can be a very dangerous role, as we saw today, Christy.
And finally, I just have to ask too, just because we know that Russian troops and forces, they're kind of starting to kind of re-strategize where they're making these attacks. Of course, we know that they've even been targeting some more areas even further into Ukraine, like Lviv. Have you been hearing and seeing firsthand an increase of maybe warnings, those air raid sirens that go off once in a while, or what have you been seeing with your time there in Ukraine?
Yeah, we've been here for a couple days in Lviv. We have heard some air raid sirens here. Mostly there have been targets hit in the broader region. What Russia is saying is that hitting convoys of U.S. and other Western nation military aid coming into the country, either by rail or by road, is fair game. They seem to be hitting the last hit that happened here in Lviv. It was near a rail hub, and that's what they seem to be going for, as well as depots. And so, yes, there have been targets hit in the western side of the country, but most of the focus right now, very, very heavy fighting in the south and the east of this country, Christy.
Yeah, and as we heard too, there's been a lot of casualties being reported over there in those cities that are just continuing to be hit hard. And of course, our thoughts going out to all of those as we continue to keep people up to date. We do appreciate your time here, especially as we know it's getting kind of late on your end there in Ukraine. So Fox's Greg Palcat, thank you so much for this update, especially since it's been so important to keep track of all of these different headlines coming in here as this war continues to rage on.
Thank you, Christy.
And don't forget, whenever you want live coverage of what we do here on Live Now from Fox, you can find our streaming on LiveNowFox.com. We're on a number of different locations where you can always stay up to date on the latest, not only with the war in Ukraine, but also top stories happening all across the U.S. So with that being said, we do have a live picture showing you we're just getting close to the end of the day for trading. Still down deep in the red. We'll bring you more news across the country. Plus, keep an eye on this when that final bell rings to wrap up a wild week. All coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. As you can see, the Dow really slipping into some big loss category here, about 720 points there. 20 minutes to go until the closing bell rings, and that'll be a good one because it is down more than 2%. The Dow, the NASDAQ is looking at its worst week since 2008. And coming up in about 25 minutes, we'll be talking to Fox Business, get us the very latest information on why we are seeing such a big drop here today. All right. Now, what I want to do is take you out to NASA, where we're learning a little bit more about life in space. What is it like for astronauts up there exploring space with NASA astronaut Victor Glover? He actually served as the pilot on NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission and spent 6 months on the International Space Station. So let's learn a little bit about him while we also show you some other top stories here of the day.
Start with one question. I like to ask kids this because I'm doing some statistics here. So, what do you want to be when you grow up? If you know what you want to be, raise your hand. Oh, that's pretty good. That's a lot of you. Sign this kid up. There's some people here from NASA. Sign. What is your name? Ezra? I hope you become a pilot. And you know what? I hadn't flown before I started my career, and so it's possible. No matter where you start, it's totally possible. And you want to go to space? Oh, we can talk. Okay, for those of you who don't know, okay, everybody put your hands down. If you don't know what you want to be when you grow up, raise your hand. Be honest, because I'm going to raise my hand in this category too. Even though I am a grown-up, you know, I'm standing up here wearing my blue pajamas in front of you. But one of the things I love about my job is that it's a lot of different things, and so I haven't really had to choose. I get all kind of cool stuff, and I'll tell you a little bit. So it's almost half. It's almost half. So I will tell you, when I ask this question, I ask it a lot, and I have found about half the students know, and a lot of times they say astronaut, maybe just because I'm here, they don't want me to feel bad. So I put a little more percentage on the the side where this is the most common answer that I actually get. It is that I don't know. And you know what? If that's the category that you're in, that's why I raised my hand. Because when I was your age, I couldn't tell you clearly. I mean, I wanted to be a stuntman, a fireman, a police officer like my father. And then I saw this amazing thing launched to space on the news, and I thought, I want to drive a space shuttle. But I didn't know. But that's okay. Some of the things I'm going to talk to you about today, you're going to see some themes, and a couple of those themes are what I really want you to take away from this. So, and here's what you can be. Even if you don't know what you want to do for work, these are things that you can do in your life that will help you accomplish your dreams. And number one is to be resilient. I used to use the word be gritty, but we named our spacecraft Resilience, and so I use the word resilient. And I'll come back and explain to you what that means, but repeat that one after me. Be resilient. Be resilient. If you don't know what it is, I'll explain later. Don't let me walk off without telling you what that means. Number two, repeat after me. Be a lifelong learner. Be a lifelong learner. And number three, maybe the most important, be a good teammate. Be a good teammate. Yes, being good to each other. Okay, so remember those things. Now we're going to talk a little bit about some of the stories that some things that I've been through, but I really am sharing this with you for you to find some things in it that you can hold on to and walk away with it and keep in your pocket when you maybe come face to face with some challenges, okay? So, I am from Southern California. I was born in Pomona. My father was a Pomona police officer, and I lived with my mom most of my childhood. My mom in the book, and I was like, oh man, I thought I had discovered something. Like, I thought I was the first person to notice this pattern. And so I was like, okay, fine. I'm not going to name it after me, but he said something to me next that changed my life. I was 16. I really thought about college in terms of going to college and play football, and really hadn't thought about what it takes academically to succeed. And so I had questions and doubts. I didn't know if I could do it because I didn't know anybody who had done it successfully yet. And even though my teachers and my parents were amazing in supporting me, I still was just uncertain about how I would do it. And Mr. Robinson said something to me right after seeing this. He says, you know what? The fact that you figured that out on your own, though, means you could teach it to your classmates. Why don't you teach that lesson to them? And that day was the first time that I had a little teeny thought that maybe I have what it takes to succeed in college. And that was a really powerful day for me. So I always call Mr. Robinson on. When you go to space, do you think we can just call somebody if the telephone breaks or the toilet breaks? Do you think we can just call a plumber to come fix it? No, because we're up in space, so we have to fix it ourselves. And so we learn about the International Space Station system, and we also have this really cool robotic arm. Have any of you ever seen our big robotic arm on NASA TV? We have. What? Oh, it is really cool. It's made by the Canadian Space Agency and one of their corporate partners, MBA, and it is a really amazing piece of technology. And we learn to fly it. We say fly it like an airplane because the controls look like an airplane. And so we have to learn. That's a picture of me in Canada learning to fly the robotic arm at the Canadian Space Agency. And so then there's this other piece.
Right, we're learning a little bit there about life in space. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting right now President Biden to be making some remarks here in just a little bit. Of course, we'll have that for you as soon as it happens. About 20 minutes away from talking to Fox Business about the very latest, what's happening with the Dow there, as we are seeing massive sell-offs right now in stocks. Take a look at your weather patterns here for the day. We got 63 in Chicago, about 63 in the New York area as well. 66 in Los Angeles, 82 in Phoenix, and we'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. It's now 829. And just a little bit, we'll be talking to Fox Business's Jerry Willis with the very latest there on this massive sell-off. The NASDAQ seeing its worst week since 2008, so we'll figure all of that out for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to play out just a little bit of Governor Ron DeSantis from earlier today, talking about infrastructure improvements, $22 million going to workforce aid and infrastructure.
To the shareholders, they can't reject Musk's offer because they're worried that he's going to open it up, and for political reasons. And so I think that shows you there's a lot of momentum now behind having free speech, a lot of momentum so that people can speak the truth, particularly speaking the truth to a very decaying and discredited ruling elite in this country. And so this is going to be potentially an engine where the American people can speak the truth and fight back. But clearly, our entire principles that the country was founded on, you cannot have a ministry of truth in this country. And so let's get real here. Let's make sure that we're doing things to benefit Floridians and Americans, but we're not going to let Biden get away with this one. So we'll be fighting back. You know, and it's sad with, you know, if you look at what we're doing economically in Florida, you know, we have the biggest budget surplus this state has ever had by a country mile. We had in March, they estimate how much revenue comes into the state, and our budget for this current fiscal year is $101.5 billion. We're getting $700 million over estimate, which was what we had in March, and we're going to likely have the same in April. So just from when they did the most recent estimates, you've now taken in probably over $2 billion extra dollars that no one was even thinking about. We'll do May and June as well. And so we're going to end this fiscal year with by far the biggest budget surplus the state has ever seen. And so we're... And part of the reason why we've done it is because we've been responsible. We've protected people's freedoms and kept the economy open, which was a contrast to a lot of other places. We had schools open and all the things that really matter. But we've also understood that we need to be prepared, because if I had to bet, I would bet Biden would plunge this country into a recession. Look, I hope that's wrong. I don't want that to go. I want to keep things going well. But if you look at the mismanagement and the bad policies, we've got to prepare for that. And maybe Florida's doing well enough that we would be able to really get through that without having a steep downturn. I don't know. We'll have to see. But when you do what they've done, you are going to have to pay the piper at some point. And so the good news about Florida is we're ready. I have so much in reserve. We just plug. If there's any type of budget hiccup, you just plug the hole and move on. We literally would not have to do anything major to deter us from our approach. And so that's really what good governance is about, making sure that you're looking at what may happen down the road and you're able to react accordingly and protect. So anybody in law enforcement, education, all that stuff, you know, we will make sure that we're meeting our priorities regardless of what's coming down, you know, from the Brandon administration. And so we're good. We're good. And if you look at our unemployment rate in Florida, we actually we're lower than the national average. If you look at jobs, we have more jobs filled today than prior to COVID. There's a lot of states that aren't even close to getting back to where they were yet. And I think that's a testament to the fact that the state's been governed much better than many of those other states. We added in March, we had the largest increase in manufacturing jobs since COVID in Florida. And that's the thing. People talk about some of these other things. I want to make more things in the United States and in Florida. And we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to really expand our manufacturing base. We have done it over the last 2 years. I've got some more companies, I think, that are impressive that we're going to hopefully be able to bring down here very soon. But what happens is, you know, you're in a community, and those are jobs that people that in Florida have access to. You know, they'll talk about moving some tech company here, and they bring the employees, and then they help drive up the cost of living and all that stuff. You know, what about stuff here where our folks are able to benefit. And that's why we've worked so hard on career education and technical education. If you look at what they're doing right now for like truck drivers, they're paying $15,000 signing bonuses just to be a truck driver. Right off the bat, they're paying $110,000 in Walmart to be a truck driver right off the bat. And so we've expanded commercial driver's license opportunities for people throughout Florida so they can go train, get that, and all of a sudden they're giving you a signing bonus. I mean, they didn't used to do that. So these are skills that are in demand. If you look at things like welding and electrical and HVAC, especially in a growing state, there's a huge demand for this. You got kids graduating high school now, they're able to get certifications in these trades, and then they end up going in an apprenticeship, get jobs. Some of them are making $100,000 by the time they're 20 years old. And then a lot of them are starting their own companies as they get older. And so going to a 4-year brick and ivy university is not the only way you can be successful. And honestly, for many people, it's not the best way. You look at how much people have gone into debt, and then they end up with these degrees in things like zombie studies. And then what happens? They end up working where they could have worked out of high school anyways. And I also think what Biden's doing with this, the student debt that's out there, almost 60% of it is graduate school debt. These are people like doctors and lawyers, people that are getting masters and PhDs and all this other stuff. My view is, why would you make a truck driver or a waitress or a construction worker pay off the debt for somebody that did a PhD program in gender studies? That's wrong. And so we have opportunities through skilled trades to have folks with no debt go right into gainful employment and be able to do very, very well. And so from an opportunity perspective, it's important for citizens, but it is huge for our economic development goals, because when companies see and businesses see Florida is committed to workforce, well, then they know they're going to have folks who are going to be able to do a lot of these key things. And so we're going to continue the momentum on that. We think it's something that's very important. We've added 50 apprenticeships in Florida, just in the last couple years. We've, I think, doubled our workforce opportunities from where we were just 5 years ago. We're going to continue to do more and more. So we're excited about that. And some of the stuff we're doing with these awards definitely feed into workforce, and we're going to continue to make sure we're doing well. We also are going to be doing some good tax relief this year. I think it's about $1.3 billion in various types of tax relief. I got to sign this bill. I think they're going to send it to me pretty soon, so we're going to sign that. But that's stuff that's going to help a lot of families. I have a 2-year-old daughter at home who's still in diapers. You actually have a diaper holiday for 1 year, no tax on diapers. So a lot of young families are like, thank you for that. Because the thing is like, there's when prices go up and inflation, you can kind of cut back, you can change your behavior, but you really can't not do the diapers. It's like, it's a fact of life. It's just so when my 5-year-old is out, my 4-year-old's out of them. And so, but the 2-year-old, we got a little runway left. And so it wasn't my idea to do that. It was the legislator's idea, but you do that. We're going to have other holidays for tax, like gas tax holiday. We're going to have back to school holiday, disaster holiday. We're going to have a lot of good stuff. And so we're trying to help taxpayers navigate what has been the worst inflation we've seen in over 40 years. So stay tuned on that. Now, today, we have great announcement, and I'm glad we're able to be here in Levy County. I'm glad that communities in this part of the state are going to be benefiting, but in reality, there's going to be communities all across the state who are going to be benefiting. And so today, we're able to announce, and we're proud to announce, another $22.3 million for workforce development and infrastructure in local communities throughout Florida. And that includes almost $17 million for rural counties and for small cities in the state of Florida. And this includes, and this includes funding for broadband. It includes new community centers. It includes grants for small business development across our state. And so, example of what this funding can do here in Levy County, we're awarding $1.4 million to install town-wide broadband internet in the town of Otter Creek. So this helps with education, it helps with economic development, but everyone in Otter Creek is going to have access to broadband once we are able to do this, and so we're excited about that. We also have awards across the state. You know, we've got $4.3 million down in Key West. $3.8 million I mentioned for Lake County, Estachula. $3.5 million for City of Hawthorne, $2.7 million for Fellsmere, $1.4 million for Tampa, $1 million for DeSoto County, Marion County, who's here, is going to get $500,000, and on it goes. And so we're happy about being able to do this. We've been able to do a lot in many of these other counties already, and today we're going to do more. Now, we're going to do these checks, and that's great. I'm also going through the fiscal 22-23 budget that the legislature passed. Now, I have not received the budget yet, and I have not signed it, but we're going through. There's individual items in there, and the governor basically has to make a decision. Do you line item veto these individual items, or do you approve the individual items? And so there's actually almost $500,000 in the budget for Levy County Bird Creek boat ramp to add a new boardwalk and 2 new covered pavilions. And so should I sign it or should I veto it? What do you guys think? Sign it! Okay. All right. Well, good. Well, I can also then announce today that when the budget is signed, we will approve the nearly $500,000 for the Bird Creek boat ramp. So you all get that money. So. For sure. Okay, so I'm going to do the check presentations, and we'll do some photos. So Otter Creek, you all want to come over here and accept it? There we go. There we go. Can you see it?
Step into the light.
All right. There we go, with the closing bell right there, as 937 points there in the red. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. When we come back in just a little bit, we'll have the latest from Fox Business talking about this big sell-off day.
Well, look, you know, I want to thank you all for being here and for your updates. These are some of the Recovery Act was about $900 billion, and the President Obama used to always like to kid with me when he did a State of the Union message. He'd never tell me what he was going to say, as I presided over the joint session as Vice President. And it was a big gamble to decide we were going to spend $900 billion trying to get the economy back on its feet. And the President said, and by the way, we're going to make sure I'm turning it over to Joe. And he started calling me Sheriff Joe. Well, the first thing I did was go to Earl Devaney and other inspectors general and said, look, we're going to need a lot of work here. Because, look, the one thing I've learned, and you did when you were the mayor, and is that people expect us to do what we say, and they don't always get what they expect from elected officials. And for example, when the CARES Act was passed in the last administration, it was a very meaningful piece of legislation. But the first thing the president did in the time I was hollering a lot about it was he fired an inspector general. There was one put in, it was just fired. No inspector general had independent access. And what the hell happened? You found out an awful lot of people were getting unemployment checks that didn't deserve unemployment checks. They were making money on it, an awful lot of people, and the list went on. There was a lot of fraud. And so, and I should acknowledge that Earl Devaney, Earl was a stand-up guy. And I would meet with Earl once a week.
All right, so those were just some of the comments from President Biden a little bit earlier. We'll play out a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But let's just show you how the Dow wrapped up there. And you don't like to see that color, and you don't like to see that number. More importantly, they're down 939 points. Dow Jones to close out the day. NASDAQ suffering some big-time losses this week as well. To break it all down for us, let's go out to Fox Business's Jerry Willis, standing by right here live with us with the very latest. And Jerry, not the week here, huh?
Oh, no kidding. Look, I feel everybody's pain out there. If you're a 401k holder, you're investing for a retirement, your kid's college education, this was a tough week. And just to give you some numbers here to put some of this into perspective, it's been going on a while. For the month, the NASDAQ having its worst April in 22 years, down 13%. The S&P down 9%, the Dow down 5%. And let me tell you, today it was a roller coaster ride. We watched the Dow start at a decent level, but then just trade down throughout, gathering momentum in that last hour of trading and ending up down virtually 1,000 points. 967 points was the last number that I was able to see. It's been really hard for folks out there, but Mike, just a lot of inputs into this attitude that investors have that they want to be light stocks right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe explain to some of the viewers, because, you know, yesterday we see the Dow, you know, it popped up there to in the 500s to close out. And today you see such a sell-off here. Maybe explain that for some people that are just figuring out, okay, what changed in 24 hours to see that drastic change?
Well, this happens. You know, markets can be volatile, and particularly when there's a lot of information to try to rationalize, understand, get your arms around. And that's where we've been in this market for some time. Big moves up and down as investors lighten up on stocks they're worried about, and then sometimes buy them again when they hit a level that they want to own them at. So you see a lot of that. But let's talk a little bit about these issues that are really firing up investors. One of them, of course, inflation. We've talked a lot about that. Inflation at 40-year highs. Today we get a PCE number. That is the inflation gauge that the Fed watches, up 5.2%. This is just, as you know, unheard of in the last several years. And then this week, one of the things that really confounded markets, the GDP number, that's the broad measure of economic growth, it came in negative for the first time since, I believe, March of 2020. So this was a shocker to even Wall Street economists who had forecast that that number would be positive. And the quarter before that, which would have been the third quarter of 2021, it was 6.7%. So we go from nearly 7% growth in one quarter to fourth quarter down 1% and change. That's a huge change. And I think all investors out there, particularly ones who care about the long run of their stocks, are thinking, what does this really mean and how do I deal with this? And you can tell people are nervous, they're anxious. The good news for small investors, and I'd really like to emphasize this, is you don't have to play the games that the big investors do. You can generally, unless you're retiring in the next few years, you can sit back, make the investments you want, and hold them during a period like this where it's completely unclear where stocks are going next.
Right. And then you'll be able to pick up some, extra momentum there if you're in it for the long game as well. Now, Jerry, what about this? What about this though? We're seeing, student loan forgiveness. That is the talk right there of the White House. You got Chuck Schumer that wants to do $50,000. We heard from Biden yesterday. He says he won't go as far as $50,000, but anything with the student loan forgiveness, say it's $10,000. There was that report that that would equal $400 billion of a loss in the government there as well. But what about also the Ukraine aid too with $33 billion? Where is this money is being printed, but that can't help inflation at all either.
No, you're absolutely right. Your analysis is spot on there. To be sure, the more the government spends, the more inflation is going to go up. And I have to tell you, there are knock-on effects here that are every bit as important. If you pay off student debt, you tell everybody in the country that they never have to pay student debt. Why would you ever pay a student debt bill again if they start forgiving it? Even at a $10,000 level, that is a brand new program. You can think of it as another Social Security or another Medicare program to help Americans. And I have to say, it does nothing good to the system because it only encourages colleges and universities to raise their prices. Why wouldn't we? Because consumers, students are always going to get help from the federal government. The range of expectations changes, and that's what's so pernicious about inflation. It builds in the expectation of inflation. It's like getting cockroaches in a building. The more you have, the more you have. It's really hard to get rid of it once you get it started. Next week, we have the Federal Reserve meeting, and on Wednesday, we'll hear what they want to do. We're expecting a 50 basis point rate hike. That's a 0.5 percentage point. That's a Lulu, a big one. But that report I told you about earlier, the GDP report, is kind of calling that into question. Will they do both? Will they raise rates that significantly at a time that the economy is showing weakness? It's a real tightrope the Fed is walking here. I think they'll do it, but people need to be aware. Interest rates on all your consumer debt, it's going higher.
Yeah, absolutely it will. And lastly here, while you're talking about that 50 basis points, what about mortgages now as they will continue to creep up there? We're already at 5% there, and that's still, historically at a good point there. But I mean, what is this going to do as far as this bubble that we've been talking about with these prices of homes that continue to go up?
Yeah, the median average for a single-family home right now, I believe it's $436,000, and mortgage rates at recent highs. The most recent number, 5.1%. That's from Freddie Mac. There are a lot of readings you can get out there. That's the one we use. And it does nothing for affordability, right? The higher the rates go, the more people can't afford homes. We were out in the field talking to a realtor the other day, and he told us, hey, Jerry, I had a done deal on this house Friday. By Monday, my buyer no longer qualified for the loan because rates had gone up so quickly. So you can see how quickly a market can turn, how fast it can move, even in housing, which is not something you think of as being a commodity that cycles fast. But I have to tell you, we're in for some slower times for housing. We've already seen sales go flat. At some point, in some markets, possibly not all markets, no national downturn in prices. That's what the experts say. But I think in markets that are hard charging, that have done really well, Tampa, lots of Florida, Phoenix, Arizona, you will see some price declines. But, you know, they've had 30% gains year over year. So hard to hold on to those big gains.
Right, right. Well, Jerry, thank you so much for giving us an update and really talking us through what we are going to see next week and really in the weeks ahead. But we appreciate your insight, as always, with Fox Business.
Thank you.
No problem. And we got everyone covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country coming up next.
We have cared for over 250 gunshot victims from the city of York since 2018. We knew that more work was necessary to be done to address this, and so we have partnered with the city of York, along with numerous community groups, as part of a group violence intervention strategy, really intended to galvanize our entire community and seek sustainable solutions to this issue. One of the efforts is the Credible Messenger program, which you'll hear a little bit more about later. WellSpan has a large team supporting this program, from trauma services to the emergency department, from social workers to behavioral health, and from community health and spiritual care. We are working to build a healthier community because we know change isn't easy, but we're going to stay at it until we succeed. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our governor, Tom Wolf.
Thanks, Victoria. Thank you very much. And it's really nice to be here with all of you, back to where I was born. Mayor Helfrich, good to see you. Actually, it was a long time ago, so it's not, I'm laughing less and less these days on this. But anyway, thank you very much, Victoria, for that introduction. The point is, we must stop gun violence here in Pennsylvania. Gun violence has taken far too many lives. It has cut short too many futures, and it has brought grief and fear to too many communities. Reducing gun violence is a top priority for me. That's why in 2019, I signed an executive order making sweeping changes to reduce gun violence in Pennsylvania. That executive order created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention within the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, as well as the Division of Violence Prevention within the Department of Health, the Pennsylvania Department of Health. The order also created a special counsel on gun violence, which studied the problem and created a report with recommendations on reduce gun violence. My administration has also invested more than $50 million in gun violence and prevention programs, and I've joined an agreement with the governors of New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut to share crime gun data across state lines in an effort to reduce gun violence in our region. This is a big problem all across Pennsylvania, but it's also a big problem all across the United States. Gun violence is something that's really a problem. And unfortunately, executive action alone cannot end gun violence in Pennsylvania. We've also all seen the tragic headlines from communities all across Pennsylvania in recent weeks and months, including right here in York, Pennsylvania. As gun violence continues to invade our schools, our homes, and our communities, it's a call for action on all of our parts. According to data from the CDC, gun deaths hit an all-time high in 2020 with more than 45,000 Americans killed from firearm-related injuries. Tragically, that includes 1,752 Pennsylvanians. And too many of those deaths come from ghost guns. Ghost guns that are not subject to checks and balances that keep legal gun owners and our communities safe. The numbers don't lie. Ghost guns are being seized and recovered from crime scenes. You'll hear from Colonel Ivanchek in a minute. They're seized and recovered from crime scenes at an alarming rate. Combined, the Pennsylvania State Police and Philadelphia Police have recorded 147 seizures of ghost guns already this year. And we're still in April, the 4th month of the year. So we have to do more. Now, thanks to the Biden administration, we can. Earlier this month, the Biden administration announced new federal regulations on ghost guns to help reduce violence across the United States. Unserialized guns are an untraceable threat to our society, and Pennsylvania stands ready to immediately mirror this new federal regulation at the state level as soon as we can. And I want to thank the Biden administration for standing with us against gun violence and paving the way for this important step. Together, we can keep ghost guns off our streets, keep our communities safer. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn things over to Pennsylvania State Commissioner, Colonel Robert Ivanchek.
Good morning. In the Commonwealth, the Pennsylvania State Police serves as the point of contact for federal firearms licensees with the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, also known as NICS. The state police is required under state and federal law to apply relevant firearm prohibitions in the background check process to prevent prohibited individuals from obtaining firearms. Currently, the Pennsylvania State Police is updating its existing regulations to mirror certain provisions of the forthcoming federal firearms regulatory package. These federal changes are fundamentally designed to address the various challenges presented by partially completed frames and receivers, which are not currently regulated as firearms under federal law. Similar changes will be made to the existing state regulations to ensure the phrase frame or receiver, as it is used in state law, addresses partially complete, disassembled, or non-functional frames or receivers. The General Assembly has entrusted the Pennsylvania State Police with administering the provisions of the Pennsylvania Uniform Firearms Act. This responsibility includes the authority to develop and implement the regulations necessary to carry out these regulations. At this time, I'll call upon Commissioner Muldrow from the York City Police Department.
Good morning, everyone. As he said, my name is Michael Muldrow. I proudly come to you as both the Commissioner of the York City Police Department, but also as an advocate for this York community that I love so much. Thank you, Governor Wolf, Colonel Ivanchek, my friends, Miss Vicki Diamond, and the beloved Tiff Lowe, who you will soon meet and hear from, Mayor Helfrich City Council, our local leaders, federal partners, community teammates who support this work, and the unwavering officers behind you that are here with me today. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a moment on behalf of you. I think it's so appropriate, poignant even, that we all meet or gather here today in front of this great hospital that on a daily basis fights to save countless lives in this community. Joined here by so many wonderful partners in this fight against this latest public health crisis, the epidemic that is gun violence in our society. We need only look to the daily headlines to support that statement, whether a shooting in a school or on a street corner or at a local mall. Gun violence is the #1 threat our communities are facing throughout this county, across this state, and around this country. And the one thing I hope we can all agree on, no matter what side of the line you may fall, is doing the things that we need to do to stop the flow of illegal guns into our neighborhoods, getting them out of the hands of our kids, and keeping our communities alive is the most important thing. And make no mistake, friends, whether you'd like to turn a blind eye to it in the belief that it's not happening in your neighborhood, the reality is a bullet has no name, no respect for class, and does not honor jurisdictional boundaries. This really is a war that we're fighting right here, right now, and we're fighting it on all fronts in all of our communities. Because even in a small city like ours, where we've already confiscated nearly 10 ghost guns in the first 4 months of this year, half of those being persons not to possess, we're here already battling against suppliers that are dumping guns onto our streets, profiting from peddling death. As a community where 50% of all the gun violence is being perpetrated by kids, our kids and young men, the fact is we're killing ourselves and we're watching our future die before our very eyes. So anything that will cut down on the amount of shootings, cut down on the number of young people that we're burying, and cut down on the families who have to suffer like this and deal with the kind of trauma that they face, I do, I will, and I will always adamantly support. So with that said, I want to thank Governor Wolf, the Pennsylvania State Police, our legislators, for getting in the fight and giving embattled communities like mine the resource to do just that, make a difference, and keep people alive. I don't know about all of you, but after hearing this, I find myself hopeful and encouraged. Hopeful that people are listening to the struggles that we're having on a grassroots level, and encouraged that we're on the right tracks and we'll continue to be able to see things get better in this community. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce you all and the rest of Pennsylvania to my Tiflo, York City's first credible messenger.
Hello, everyone. Do I look nervous? Because I am. I am.
Take your time.
I don't do speeches. I have conversations. So I hope everyone doesn't mind that. It's such an honor to be here today representing York City with people who love my city just as much as I do. People who are willing to listen to the solutions as well as assist with the concerns my city is facing. One of our biggest concerns is gun violence. This is not a light conversation or a light concern because we're losing our youth to gun violence. This is actually a major concern and a major conversation. Every day, my team and I, my community, we place our boots on the ground, our ears to the streets, and we wear our hearts on our sleeves. Doing all the work that we can with the resources that are allotted to us to implement programs, mentor youth, take ghost guns off the streets, take all guns off the streets, and most importantly, save as many lives as we can. But somehow, that isn't enough when we're still burying 17-year-old kids. I'm not afraid to say it boldly. We need help. Governor, lawmakers, thank you for helping us. Whew, that was hard. That was hard. I'm sorry. We need our voices heard, our mission assisted, and more people to stand with us so that we can have more graduations and less funerals. See, it's unnatural to continuously bury our kids. It's unnatural for 15-year-old children to carry guns and not be reprimanded. It's unnatural for this problem to become a norm for us. I get it. We don't want to build more jails and facilities to place our youth when they're caught carrying firearms, but we also don't want to continuously dig holes at the cemetery to bury them. Do you understand? Some think this problem is too far gone to reverse, but I beg to differ. I know our kids want to live, and my faith allows me to believe that lawmakers, my community, want the same thing. Please, stop me if I'm wrong. Thank you for allowing me to continue to talk. Our children are our future, and we do know that, right? So our children, they're our next Governor Tom Wolfs, our next Michael Muldrows, our next Tiff Lowe's, our next Vicky Diamonds. But in order for us to secure their future, we must save their lives and continue to fight gun violence. See, I have never in my life been in a fight where it was easy. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be in a fight that was easy. That's like being a bully, right? Put me up against your biggest opponent, which ours is gun violence. And give me a team like the one we have, and I can assure you, we're going to win that fight. So what I'm asking everyone here, are you still willing to fight with us? I thank you for taking the time to hear us, to hear me, to assist us, and making it your priority to attend more graduations and less funerals. Now it's my honor to turn it over to Governor Tom Wolf. Thank you.
Yes. Nice job. Thank you. Thanks, Tiff. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I want to point out Commissioner Hoke, Carol Hill Evans, who is state representative, is a supporter, and we do great things together up in Harrisburg. And one of your, was it your immediate predecessor, Kevin Schreiber, right here? So it's good to be back. So any of us would be happy to take questions. Yes. Yeah, and that's what today's conference is about, trying to figure out what we do about ghost guns. The reason it's a problem, and the Colonel and I were talking about, why would you think about it? What would prompt somebody to actually get a ghost gun and not put a serial number on it? Now, there are some hobbyists, and they don't have any problem putting serial, legal folks who just really like putting things together, and so that's no problem. But if you want to do a ghost gun, you don't want the serial number. What do you think is the motive there? It's not out to go hunting. It's to do something illegal. And so I think the Biden administration, with the national call to do something about ghost guns and regulate them, is on the right track. And we've been doing that here. The Attorney General of Pennsylvania started this last year, and the state police have been working with the Attorney General's office, and we're working now with the feds. We have a lot of ATF folks here. We I think, are doing everything we can to make sure that this is an industry that is regulated just like the rest of the firearms industry, and has to be regulated the same way they are. It's a level playing field, and I think that's going to make a big difference.
So when you hear from Commissioner Muldrow saying 10 ghost guns recovered, seized by police over the last 4 months, what do you think about that?
It's what I said in my comments. I mean, we already have 147 just between Philadelphia and the state police that have been confiscated, 10 just here in York, and this is only April. So this is a problem, and we need to address it. And I think Tiff is absolutely right. This is something that we've got to stand up and say, we're not going to. This stuff leads to funerals. It doesn't lead to graduations. It doesn't lead to great innovations. It doesn't lead to great things happening to communities. It leads to bad things happening, and we've got to do what we can to address that, and part of this is the ghost gun regulations.
does align the fact that there's access to guns. They say the issue lies in addressing mental health.
Well, to the point you're making, that it's a broader question than simply guns. That's we have folks who we spend a lot of time in Harrisburg addressing all kinds of issues of equity and education funding, making sure people have adequate food and housing, that the criminal justice system is fair and equitable to everyone. Yeah, there are a lot of issues. There are mental health issues. We got to have parity between mental and physical health. There's a lot of work to do. But part of it is making sure that we have an adequate regulation of guns. And ghost guns are just one aspect of the problem of too many guns in too many hands.
Well, you hear the saying, and people were arguing this coming out of that rally that we had on Wednesday or Tuesday at the Capitol, saying that guns don't kill people, people kill people.
Right.
But
yeah.
Here we're not seeing that.
No. It's a broad issue, and it includes standing up as TIF does, as the commissioners, as all of us are doing, saying, come on, let's stop this. We can't do this. One of the fundamental rights we have is to live in a society where we're safe. We feel safe walking out of our homes. If we don't have that, that's a fundamental flaw, and we need to do a lot of things about that. This is one. Standing up and speaking out about it is another. Anything else? Mike?
No.
You don't have a question?
No.
You've changed. All right. Anything else?
Do the federal regulations go far enough? I mean, is there something that the state needs to do to intensify the crackdown on ghost guns?
That's a good question. I mean, I think you know what we really are all looking for is that magic wand where we can wave that wand and gun violence ends. We don't have that magic wand. I'm not sure anything goes far enough. But again, we keep pushing and trying and doing what we can to address this issue. And the hope is it goes away. And I know, Colonel, do you want to add to that?
Well, some of the things that we're doing, we're partnering with local law enforcement in the cities of Philadelphia, down in Chester, some other areas. We're also assisting Harrisburg PD recently. We've entered into some agreement to assist there as well. And what we do is we're partnering with other agencies, the ATF, local law enforcement. It's a force multiplier. And by joining our forces together, we can do a lot to combat some of these criminal violent acts that are occurring. This is just another useful tool here, dealing with the ghost gun issue, and it puts another tool in our tool chest to help us with that.
More specific, I'm sorry to keep pushing on this, but we know that one of the significant problems with ghost guns is the difficulty of identifying them because of the lack of serial numbers. So what has to be done to get these ghost guns off the street?
Well, this rule actually will make sure that they're produced by licensed manufacturers. Anyone buying the guns will have to pass background checks, require serial numbers on the kits, the frames, the receiver, which is the primary piece of the weapon itself, and will require federally licensed dealers who encounter these to serialize them before they're able to be sold or passed on.
Will that do the trick?
I don't know. It's just another tool that will help us. It's not an end-all and be-all. As the governor said, there is no magic wand, but it's another tool that will help us in our fight.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
extremely unsettling to me. The first one I want to talk about is a family. And this family consists of mom and dad, hard-working people, live in an upper middle class neighborhood in Lake Wales. 4 children, and dad goes to work like he always does. He works, as he says, an incredible amount so that his wife can stay home and take care of the 4 children and the house. So he goes to work. And he receives a frantic call from one of the children that, you know, mom's being taken by ambulance to Lake Wales Hospital in exceptionally critical condition. This all happens just after about 9:30 yesterday morning. So dad goes to the hospital, rushes to the hospital, and determines from the hospital that mom's died of unknown causes. He goes and gets the daughter out of school. She's 14. And he goes home with his family where they're all grieving together. At about 11:04, we get a phone call from the hospital. They said, "We've just discovered this lady that died from unknown causes that was brought in has suspicious injuries." So immediately we go to the hospital and we rush to the house. The hospital thinks at that time possibly she has puncture wounds. And in fact she does. So we get to the house, and here's this grieving family, and they're shocked by all of a sudden there's patrol cars and homicide detectives that show up. And here's what we discovered. Seth Settle is 19 years of age. Mom takes daughter to school, comes home, and smells smoke in Seth's bedroom. So she goes and she opens the door, and she said, "I've told you before about smoking in this house. Now quit smoking in the house." And she closes the door, and he shoots her through the door. Did you hear what I said? He shoots his mama through the door. There's an entrance wound and an exit wound, and she falls to the floor. He jumps up, runs to where his 24-year-old brother is. It's a large house, around the corner from the game room, from his bedroom through the game room, around to the main area of the house, and is screaming at his 24-year-old brother, who's in the bathroom and doesn't hear what he says. 24-year-old comes out. Seth has fled the house. He goes looking for his mother and finds her unresponsive in the game room on the floor by Seth's bedroom, and of course dials 911. There is no blood. He doesn't know what happened. He didn't hear a gunshot. Seth's fled. They call EMS. EMS cancels us. It's a medical event. Until they get to the hospital, Dad now has arrived at the hospital. Mom's deceased. They initially don't see any wound. They don't see any blood. And only later, when they're preparing to move Mom, did one of the nurses notice all of a sudden there's a small amount of blood. And in fact, what has happened, she was shot. The medical examiner did the investigation this morning, and what he determined, this in and out wound went directly through her heart. Her heart immediately quit beating, so there was no blood to pump out. We arrest Seth, take him down to the station, and he confesses. But he colors the event in his best interest. He tells us that he's depressed, and some of his friends confirmed to us that he had a girlfriend about a year ago. He said that Mom opened the door to get on to me about smoking, and I was holding a gun to my head, and she told me to put the cigar out and close the door, and the gun accidentally discharged. We don't believe that. We don't believe that because by all accounts, even his admission that Mom was a absolutely, totally wonderful person and the best mom you could ever have. We do a criminal history, not one blemish on anyone's name. Mom, Dad, the 4 kids. This is truly the wonderful family next door. And he kills his mom. We think he was angry. We think he was mad. We're absolutely confident with the type of mom that this is. There's no way she would have closed that door with her son holding a gun to his head. That's our supposition. He fled, went to a friend's house, told him I accidentally shot Mom, fled past her, didn't help, didn't dial 911, hollered something at the brother on the way out of the door. So where are the guns? Well, he tells the detectives, well, I threw them off of the Chalet Suzanne Road into a wooded area. So after hours of searching, we finally determined that another friend had come to the house, and he had asked the other friend to take these 2 firearms away. The friend gave us the firearms, said he wanted me to take the firearms because he was afraid he'd hurt himself. Of course, the friend didn't know Mom was shot. He just knew that Mom had died unexpectedly, and he was just trying to hold the firearms for Seth. Dad, the other brothers, no one had any idea that Seth even had these 2 firearms. And he's too young to possess firearms. The firearms aren't stolen. But at the end of the day, we have, without argument, the most wonderful mom in the world, who's now deceased because the 19-year-old kid shot and killed her. I can't begin to tell you the horror of this event. I had the opportunity to talk to Dad, who's just a great, hardworking, good man. And I can tell you the only people that are more shocked and stunned by this than us in law enforcement are the immediate family. No one ever could see this coming. But for whatever reason, he shot and killed his mom. Are there any questions about that before I go to the next one?
Yeah, so you said that it wasn't a stolen gun, but Dad didn't know that he had guns, and he was too young to have a gun. So where did the gun come from?
He said he bought them off of the street. Now, they're not reported stolen. That doesn't mean that they're not, that someone didn't steal them and sell them to him, and it never got registered in the computer as a stolen firearm. But there is zero indication that the firearm's stolen. He just bought them. Some friends had them.
It was a cigar he was smoking? There was no drugs or anything?
No drugs, black and mild cigar.
Did he show any remorse?
No, he was very stoic. It wasn't that he was unapologetic. He was just very stoic. Said he was a great mom. It was an accident. But he admitted pointing the gun at the door.
Can you share the age of the victim?
The victim's 52. My heart and prayers go out to the entire family. That's not supposed to happen, ever, 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 ever. Okay? Now, there's things that when they come to your attention, you know that it has to be true because you can't make this stuff up. So our detectives come in to brief me and the chiefs and said, we've got information that one of our volunteer sheriff service officers, one of our volunteers, is selling oxycodone. We go, well, that's a shock. Out of the sheriff's patrol car that he's issued to drive while he volunteers. That's another shock. So we began an undercover investigation, and we find out a volunteer sheriff's service officers are volunteers. They're the ones that with the yellow lights on the car, and they help direct traffic at crashes. They work minor crashes. They look for handicap violations. They help with school crossings. And what we find is David Roberts. He's 69 years old. He's been a volunteer for us for 12 years. A very good volunteer. People say that he's friendly, he's fun to be around, he's hardworking. And here's what we have discovered so far during this investigation. He gets about 90 he gets 90 oxycodone with Tylenol a month for pain. And he's gotten these for over 2 years. Now, I've got all kinds of other questions, like what doctor thinks he needs 90 oxys a month for over 2 years? But when he gets these 90 oxys, his pain's not that great, so he sells them. He sells them for $10 each. Well, we infiltrate him with an undercover detective, and we find out that he's being paid $10 a piece for these. So he's making $900 a month selling his prescription drugs on the street. So now we're in competition with the street drug dealers. So we said, we'll give you $12. And he goes, okay. So he says, I'll set the location for the transaction. So we go, okay. And it's the racetrack, Highway 60 in Lake Wales. So our undercover pulls into the racetrack, dials the suspect up on the phone and said, hey man, I'm looking for you. Where are you? He said, I'm over here in the corner. Our undercover says, you in the Popo car? He goes, yeah. He won't be in it for long, but he's in it now. So we go there. He has taken the oxys out of the prescription bottle, put them in a plastic baggie, and is counting the money before he turns the drugs over to us. Why he's wearing his uniform. Listen, folks, that makes me crazy. That makes me so crazy I want to pluck my eyeballs out one at a time. So we complete the deal. We allow him to drive away. We follow him. And he pulls into the substation. So we arrest him in the parking lot of the substation. And he's affable. And he's cooperative. And he signs a waiver. and lets us search his house where we find some marijuana. He says, it's not mine, it's my nephew's. I'm just holding it for him. Well, why is it in your bedroom? I don't know, I'm just holding it for him. And then we find 2 guns, a rifle and a pistol. Well, that's okay until we run a criminal history. Are you ready for this? You're talking about an epic system failure. He's a convicted felon from 52 years ago. That's right. When he was 19, he was arrested for a burglary and convicted. He goes, I can't be a convicted felon. I've been voting all the way back to Nixon. Did you hear what I said? So we have done an administrative look at our volunteer files, and they just missed it. They just flat missed it. Volunteers don't go through the normal HR detailed polygraph system that full-time employees do. They're donating time. But there's to be a complete background run on him. And 12 years ago, of course, the person that did it is long gone. Apparently, either didn't do it completely, had a failure. We're embarrassed. We're embarrassed. Mr. David Roberts, though, should recognize that selling 90 oxycodones is a 15-year minimum mandatory, and we're going to help him get every day of that in prison. He admitted, well, I've embarrassed the agency. That's the understatement of the day. But as is our policy at the Sheriff's Office, transparency. Somebody messed up 12 years ago on a background. He's been a stellar volunteer, very well loved, done a good job. Oh, except when he's selling oxys out of the car, you see, using it as cover. I am livid. I am hotter than a bare butt on a tin roof in August. And there will be all our volunteer systems audited. Oh, by the way, we don't have that many VSSOs. We've already checked all the other files and re-audited them. They're all pristine except for this one. All of them. Well, it makes sense. This is the one that should have been screened out 12 years ago and wasn't. So, in Polk County vernacular, if there's been any misunderstanding, I'm pissed. He's going to prison, I hope, for 15 years, not counting his weapons charges. Is there any questions?
To clarify, you said that volunteers don't go through the same stringent checks as full-time employees, but there are background checks?
There are background checks. There are complete background checks. Volunteers go through a much greater background check than employees in the private world. And had this background check been done appropriately 12 years ago, he wouldn't be here. It wasn't done appropriately. It slipped through the process. We have over 3,000 volunteers at the Sheriff's Office. We are grateful for our volunteers and we love them. They do so much good work and value added for the community. And this guy's embarrassed every one of them with his nonsense. But he's going to pay. He's going to pay a significant price upon conviction in the criminal justice system. And he has already. He's sitting in the county jail right now. He doesn't need to worry about ever driving our car again. He doesn't need to worry about eating peanut butter and jelly in the jail. But he does need to know that, hey, at 69 years of age, man, by the time trial's over with, you'll probably be out of prison by the time you're 84.
Did he say how long he was doing that in the freezer?
First time.
Oh.
First time. Although we have evidence to the contrary, he's been selling his oxys every month. But I've got lots of questions outside of this. What physician gives you 90 oxys a month for years because you have pain? I mean, this guy, I'm not suggesting there isn't demonstrable pain in some people that go on generationally. He ain't one of them. He comes to work. He told someone, I got gout in my big toe. Well, you know, he's giving me pain too, but I'm not going to get any oxys for it.
Can we go back to the first case real quick?
If we're finished with this one, we can. Yes, sir?
Okay, sorry. So why do we think he did this? Did he just snap? It's his statement he had the gun to his head.
His statement was it was an accident. His statement was, I'm depressed, I was depressed, I had a gun to my head. Oh yeah, I pointed it at the door. You see, if you look in his bedroom, I went to the scene, the bed doesn't point toward the door. So there was an intentional act to point the gun toward the door. I think he was mad. But that's supposition. I don't believe it was an accident. He said the gun accidentally went off. I think Mom opened the door and said, I've told you before, now put that out, quit smoking in the house. And she closed the door just in time to get shot through the door.
And then, I guess the other question is, how does anyone realize that she was shot? Without blood, I just didn't get that.
There was zero blood, and he fled. Brother was in the other end of the house. It's a nice sized house, in the bathroom, heard no noise. He comes in to discover Seth has run out and Mom's unresponsive. EMS arrives. They don't see any blood. They transport her to Lake Wells ostensibly to try to save her life. Lake Wells works on her and goes, she's deceased. Lake Wells, the hospital initially didn't suspect foul play. There was no blood. But the shot, as the medical examiner explained it to my detectives, as it went through the heart, immediately the heart stopped pumping. And it was...
There was a gunshot through the door, right?
Exactly.
Small one? Or was
It was small, and in the excitement, nobody paid any attention to that. And keep in mind, the family is all back home mourning and in total shock over Mom passing. And all of a sudden they look up and here's cops coming all over the house. They're going, what's going on here? Dad's already been to the hospital. And they said, your wife's passed, we don't know why. And then later discovered it. The whole case is bizarre, but it rips your heart out, because this was truly a wonderful mother and a wonderful family. It's as sad as it gets. Okay?
Two really bizarre stories there in Polk County, Florida. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
to send a powerful message against school closures and unfair labor practices. We need the help of the community. We need your help. Let's vote out the school board majority who chooses to close our schools of Oakland kids and families. Let's vote in new school board members who believe in racially just and safe schools and believe in our kids and communities. Let's demand that the California Attorney General investigate the ACLU's complaint of racial discrimination of Oakland school closures. Let us rise up as a powerful community of students, families, and workers united for the schools that Oakland students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Next up, we have Princess Moss joining us all the way from Washington, D.C. She's the Vice President of the National Education Association.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Very good. All right. I am Princess Moss, Vice President of the National Education Association, the largest union for educators in the country, representing 3 million members from across the country. I flew in to Oakland to lend our support to the Oakland Education Association and supporters as they stand up for our students, the teachers and school staff they deserve, and the strong, stable schools that they deserve. OUSD has broken its promise to our students and community. Let's be clear, educators don't want to strike, but we will for our black and our brown students. OUSD has unilaterally set aside its 2019 agreement with the Oakland Education Association to engage with families when considering closing schools. A promise made is a debt unpaid. This is about justice and equity. All Oakland students deserve access to a quality, fulfilling education so that they can pursue their dreams and thrive as adults. Oakland educators deserve to work at schools that have enough funding and resources so that they have what they need to do their jobs. It is not acceptable to have an underfunded public school system that benefits and services whiter, wealthier communities and neighborhoods better than working class neighborhoods and communities of color. 11 schools are set to close, 3 this year and 8 next year. Something not right with that. Something's just not right. What kind of message does Oakland want to send to students, families, and the future of Oakland if they continue to shut down schools that are mostly relied on by students of color? Strong public schools are the backbone of a strong community. Closing schools hurts students, especially students of color who depend on our schools for everything. Closing schools also hurts families, and it hurts neighborhoods, especially in black and brown communities. If this trend continues, more students will be displaced, left behind, and forgotten by the community that they belong to. The National Education Association stands with the Oakland Education Association, with the parents, and with the community supporters as they fight for the schools Oakland students deserve. To get the school system we want, we need a school board that's committed to saving and protecting our schools. We urge OUSD to listen to educators and families and understand that schools that reflect the communities they're rooted in are paramount to student success. We call on the district to honor the agreement they made with the Oakland Education Association in 2019 that states that we will engage with families when considering school closures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Angela Norman. She's the board member of the California Teachers Association.
Good morning. My name is Angela Norman. I'm a special education teacher released to the California Teachers Association Board of Directors. I also serve as trustee Area 2 on the Alameda County Board of Education. On behalf of the 310,000 members of the California Teacher Association, we are proud to be in solidarity with Oakland Education Association as we call on OUSD to honor the 2019 agreement with OEA to engage with families when considering closing schools. It is an absolute insult that schools such as Parker Elementary are set to close when strong public schools are the backbone of a strong community. Families, educators, and students rely on vibrant public schools that are rooted in the communities that they serve. OUSD has acted selfishly for their own interests and have taken zero accountability for their selfish actions. Enough is enough. Our black and brown students deserve better. They deserve to see their community set the example for future generations to come. Here in Oakland, we believe in justice. We believe in equity. And we won't stop until OUSD makes good on the promise that they made. CTA has the back of Oakland educators, Oakland Education Association, and the families in this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Next up, we have Denise Huffsledler. She is a Parker Elementary right here at this school. She's an educator here.
Hi, I'm Denise Huffstetler. Thank you for coming. Parker is a small K-8 school. Majority of our students are black and brown. The majority of our students live in this neighborhood and walk to our school. When OUSD school board majority decided to close schools and not engage us as a community, they really sent a big message. They don't care about our black and brown students. They don't care about our communities. Parker's a community school. We know all of our students. With having 250 students, each teacher knows every single student in this school. Taking students from a small school and putting them into a larger school, making schools that have 200 rise to 500 students, those won't be community schools. It's unfortunate that this is the decision that the school board majority made. We refuse to accept it. In '84, there was a community picket for anti-apartheid. Also, there was a community picket with the Zim. What we will be doing today is another community picket protesting the school closure at the port. What we show is that in unity we have power, and that's what we're doing right now, is demonstrating our power. As a community, as students, parents, leaders, we refuse to let the OUSD school board majority close our schools and attack our black and brown youth. HUFFSTUTLER.
Next up, we have Vilma Serrano. She's OAA's bargaining co-chair.
That is why we're here to fight. Education is our right.
Buenos días, bienvenidas. Yo soy Vilma Serrano, soy maestra bilingüe en Melrose Leadership Academy de Kinder Transicional. Estoy aquí porque quiero mandar el...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More coverage coming.
En solidaridad, nosotros los educadores de Oakland.
Schools.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here representing over 300 administrators in Oakland Unified School District as president. Today we stand here because our goal is to help lift up the black and brown students who are not being given the opportunity to stay in their school. Step into schools like Parker and you will see the importance of schools like Parker helping kids socially and emotionally, helping families who might be going through trauma. We can't uplift communities when school boards are saying, let's tear them down. What is the importance of today? The importance of today is for us to stand here and fight for our students' future. We have one thing. Our only goal is we ask for an education, a great education for our black and brown students. We ask for engagement. We ask for the school board for engagement. But I can tell you there was no engagement, because if there was, we would not be standing here today. I look to the school board, take another look, re-engage these families, find out what it's like to be here Monday through Friday, find out what it's like to work with our students who might need social and emotional support, find out what it's like to come in communities like this, which are secondary families outside of their families, because these are families, these teachers are families, these teachers, these community school educators, these are the people that help our families outside of where they're at. So I look to the school board. Where was the engagement process? Because I didn't see an engagement process. These families didn't see an engagement process. Do what's right. Re-engage. Get a better understanding of what's needed to keep schools like Parker open. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. We're going to take a few questions from the media. Keith Brown will be near me to answer some of those. Do you have any? Ashley?
Yes.
Do you know how many teachers and staff are out today?
We have a strong majority of our teachers honoring the picket line. I came from Brookfield Elementary. We had a vibrant, strong picket line at Brookfield that was supported with educators from Brookfield, and also members of Teamsters Local 70 was at the Brookfield picket line. So the superintendent made the decision to to tell parents not to come to school today, and on this day we see thousands of teachers honoring the OEA picket line in support of our students to say no to school closures and unfair labor practices.
You don't have like a percentage of teachers you think are actually out?
Not at this time. It's too early. It's too early. We're doing the assessments, but it's too early right now. Yes. So 75% of our voting members have authorized a strike. So this is a unfair labor practice strike that is authorized by OEA members.
What percentage didn't vote?
What
percentage of your members did not participate in the vote?
I don't.
75% of those who voted does not include the people who did not vote, right?
Exactly, but we had as far as over 1,000 of our members voted to authorize an unfair labor practice strike, and we have the majority of our members honoring the picket line.
When poor workers are under attack, what do we do?
Enrollment number.
Right, you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here worldwide as always. And tonight on Live Now from Fox, we invite you to join with us a special coverage as today marks the 30th anniversary of the Los Angeles riots stemming from the beating of Rodney King. Tonight, we'll have in-depth coverage looking back at how the riots unfolded and changes that have taken place in the past 3 decades. That's tonight at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We were going to go to a 2-minute break, but I want to go out to the coverage right now. We have another SpaceX launch just about 5 minutes away, as SpaceX right now is targeting this launch of a Falcon 9 for 53 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit coming up here in just moments. So we'll stay on this right here on Live Now from Fox and listen to some of the play-by-play coverage from NASA and SpaceX.
The 10th engine powers the second stage, which is the portion of the rocket that you see on your screen at the very top of the rocket below the fairing. Now, while the first stage powers us out of Earth's atmosphere and into space, the second stage takes the satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit. After the first and second stages separate, the second stage will ignite its single Merlin vacuum engine and carry our satellites to low Earth orbit. Though very similar to the Merlin 1D engines on the first stage, the Merlin vacuum engine has a larger nozzle that allows the second stage to perform better in the